This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton and on the Surrey live stream. Of course, third day of this First Division game between Surrey and Northamptonshire. Very good morning to you. If you're looking on the live stream, myself and Andrew Radd are now on your screens, which is, well, not seeing Mr. Radd is a lovely sight, but me, utterly terrifying. We've both breakfasted very well this morning, and an interesting third day ahead of us because Northamptonshire start 154 for 8, and that in reply to Surrey's 401. Luke Proctor, very fine effort yesterday, 61 not out. Surrey, though, with the first delivery of the last over last night, Dan Worrell having Matt Kelly caught behind for 17. So, day 3, weather-wise, bit of rain overnight. It's dry and bright now. There is talk of some showers. Andrew Radd, good morning to you,
Morning,
sir.
Mark. Morning, everybody.
I suppose key thing here from a Northamptonshire point of view, first of all, is try and last as long as they can with these last 2 wickets this morning. But really what you're probably looking at is Northamptonshire are going to have to bat all day today and take us into tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the situation where I think that it's a question of, as you say, the last 2 wickets, try and eke out as many as they can. But there is a possibility, if the last 2 wickets fall fairly quickly, that Northamptonshire are going to have to bat, what are we looking at, 90 plus overs today, just to even sort of see the match into tomorrow. If they do go through that, then it may well be that they're just about into surplus, but it's a pretty grim situation for the visitors. It was a poor day yesterday. Well, it was a good first half hour. when a couple of wickets fell, and Northamptonshire thinking at 271 for 8, might get Surrey out for even under 300 or maybe 320, which wouldn't be a bad effort. But then the partnership between Jamie Overton and Gus Atkinson just took the game away from Northamptonshire. It was terrific stuff. I mean, it was wonderful batting, and to take absolutely nothing away from the two batsmen concerned. But talking to John Sadler, Northamptonshire's head coach, last night, his comment was that they basically just run out of steam. After 220 overs in the field at Chelmsford on Saturday and Sunday, and then obviously bowling first, but then again it was their decision to bowl first, so I think you have to take that into account. But yeah, it was a disappointing day yesterday, and Northamptonshire just need to show a bit of fight. Northamptonshire supporter messaged me last night and said, is it possible to have the rest of the batsmen proctorised?
Well, he did play really well. He just showed what a good cricketer he is yesterday. He bats his way, it's his method, and he got his head down and he grafted yesterday, and they'll be hoping for much the same again today from him. From a Surrey perspective, as you say, very fine partnership between Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton. Spoke to Gus last night, one of my favourite interviews I've ever done. He's such a lovely lad and so laid back, and I said to him, Dan Worrell, that opening spell, he's a good bowler, isn't he? I haven't seen a lot of him, but he looks pretty good, he said. But I think the other thing here is, Worrell 2 for 27, Clark 3 for 45, de Grandhomme 2 for 27, Overton 1 for 28, Gus Atkinson wicketless yesterday but bowled very nicely. They haven't bowled a huge amount of overs either. That's the other thing.
No, and this is in effect Surrey are doing to Northamptonshire in this match what Northamptonshire did to Essex in the previous match, which is that they had the 5 seamers, they were able to rotate them, and nobody had to bowl too many overs. I think I said yesterday that of all the fairly grim statistics that appeared on the electronic scoreboard here at the Oval yesterday, for me the most perturbing potentially was the fact that Ben Sanderson had to bowl 31 overs, and he's just having to bowl a vast number of overs at the moment, and he takes on the workload. He's just a terrific bowler, terrific team man, but sooner or later there's going to come a time when he's going to have a bit of a break. Now they've rested Gareth Berg in this match, maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll be Ben Sanderson's turn in Edgbaston starting on Thursday, we'll see. But for now, there's an awful lot of batting to be done.
There is, and it'll be Simon Kerrigan alongside Luke Proctor. And Dan Worrell's got 5 balls of this over to go from the Vauxhall end from last night. He did bowl beautifully yesterday. A couple of spells. That first spell.
The first spell with a new ball was as good as I've seen for a while. He could easily have had 3 or 4 wickets, couldn't he?
Yeah. And he'll be looking to pick up these last 2 as quickly as possible this morning. So Kerrigan out there alongside Proctor, and it'll be Worrell with these 5 balls of this 97th over to bowl, and it will be Kerrigan the man on strike, of course. So cloudy but good crowd in already. There is talk of the possibility of some showers. The right-handed Kerrigan gets ready for the first ball of this 3rd day. Dan Worrell is over the wicket to him, and Kerrigan, that's coming back, shout for LBW straight away, swung one back in immediately at Kerrigan, who was obviously a little late on that. He's only just gone out there this morning, looking to work around that front pad a touch. Nothing given from umpire Nick Cook.
We're not completely behind. It didn't look a bad shout, did it, from here?
Well, the interesting thing there, that's what that's why he's such a good bowler, is the fact that he was going away from the bat most of yesterday. This morning he's come straight up with one that swung in at Kerrigan. As over the wicket he comes again, Dan Worrell, and that one's going away from Kerrigan. He allows it to pass outside his off stump. Noticed as Dan Worrell came down, he had to have his squad photo taken.
Oh, right.
It's the first opportunity they've had to take the head and shoulder shot of Dan Worrell.
Yeah, I did notice when I was looking at to check up the squad numbers. One of the things that you have to do, of course, ahead of the game for players that have come relatively recently to a county. And yes, I did notice he hadn't got the approved kit on when he was in the picture that appeared on the website. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be rectified.
He sat on a chair for a second there. As in over the wicket he comes to Kerrigan, and Kerrigan's forward, first run of the day, pushing to Rory Burns. Proctor's got to get his skates on. The throw from Burns doesn't hit the stumps, and Kerrigan's off the mark, and Northamptonshire are up and running this morning, 155 for 8. And Luke Proctor, who, as I say, played really well yesterday, 61 from 167 deliveries with 7 fours, and he'll just look to continue in the He won't change the way he plays here, will he?
Absolutely not. No, I wouldn't have thought so. He just has this wonderful temperament, and he was interesting. We were talking yesterday on commentary about looking down the Northamptonshire dismissals and those that had been genuinely got out and those that had contributed to their own demise. And yeah, I think I'm sure supporters and even the coaching staff will probably have differing views on that. But one thing you can say is that Luke Proctor left beautifully. It's the Ben Smith mantra: trust your defence, know when to leave, and he did that beautifully. Worrell
will come round the wicket to start to the left-handed Proctor, and that's jumping at Proctor, and he plays it down behind him from just back of a length. He was dropped on 29 by, of all people, Colin de Grandhomme at second slip off Gus Atkinson. And de Grandhomme, he swallows those in his sleep. And it was a real surprise when it went down, because he's one of the best in the world.
I think you described it as a collector's item, and that's absolutely right.
It really was. And in fact, de Grandhomme now he was at square leg. He's going into that second slip position for Luke Proctor. Floodlights aren't on yet. They may have to come on at some point today if we're going to be covered in cloud for the whole of this third day, as Worrell comes around the wicket to Proctor, and Proctor's forward driving, and around to his left comes Ryan Patel. That completes the over of last night from down Worrell. 1 run has been added this morning, and Northamptonshire are 155 for 8.
Yes, I have that little piece of witchcraft known as the weather radar on, just to see what there are a few showers around. I've certainly gather that they had a bit of rain in Northampton, 60 miles up the road overnight, but nothing too heavy. There are a few showers around you that are showing up there. Most of them, I have to say, the heaviest ones look to be over to the west of London, so out towards sort of Twickenham way.
No earthquakes though again.
But no, there's still much talk about that. The best part of that was, if you're just tuning in, there was an earthquake in Northampton yesterday. It registered 2.3, magnitude 2.3, as reported by the British Geological Survey. But there's a wonderful comment that Northamptonshire Police said nobody had basically said anything about it. Here we go then with Jordan Clark starting proceedings from the pavilion end outside the off stump, and left alone by Simon Kerrigan. No mug with the bat. Again, he's rather like his fellow Lancastrian Luke Proctor. He relishes a scrap. Decent player. Batted a long time, I remember, last year against Lancashire, which obviously I imagine gave him particular pleasure up at Old Trafford in a losing cause, as it turned out. But it was an innings of character. 3 slips in place as Clark comes in, bowls to him, and he steers that down into the gully, where it's fielded there by Ryan Patel, and there's no run. But there is a lot of cloud around this morning, it must be said. It feels, it's one of those things, it feels a bit like a bowling day, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And Surrey with the 5 frontline seamers plus the off spin of Will Jacks, with plenty of options. And as Mark was saying at the top of the broadcast, they can afford to just rotate the bowlers around, and so nobody gets too tired. Here's Clark in again outside the off stump, left alone by Simon Kerrigan. Tight leave. I think Jordan Clark is just praising him of his views that was very close to off stump, which I think it was, but nevertheless it was a decent leave. The breeze, you can see, first couple of days it's been pretty still, but now you can see the Surrey flag at the top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, billowing out from the flagpole there. And certainly when we walked back from breakfast this morning back into the ground, there was a little bit of drizzle in the air, wasn't there? The odd spit and spot. Here's Clark in again, bowls outside the off stump, just short of a length, and it got a bit big on Simon Kerrigan, who has to sway out of the way, and then after it had passed him, dropped to his knees.
He played that very well.
He did play it well. Yes, in contrast to the last innings that Simon Kerrigan played for Northamptonshire, when he went in as night watchman at a match against Yorkshire, and was out first ball, bounced out by Jordan Thompson first ball.
Well, I suppose Jordan Clark and Simon Kerrigan know each other very well.
Yes,
from Lancashire days.
Absolutely, yes, I would think so. 3 slips waiting for the edge as Clark comes in, bowls to Kerrigan. Kerrigan drops it down on the offside, and they come through for a single, almost as though Simon Kerrigan's trying to protect Luke Proctor, which is a slightly curious way of looking at it. So Proctor's only got 1 ball over to face. Not quite sure what the the thinking there was. But anyway, Kerrigan is 2 and Northamptonshire 156 for 8, so still 245 behind, which means they need another 96 to avoid the follow-on. That was one of the things that John Sadler, the head coach, was talking about last night. If they could only avoid the follow-on, give them a better chance of saving the game. Here's Clark in bowling to Proctor, who whips that away to square leg, but fielded there by Sam Curran, and that's the end of the over. 156 for 8. Kerrigan is 2, Proctor 61, and Jordan Clark has picked up 3 for 46 from 16 overs as another very large jet passes overhead on the flight path into Heathrow.
Indeed it does. Yes, and that'll make a bit of a racket, I'm afraid, everybody, because everything's echoey this morning in the fact that there's not as many in as usual. Because of the strong breeze as well, the sound tends to travel a bit more. So we've certainly heard the sound of the ball hitting bat this morning, just sort of echoing around the ground. It'll be Dan Worrell continuing from the Vauxhall end. Kerrigan 2 not out as Dan Worrell is over the wicket to Kerrigan, and that has gone outside his off stump and beats the edge and then keeps swinging as it's taken by Ben Folkes.
It's gone like a fast leg break.
It has, absolutely, and it's a good take from Ben Folkes as well, because it's gone late, and as Andrew Rad so rightly says, it goes like a quick leg break and then keeps swinging as it's gone past the edge. It's a lovely bit of bowling again from Dan Worrell. Almost too good as Worrell is over the wicket to Kerrigan. There's the one that swings back. Lovely bit of bowling. Kerrigan gets a bat on it, rolls out there towards extra cover, and there is no run as Ryan Patel does the fielding.
Well, we did say yesterday there were a couple of balls that Dan Worrell bowled in that opening spell. I just don't know how you play those, to be honest. He was absolutely magnificent. Him and Jordan Clark were both very, very good, and it was Clark that picked up the 2 wickets to Worrell's 1, but Worrell did get the important wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos, batting at 3 because he'd been off the field for so long on the first day through illness.
Worrell runs away from us, comes into Kerrigan. He's on his toes. Kerrigan turns this one into the leg side. Sam Curran has a throw to the bowler's end. Backing up is done by Rory Burns, and Kerrigan will pick up a single. He moves on to 3, 157 for 8 then Northamptonshire.
I did enjoy the comment about proctorised. I'm not quite sure how you would set about that. Is it like sort of homogenised with milk or pasteurised or something?
Yes. Well, I think the great thing about Luke Proctor is what's between his ears.
Yeah.
As much as anything, is he's got his own way of doing things, but he seems to be one of those that can just switch on and switch off. As Worrell comes round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. Few people dotted around in the pavilion, and then a lot of people sort of spread around the ground this morning. Saturday, of course, so quite a few in, and thankfully for them as well, the weather's okay at the moment.
Imagine, of course, if it's anything like it back at Northampton, there'll be an awful lot of people obviously involved with their own clubs today.
Size. Well, yes, absolutely. Good luck to everybody who's getting their club stuff started today.
Yes, I should be keeping half an eye, of course.
Of course you will. As in around the wicket goes Dan Worrell to Proctor, who's driving. That beats the edge of the bat. So Worrell there just getting Proctor driving outside his off stump.
For some unknown reason, when I read that message about having the batsman proctorised, it put me in mind of one of those old sort of science fiction B movies where you have somebody with what looks like an upturned metal colander on the head with wires coming out of it.
I immediately thought of a blender for some reason. I don't know why. 157 for 8 as in round the wicket goes Worrell. Short ball and pulling is Proctor. Only saw a couple of those yesterday from him. He tended yesterday just to get inside it and either let it go or just drop it down into the leg side, but played the pull shot very nicely there, picks up a single, keeps the strike, and Northamptonshire 158 for 8, so 4 added this morning. Kerrigan has 3 and Proctor's on 62. But yes, as immediately you said that, I sort of had visions of his gloves being put in a blender and then players being forced to drink,
yes,
and then being proctorised.
Well, as I say, they could do a lot worse at the moment in terms of powers of concentration and application and just cricketing bloody mindedness, really, and refusing to to bow to what some would regard as being the inevitable. It's an admirable trait in many respects. Is Jordan Clark in again, bowling to Proctor, the start of a fresh over, and Proctor playing that back down the pitch, rolls up to mid-off, and there's no run. Still the 3 slips in place. We've got sunshine at the moment, which is good to see. So there's the possibility of maybe a shower or two around later. But we have been very, very lucky at the start of this county championship season. Very few interruptions for rain. Here's Clark in again outside the off stump. Proctor leaves well alone, goes through into the gloves of Ben Folkes, but still good carry from Jordan Clark as the plane goes directly overhead. Most of them seem to go almost like skirt round the ground, but that one came straight over the top of us.
Yeah, that was very noisy. I've actually just adjusted the effects mic there.
Well, I'm sure there'll be somebody that will be able to tell us what type of plane it is just by the sound of the engines. Here's Clark in again, wide outside the off stump. But again, Proctor doesn't need to play it. Yeah, the way Proctor plays the short ball, you mentioned this in the previous over, Mark, which is interesting because he doesn't, we were saying yesterday, he doesn't tend to take on the really short ball, the hook, but the one that's just short of a length. He's got this sort of pull stroke paddle, if you like, a sort of paddle around the corner that he plays very effectively. And it's one if it's a little release shot if there's a man down there. If there isn't, of course, then it's 4. Here's Clark in again, bowls, and that's whipped away just behind square on the onside. There's a fielder out there, and that's a really good bit of double act fielding there, with the ball knocked up by Sam Curran, knocked back for Ryan Patel to complete the fielding. There's a deep backward square and there's a long leg, and Curran flicked the ball back in. Patel completed the fielding, and the result is a run, 159 for 8. And Proctor up to 63.
And we sort of talked about it yesterday. If he's going on the hook or the pull, pull's okay, but hook, Proctor, yeah, he's bent down anyway in his stance, so he's going to be coming up to the ball. And how much control he'd have of that, I don't know. But he sort of put it to bed yesterday, didn't he? He either ducked or just got inside it and helped the short ball round the corner.
I think that's right, and I think that again feeds into this whole business of him having worked out his own game. Here's Clark in again, bowls and run down towards third man by Simon Kerrigan. There isn't a third man, there's a deep backward point, Ryan Patel, but no chance of him catching that, and it runs away for 4. So Kerrigan goes up to 7, and Northamptonshire to 163 for 8. The deficit is 238. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country and the various other county championship matches on at the moment. Yesterday's headlines, of course, very much dominated by the New England Test captain Ben Stokes, with that extraordinary innings for Durham against Worcestershire. 3 slips in place as Clark comes in, bowls to Kerrigan. He's going to get more onto the total. Did he get any bat on that? Yes, he did. It was straying down leg stump, and Kerrigan just getting enough bat on it for it to run down very fine in front of us for 4 more runs. So back-to-back boundaries for Simon Kerrigan, who goes into double figures, and Northamptonshire up to 167 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and I think you heard the shout of frustration there from Jordan Clark, just drifting onto the hip of Kerrigan, who's shaped up very nicely this morning. He's on to 11, 167 for 8. So quiet start for Northamptonshire, although Morrell has looked particularly dangerous again from this Vauxhall end of the ground. A few people getting into their seats down there in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. 3 slips in there. Overton at first, de Grandhomme at second, and then Will Jacks at a 4th slip, really. There's a gap between de Grandhomme and Jacks as in round the wicket goes Worrell to Proctor. Runs here for Proctor, just works this one out through mid-wicket. There is Ryan Patel to do the fielding as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps.
It's already starting in a rare attack of optimism to look at the Northamptonshire 9th wicket record against Surrey, with these wonderful stats very kindly provided by Brian Cowley and the Surrey Stats Group, and 111 for the 9th wicket between Bill Barron and Ken Fidling at the Oval in 1947. And of course Ken Fidling was the wicket-keeper, hence many batsmen were caught fiddling.
Absolutely, as in over the wicket once again comes Sorry, Worrell. I lost my train of thought there, and left alone by Kerrigan. Outside is off stump. Well, they've got a bit of a way to go, but it'd be handy that, because at the moment it's 14, the partnership. So if they manage it, they'd be past the follow-on.
Well, I believe in looking ahead and
yes,
get all the ducks in a row,
absolutely,
get all the stats in place.
Absolutely,
which we did yesterday, of course, with Sam Curran, and sadly,
yes.
much good did it do him. But
well, yeah,
his time will come.
No, absolutely. 73 he made yesterday, as Worrell is into Kerrigan, and Kerrigan's turning this one into the leg side. Round comes Hashi Mamla to do the fielding, but Kerrigan picks up another single. He moves on to 12. As I say, Simon Kerrigan has shaped up very nicely so far this one. He has a highest first class score of 62. He averages 13 in first class cricket. 119th game for him. Of course, there was that great stat that came in yesterday about every member of this Surrey 11 now has a first class 50.
Yes.
It's a great stat, that is. Down Worrell, round the wicket he comes to Proctor. Proctor's letting it go. Outside is off stump. Just shoulders, arms, and taken again by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side.
I think it might be just Ben Sanderson that stops Northamptonshire being able to match that. His highest career score is 42, so I think he's the only one in the Northamptonshire side that doesn't have a first class 50.
As always today.
Well, yes,
always today.
Very good time.
As Worrell, round the wicket he comes to Proctor, and Proctor's letting this one go again. Outside is off stump. Probing away is Dan Worrell. Yes, so we've been lucky with the weather the first couple of days, and the fact it's been warm and sunny and blue skies. Today it's warm, but a bit more cloud cover. There was definitely rain last night. When I got here this morning, the ground staff already in working hard were taking the sheets off, and they were sort of reflecting a bit because there was quite a bit of rainwater on them. As Worrell past umpire Cook into Proctor. Proctor lets a short wide one go. Outside is off stump. End of the over as the sun comes out. And Northamptonshire, quiet start, which is what they would have looked for. 20 minutes gone, and they're 169 for 8, having added 15.
Yes, Proctor born in Oldham, Kerrigan born in Preston, so the Lancashire duo doing their stuff for Northamptonshire. You mentioned Bill Barron there as one of the partners in that long partnership here back in 1947. A super footballer, played for Northampton Town and Kettering Town, both of whom, by an amazing coincidence, have very important matches today. To Northampton Town, if they beat Barrow, almost certainly, barring some rather freak results elsewhere, will be automatically promoted from League Two, and Kettering Town looking to get through into the playoffs in National League North. So good luck to the Cobblers, good luck to the Poppies. Both former clubs of Bill Barron. I think it's an omen, you see. I think this is an omen.
A good omen.
Well, or a straw to clutch at. Here's Clark in again, bowls to Kerrigan, who covers up, pushes it out into the offside for Sam Curran to field, and there's no run.
Yes, I was saying to you yesterday, is this football season ever going to end?
Yes, it's interesting. We were obviously having discussions about when the cricket show will start on BBC Radio Northampton, when we start sort of looking at other parts of scheduling, and well, yeah, when the football finishes, but it's a bit hard to know, as you say, when that will actually be. I suppose if Cobblers get automatic promotion, of course, it means at least they don't have to go through the playoffs. Here's Clark in again, driven nicely, a little bit firm-footed by Kerrigan, but safely enough, all along the carpet. Again out to extra cover, where it's fielded by Sam Curran, and there's no run. I did love the story of Bill Barron when he left the playing staff at Northamptonshire in the early 50s. They didn't give him a benefit, but they said he could raffle a couple of bats during the Yorkshire match as a parting gesture.
Oh, that's very kind of him, isn't it?
Extremely generous.
Yes.
But his agent would have something to say about that now. He's Clark in again. Bowls to Kerrigan, drops it down on the onside. They think about a single, but there isn't one there. There's only really one fielder. That's Gus Atkinson in front of square on the leg side. Apart from mid-on, there's a huge gap. And if they'd played it just either side of him, there probably would have been a single. They're now having a little chat in the middle of the pitch, and Proctor saying maybe just calm down a bit, but
rather like that, a parting gesture.
That was what it was described as.
Thank you for your 30 years of playing and scoring lots of runs and taking lots of wickets for us. As a parting gesture, you can auction your boots.
It's Clark in again, bowls to Kerrigan, covers up. plays it defensively back down the pitch past Jordan Clark, runs up towards mid-off, but in fact Hashim Amla comes across from mid-on to field. Yeah, Bill Barron, one of those many Northamptonshire players who went and worked at British Timken, roller bearings firm, which we were talking about to Harry Kelleher yesterday, former Surrey player, former Northamptonshire player, now certainly Northamptonshire's oldest first-class player. I think he might also be Surrey's. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Is Clark in again. Ball short to Kerrigan, who thought about the sort of uppercut. There isn't a third man. There's a deep backward point. I would have thought that was a high tariff, high risk stroke to play, especially in the circumstances. And he didn't make contact, which was probably just as well.
I suppose what he's thinking is that third man boundary is so short that if I get anything on that, there's a chance it could fly for 6.
The problem was, I think it also just shaped back into him a little bit, and he finished up ball going more or less over the top of middle stump. If it had been wide outside the off stump, slightly different. Here's Clarkin again, bowls to Kerrigan, who pushes it up towards Amla at mid-on. Briefly thought about a single, not there. End of the over, 169 for 8, with Kerrigan on 12, Proctor on 64. Very overcast now. The sky's quite dark, but you can see sunshine over to our right. Some of the blocks of flats over there in sunshine, so it is just one of those showery days, but hopefully the rain will stay away from the oval.
Well, Colin de Grandhomme is coming into the attack down below us. Got the wicket of Rob Keogh yesterday, caught behind de Grandhomme. I love stories like that. My granddad was a very good footballer, really good footballer, and came back from the war, Second World War, and he had offers, I think, from West Ham and quite a few, and went and read the water meters because he could earn more money doing that, and then played semi-pro. But I just love it. I remember sitting with him going, and you sort of think of it now, Grandad, seriously, because I've seen his letters, his offers of, no, I could earn more money doing that, and then I'd played semi-pro at the weekend. As in round the wicket comes Colin de Grandhomme, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Proctor.
It's absolutely true, Mark. There was a chap called Rowley White who played club cricket in Northamptonshire for many years for Earthlingborough Town and took hundreds and hundreds of wickets. The story he was telling was that he was offered terms by Northamptonshire back in the 1920s, and he said, I couldn't afford to take it up.
It's amazing, isn't it? De Grandhomme, round the wicket he comes, and that's left alone again by Proctor. Well, very nicely yesterday, Colin de Grandhomme. He just hits a line and hits a length and does a bit with it. And very nice spell of bowling from him yesterday.
Yeah, removed Rob Keogh, one of Northamptonshires men in form, and then later came back and nipped out Tom Taylor. Good low catch at second slip, wasn't it, Will Jacks?
Yeah, very good catch late on in the day. As he's in again here, de Grandhomme, and that's let go once more. Outside his off stump by Proctor. The ground staff are just sort of making their way towards the sheets, because it has got a bit gloomy here, and I think the old floodlights might have to think about it in a minute.
Yeah, I would imagine they will probably have the weather radar on, as have we. There's just a few showers around. Might be lucky, might be unlucky.
De Grandhomme in once more. Proctor once again just lets him go. He's just trying to get that to curve back a touch more. Is Colin de Grandhomme. Of course, I'm a big fan of Simon Kerrigan's batting in the fact that he uses one of my favourite bat manufacturers, and it's the retro bat manufacturer that Mike Gatting used to use in the 80s, the old Newberries, and with the sort of very fluorescent stickers on as well, which in this light,
and orange, isn't it?
Yeah, as round the wicket once again comes to Grandhomme, and Proctor will turn this one down into the leg side, picks up another single, one more to Proctor. He moves on to 65 and 172 for 8.
Just the covering here, I think it's just sheeting, isn't it?
It's
they had pretty much the whole of the central part of the ground covered this morning when we got into the ground just after 8 o'clock. Again, and shout out to the ground staff, because they work so incredibly hard all over the venues all over the country, and they were getting covers off.
De Grandhomme's in. And Kerrigan plays this one from the crease as if it kept a little bit low on him, but he didn't really go anywhere. Just dropped the bat on that. De Grandhomme's come round to do the fielding off his own bowling. They have got the big covers down there below us, but haven't seen them used for a while, to be honest with you. I think it is the sheets go right across the square, so they just cover the pitch with a I don't know what the actual technical term is, but it's a bit of matting, and then the sheets go right across the square. As in over the wicket comes to Gronholm, and that one's just going away from Kerrigan. Outside is off stump. Here come the floodlights. So the floodlights are coming on, and Northamptonshire are 172 for 8. The partnership's worth 18. Kerrigan has 12, and Proctor's on 65.
Yep, the lights, as you say, are now coming on. We saw them. I think it was the match against Gloucestershire at Northampton. It was one of those wonderful ones where they put the lights on and at Wantage Road, and of course as soon as they got the lights on, then of course the sun came out.
Yes, well that's always the way.
It is always the way, as you say. And it is going to be Jamie Overton coming back into the attack. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28 in the innings so far. Removed Saif Zaib yesterday, caught behind by Ben Folkes. Saif Zaib's having just a bit of a nightmare run at the moment, really. Here's Overton in again, bowls very full. His first ball to Proctor, who plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. You'll feel for a young player who's just in one of those trots, and every cricketer of any age and any era knows what it's like when you just can't quite get going. And I know there'll be the batsmen, of course, who've been making runs in the second, so Northamptonshire do have options, but I know they want to back Saif Zaib as far as possible. He's a very talented young cricketer, just short of runs at the moment. Here's Overton, and again bowls to Proctor, who tries to steer that away down, and does perfectly safely, but if he had actually got the old protractor out and tried to bisect second slip and gully straight between the two of them, he couldn't have done it more accurately than he did there. There is a third man though, Dan Worrell, so they only get a single, but that was a lovely shot.
What was that called when you used to have your compass and you'd make the line go absolutely equidistant through the middle of another line, and you'd use your compass and go one little cross at the top, one little cross at the top, and then you draw your line straight through the middle.
No, I'm not the person.
I can't remember what that was called.
My wife teaches maths, but I'm not the person to ask about that.
I was dreadful at maths, well, absolutely dreadful.
Me passing O-level maths was one of the great freaks of the education system. I think it was only because I was reasonably good at mental arithmetic and working out how many runs behind we were. Yes, anyway, 66 to Proctor, 173 for 8. It is a bit murky now, isn't it? Here at the Oval, a little bit Noah's Ark.
9th attempt for me it was.
Really?
Yeah. Probably my greatest achievement ever was getting through maths GCSE.
Well, I always thought my best achievement was getting my geography O-level when I went into it with England 8 for 2 in the Lord's Test against Pakistan in 1978.
Well done, Radders.
And I think one of my heroes, J.M. Brearley, was out. Here's Overton in again. That's wonderful. It's a very full length ball, almost a Yorker length ball, and Simon Kerrigan blocks it and then goes down on one knee as though to smother it. There was just a hint of a sort of a right-handed Jack Russell about that.
Well, he held the pose as well,
He
so
did.
If anyone's got a photo of that, it'll look magnificent, because he's down on one knee playing a forward defensive shot, and then he's just stayed there.
I have to say, it's about as inelegant a piece of batting as you can imagine, but nevertheless, it's effective. 173 for 8. Here's Overton in again. Bowls short, and Kerrigan sways out of the way. Goes through into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Yes, I think of just a touch of Jack Russell, also the late great Bob Willis with his curtain rail.
Oh yes, of course, Bob's curtain rail, and of course Courtney.
Yes,
one of the great levers of a cricket ball.
Well, as I say, I'm sure Simon Kerrigan will be not remotely concerned what it looks like, as long as he's able to keep Proctor company and keep Northamptonshire batting and keep Surrey in the field for a little bit longer. Now 2 slips and a leg slip and a forward short leg. Will Jacks has gone into leg slip as Overton comes in, bowls good length ball, covered up by Kerrigan, plays it out into the covers, fielded by Hashim Amla coming in from mid-off, and there's no run. 173 for 8 it stays. Northamptonshire resuming this morning on 154 for 8, so we've been going for half an hour. 19 runs scored. More importantly, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, no more wickets have gone down, just Ben Sanderson to come. I say just Ben Sanderson to come, that sounds a bit slighting. Here's that's a full length ball from Overton. It's turned straight at Patel at forward short leg. I don't think it was in the air. It was a good stop anyway. If it was just one of those reflex ones. It's a bit hard to tell from where we are, just a little bit high up, whether that went straight into his hands or not. At any rate, it was a good stop because it saved at least a couple of runs. 173 for 8 at the end of the over. Kerrigan 12, Proctor is 66.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how much Patel actually knew about that.
Yeah, I
think it just hit him.
It was fairly sort of involuntary business. I'm not quite sure if it was in the air or not, but it was a good stop.
It was indeed.
Albeit involuntary.
Yes, exactly. I think he was travelling that. It came straight out the middle of Kerrigan's bat, I think. His marvellous retro bat. As in round the wicket then comes to Grandhomme and driving his Proctor out towards the cover boundary rope, and that's away for 4. Nicely played by Luke Proctor. Just slightly over pitched by de Grandhomme, looking for it to swing, and Proctor, there's one of his shots. Just driving. He doesn't put it out too often, but when he does, he makes sure his foot's fully extended to the ball and the hands go through it. And it's a very effectively played shot from Proctor. He's on to 70 now. As in round the wicket comes to Grandhomme once again. Short ball, and inside it goes. Proctor turns it into the leg sides, thinking about 2, but there isn't 2 there. Gus Atkinson comes up to do the filling. I suppose the other thing that I've failed to mention this morning, of course, is bonus points. So Northamptonshire at the moment 22 runs away from a batting point.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and there's still plenty of overs to go. The other thing I've completely forgotten about is the new ball as well, which will be available in 7 overs time for Surrey. So that could come into play as in over the wicket comes to Grandhomme. And this one's left alone outside the off stump, although it's a miracle I've remembered it's Saturday. So the fact I forgot those 2 things.
Well, you didn't. You missed out on the fried bread at breakfast.
Yes, a very good breakfast this morning at the
very good
at the odd oval caff.
Well, I have to say there's not enough fried bread in the world, in my opinion. It was
very good. It was a good looking breakfast that you had this morning, Radders.
Every now and again, not to excess,
absolutely.
Of course.
Yes. In over the wicket once again comes to Grandhomme. And this one's left alone outside his off stump. I'm feeling dreadful now. You know his birthday it was yesterday.
No, go on.
Kevin Howells.
Was it really?
Yes. I feel awful now.
Would have given him the bumps.
Yes, a way to love that, wouldn't he? It should be full of beans about that. So a belated happy birthday to Mr. Kevin Howells, who's at Chelmsford, I think, today.
Many happy returns, boss.
Yes. Absolutely. We didn't get the boss anything for his birthday. As in over the wicket comes to Grandhomme, and this one's turned. Leg side by Kerrigan. Up there towards mid-on, and there's no run. That's us done, Radders.
I was going to say, if we don't appear for the next round of matches, then you'll know why. There's an element of Groundhog Day about this innings from Luke Proctor, because I was just looking at his just the comparisons from that 100 he made last time out at Chelmsford. It was 50 off 134 balls. It was 50 off 120. He got his 100 off 256 balls, and he's faced 190 from 71. Good. So it's a very, very similar effort in many respects.
Over the wicket comes to Grandhomme once again. Oh, shout for LBW. Must be tie out. Yeah. Kerrigan was looking to work across that front pad, and it just looked adjacent. And up went the finger from Nick Cook. It's a nice bit of bowling that from Colin de Grandhomme. And Northamptonshire lose their first today, and it's Kerrigan gone LBW to Grandhomme for 12.
That is a beauty. It was well pitched up. It just swung away a little bit. It probably pitched around middle, hit him middle and off, and was probably hitting, I don't know, off stump. But it looked absolutely plumb. Just watching it on the replay, and yeah, Nick Cook with one of his minimalist signals to give it out. But I don't think there was a huge amount of doubt about that. And yeah, just the breakthrough that Surrey were hoping for. And well, it might save Surrey County Cricket Club a few bob for another new ball, because they might just not have to take another one until the start of the second innings. But yeah, that was it's doughty little innings by Simon Kerrigan. But the great thing, and this is again the advantage of having these 5 seamers, is that you can just keep rotating, and even with a new ball looming large on the horizon, Surrey are not in the position of having to find somebody to fill in for a few overs.
I've seen all of them take the new ball.
Yeah.
So I've seen Atkinson take the new ball. I've seen Overton take the new ball. I've seen Clark take the new ball. I've seen Worrell take the new ball. And de Grandhomme could take the new ball. But that was a nice bit of ball. That's the wonderful thing as well about Nick Cook, isn't it? he's so demonstrative and chatting away to everybody and everything, but when he gives it out, there's no great flourish to it at all.
No, it's not the old
slow finger.
Rudy Kurtzen slow finger of death. Well, now, I'm sure Luke Proctor having a certain amount of confidence in Ben Sanderson, but it must be said, if he's going to try and get close to 100, he may need to try and farm the bowling as much as possible. He's on 71, Northamptonshire 178 for 9, so still 223 runs behind. They need another, 74 to avoid the follow-on with the last pair in. And here is Jamie Overton in again. Well, that I think tells you all you need to know. And Proctor has slapped that away over mid-wicket for 6. It was up there in the slot, but it wasn't necessarily. You talk about a stroke that contradicts the flow of the game. My goodness, he absolutely leathered that. It's gone a long way. In fact,
it's out the ground.
You can see people just looking over. It's gone, I think, into the Harleyford Road,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's absolutely nailed that.
It's probably rattled the front door of Archbishop Tennyson's school over to our right. It's like the Chads at the moment. You've got loads of people gazing over the fence just down by the main scoreboard, and that was as hard as I think, and as far as I think I've ever seen Luke Proctor hit a ball. It was almost like a pent-up anger and aggression into that one, and it went a very long way.
It was right then, wasn't it, from Luke Proctor there. Nothing wrong with the ball from Jamie Overton. He's just absolutely nailed that.
184 for 9, Proctor to 77.
Rory Burns has just jogged up to have a word with Jamie Overton, but that's gone into the Harleyford Road.
Yes,
he's picked the right boundary, and he's obviously premeditated. He's decided, my half, I'm after it. It'll be interesting to see what Overton comes back with now.
Absolutely, won't it just? I wonder if this will be in Luke Proctor's half of the pitch. Let's see. 2 slips in place, a backward point. Here's Overton, and it is very full, and Proctor looking to drive it outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact, and it goes through to Ben Folkes. So Jamie Overton not about to be retreating into the obvious option of dropping one short.
What will be fascinating here as well is, with the short ball, will he go after it or not? Because he hasn't. Yeah. But it's the short leg side boundary, or is he sort of saying, anything in my half I'm coming after now?
Here's Overton running in again from the pavilion end. Proctor comes down the pitch and was trying to smear that away through extra cover, and it was just a little bit too wide for him. He gave himself room, and in the end gave himself a bit too much room, and it sailed past wide of the off stump, wide of his bat, and it was taken by Ben Folkes. So it's a bit like the last over of a T20 at the moment.
All I am wondering is what Mr. B. Sanderson's thinking at the other end, because it's not saying much about his batting, the way Proctor's gone about this since he's walked out there.
And he's not the worst. I mean,
he hasn't faced a ball yet.
He can hang around. 184 for 9. Overton in again. Bowls to Proctor, and Proctor guides that to backward point. Will Jacksfields. And there's no run.
Can I just say, that Proctor shot, and I mentioned it only yesterday, was a little like the shot the gentleman played off me, who was the lead in Shrek the Musical, and it sort of ended up in much the same place in the Harleyford Road.
But you're not bitter?
Not at all.
No.
Not at all. I just, hoping his voice would go for that evening.
Now the field, inevitably, with 2 balls to go in the over, is coming in. So Hashim Amla comes into the ring, Ryan Patel comes into the ring, but still the 2 slips in place as Overton comes in. Bowls short to Proctor, who's pulled that away wide of Amla. He's chasing it back towards the scoreboard. Now they've come through for 2, which again seems slightly interesting piece of cricket. You'd have thought if they were looking to at least give Sanderson 1 ball to face, it wouldn't be expecting too much of him, but they've come through for 2. Obviously thinking they're going to take anything that's on offer. 79 to Proctor, 186 for 9. Northamptonshire, the deficit 215, and the last ball of the over from Jamie Overton coming down to Proctor, who drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. Well, there's nobody back sweeping. There's 3 in a ring, saving 1 on the offside, and Proctor has got hold of that, and it picked the gap to perfection, and it races away for 4. So Ben Sanderson's batting prowess is indeed going to be tested. Nevertheless, a productive over for Northamptonshire and for Luke Proctor, who is 83, And Northamptonshire 190 for 9, still trailing by 211, having lost this morning. Simon Kerrigan, LBW to Colin de Grandhomme for 12.
Yeah, looking for the Yorker and came out as a full toss and put away by Proctor. And you probably heard the roar from Jamie Overton there, looking for the Yorker. It was. You can see what he was thinking, Jamie Overton. Proctor would have been expecting the short ball, and he's gone with the full length one. Here's de Grandhomme, first ball for Sanderson then, and the right-handed Sanderson is in behind this, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. So 10 runs away from a batting point. Surrey have picked up their 3 bowling points now. That follow-on, and with my maths, it's always a bit of a palaver. This is Radders, help me out. What's the follow-on? The follow-on. Over the wicket comes de Grandhomme, and forward goes Sanderson. These are runs.
252.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. As they'll pick up a couple here. 2 more to the total. 2 more towards that 200 and that 252. Isn't that awful? I have got 252 written down here with follow-on next to it, but I've also this morning redone it with my maths and come up with 236. So that's
okay.
Well, that's why maths GCSE took a while. As in over the wicket comes de Grandhomme to Sanderson. He's had a nibble at this one, goes past his outside edge, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. The frightening thing is, I ended up teaching a little bit of maths in my year off, but we did it through the medium of darts. You see, because it was all sort of adding up and taking away quickly. As in over the wicket once more comes Colin de Grandhomme, and this is punched off the back foot by Sanderson, and they'll pick up 1 and they'll pick up 2 as 2 more to Sanderson. He moves on to 4. 194 for 9 now, Northamptonshire, and we used to play darts and have to add up and take away, and they all did pretty well. I think their parents were slightly concerned with the fact that at 12 they were all wanting to go down to the pub and play a leg of 501. But in over the wicket once again goes de Grandhomme, and Sanderson leading edge, looking to flick it to the leg side, and he'll be caught by Hashim Amla, and that means Colin de Grandhomme has the 2 wickets to fall this morning. Luke Proctor, well batted, finishes 83 not out, and Northamptonshire are all out for 194, and you would fully expect Surrey to ask Northamptonshire to go again, Ranners.
Yeah, be amazed if they don't. Yeah, it was just when I thought that Ben Sanderson might be imbued with the spirit of Ken Fidling and his fellow Yorkshireman, batting at number 11 and scoring a lot of runs for Northamptonshire here at the Oval. Not to be. He goes for 4. Again, it was a stroke not lacking ambition, I think it's probably fair to say. But well bowled Surrey, well batted Luke Proctor, who again, well, you would think now that number 3 position is got to be his now for the rest of the season. It's inconceivable that he wouldn't be. The figures of Proctor's innings: he faced 196 balls for his 83 runs. He hit a 6, that big 6 that went out of the ground earlier on, and 9 fours, and he batted for 260 minutes. So just over 4¼ hours, and well, yeah, terrific effort from him. But as far as Surrey are concerned, it's just a job well done, and they were looking to try and obviously polish off the innings as quickly as possible this morning, which they have done. I'll give you the bowling figures, the full bowling figures, in just a second. But Northamptonshire then trailing by 207 on first innings. So yeah, I would be astonished if Surrey don't enforce. And now it's going to be, as we did sort of flag up right at the start of the day, it's going to be a question of whether Northamptonshire can bat the thick end of 90 overs today to at least knock off the arrears, go into tomorrow, and maybe, who knows, sets Surrey something in the 4th innings. But in order to do that, somebody is going to have to play an innings of real sort of stature, and so far, certainly the evidence of the first innings, with the exception of Luke Proctor and how well he's played, well, yesterday's effort probably didn't give us a huge amount of cause for optimism in that respect. Anyway, Northamptonshire 194 all out, 74 overs and 5 balls. The bowling figures: Dan Worrell 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 32. Jordan Clark 18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 55. Colin de Grandhomme, 14 overs and 5 balls, 2 maidens, 4 for 39. Jamie Overton, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. Gus Atkinson, 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 24. Will Jacks bowled 3 overs last night, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. There were 7 extras, comprising 6 no balls and 1 leg bye, and Northamptonshire all out for 194 as the covers come on.
Yeah, there's a bit of rain about now, so that was good timing from a Surrey point of view. And Northamptonshire will be back in the dressing room now and will look out and think, oh no, ball before and now the rain's coming down.
I've got the radar up. They're just a few light showers around. I don't think it's going to be very much or for very long, but the timing could be better as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, because they're just going to have a little bit longer to think about this fairly Herculean task ahead of them.
And those bowling figures are fascinating, aren't they, for Surrey? Just shared around, and de Grandhomme finishes with 4 for 39, but that's the other thing, and it's such an obvious thing to say, but 18 overs for Worrell, but obviously had a break last night. 14.5 overs for de Grandhomme, had a break last night, and you know, he's not charging in de Grandhomme. Jordan Clark, 18 overs, rest last night. Overton, 13 overs, rest last night. We didn't see Gus Atkinson at all today, obviously, and Will Jacks with his off-spin. So it's overs. Yeah, so follow-on enforced. There we go. That's the news. The follow-on has been enforced. And that's the thing there. I think that's what's so lovely about having a 5-man attack, is that you can rotate and you can go with short bursts. Now, obviously, if someone gets into the most lovely rhythm, you keep them going, but you can just keep turning them around. And that really comes into play. And obviously, it's an obvious thing to say, because if you have a good 5-man attack, you're more often than not going to get the opportunity to have a go at sticking the opposition in again. But you can share the workload as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, this was why Northamptonshire went in with the 5 seamers at Chelmsford, and why I think that the feeling was that they certainly needed to enforce the follow-on. Now, I mean, it's being discussed, obviously, still being discussed by, I know, some Northamptonshire supporters, whether enforcing was the right thing to do. I thought it was at the time, more or less for the reasons you just outlined, to be honest, Mark, that they had 5 seamers. The difference, I suppose, which might possibly have made them think again, was the fact that instead of polishing off the last couple of wickets, because Essex were 8 down going into the 3rd day, so it was not a totally dissimilar situation. But whereas Surrey picked up the last 2 wickets fairly quickly in what, 40 minutes or whatever, Northamptonshire, it took them a full session to take the last 2 wickets. So they were enforcing, with the bowlers having obviously had to get a few more overs in their legs in that pre-lunch session, and in the end, pitch was just flat. They thought it would do a little bit. They thought it would actually keep low. It didn't particularly. The odd one just scuttled a little bit, but nothing too dreadful. And in the end, they couldn't quite fiddle it out, and that was with using 33 overs of Rob Keogh's off spin. So different set of circumstances, but I think it had to be the right decision. So Surrey bowlers are going to be absolutely on a high, and as you say, none of them have had a particularly huge workload, and I'm sure Rory Burns is going to be able to just manipulate them around, and if they pick up a couple of early wickets, then, well, those with tickets for tomorrow, as they say. They sell tickets for the last day of these games, but if anyone was planning to come tomorrow, they may not have a lot to watch. Yeah,
well, Nick Cook's just been down to the groundsman's workshop. The ground staff have stood out there as if they're on military parade at the moment, with Lee Fortis, with the one big cover over the square and the pitch at the moment. Not the whole square, of course, it goes on for miles here. But they're stood in army type formation there. It's a bit like a guard of honour for that sheet. Sort of expecting the Queen to go out there and shake them by the hand in a minute. But it's obviously light drizzle, or this could be in between the innings as well, just as a precaution. But I think there is a little bit of light drizzle coming down. What we'll do, Radders, is we'll leave everybody for the time being, rather than rambling on through some drizzle. But as soon as the players get back out there, and on the Surrey live stream, of course, we'll be back with you with the follow-on having been enforced, and Northamptonshire all out for 194. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton and on the Surrey live stream. The rain has stopped, which is good news, and Northamptonshire following on. So Surrey have enforced the follow-on, no great surprise there. Northamptonshire starting this morning 154 for 8, all out for 194. Simon Kerrigan, LBW to Colin de Grandhomme for 12, and then Ben Sanderson caught by Amler off de Grandhomme for 4. Luke Proctor, great innings, finishes 84 not out, but they're going to have to do this again now on Northamptonshire. It's not going to be straightforward for them by any stretch of the imagination, and the captain is out there to open up in this second innings, Ricardo Vasconcelos with Will Young, and it'll be Dan Worrell to get us started from the Vauxhall end. Reece Topley is out there, no sign of Hashim Amla, so Mr. Topley is out there doing some 12th man duties. Andrew Rad is alongside, so this could be a tricky 40 minutes before lunch. Radder's lights on and a bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say too much because he was look as though he's trying to make excuses, but in terms of conditions, Northamptonshire haven't quite had the rub of the green on this one, in that obviously it was a gorgeous day yesterday, which admittedly they didn't take advantage of when they were batting, but it just feels, as we were saying earlier, it feels like a bowling day today. A little bit of dampness in the air. And yeah, it's going to be a tough task for Northamptonshire to. Well, first task I suppose is to get through to lunch without too much damage, if any.
Dan Worrell then from the Vauxhall end. First ball of this Northamptonshire second innings to Vasconcelos, and it just hops a touch from Vasconcelos, and he's playing that one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Well done to the photographer, because as he came on to bowl there in the second innings, Dan Worrell, his new head and shoulders shot came up on the big screen. So as I said, when he came down this morning, he had to quickly sit down on a chair to get the photo taken, Mr. Worrell, and it's gone up on the big screen. So there we are.
Admirable efficiency.
Yeah, it's very good indeed. Nice photo as well. As round the wicket he comes to Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos down the leg side, and it's a great take from Ben Folkes, diving away to his right. He's immediately signalled back to the dressing room as Ben Folkes, I think he wants a change of glove or something here after that.
It was a terrific take. I just wonder if he might have, I don't know, just damaged the webbing or something. There's I was talking earlier on about the size of the crowd and the fact that obviously a Saturday there's a lot of people who are going to be involved with their own clubs, but whether they're just re-emerging after sheltering from what wasn't, to be honest, terribly heavy rain, but there's a few more drifting in, or drifting to seats anyway down as well, right?
Indeed. Plenty to look at during the rain break as Worrell comes around the wicket to Vasconcelos, and again it's down the leg side, and that'll bounce horribly in front of Ben Folkes and run off down towards fine leg, and there's a great effort from Gus Atkinson down there. He's destroyed the boundary rope, diving full length to keep the ball inside the rope, and after all of that it's 2 byes. So Northamptonshire are up and running in their second innings, trailing now by 205. So 205 runs away from making Surrey bat again.
I do feel from Northampton's point of view that Will Young is absolutely crucial to this if they're going to get anything out of the game.
Worrell is in again to Vasconcelos, and that's well played. Bounces on him, and he just rides the bounce, plays it down towards third man through backward point. Will take a single. First runs off the bat for Vasconcelos and Northamptonshire, and that brings Will Young on to strike. LBW to Jordan Clark yesterday.
Good ball, I think.
It was.
He was one of those, when we were talking earlier, and indeed yesterday, about the batsmen who were got out and those that contributed at least in part to their own demise. I think you have to say Will Young was one of those who was definitely got out. It was a super bit of bowling by Jordan Clark, one that just nipped back in at him.
It's a very neat and tidy looking player, Will Young. Settles himself over his bat, right-handed, 3 slips in there, and Dan Worrell coming on this arcing run over the wicket to Will Young, and Young forward he comes, thickish outside edge, rolls down towards Gus Atkinson at backward point, and Will Young comes down to do a touch of gardening. So yes, those Surrey bowlers sharing the wickets around. Colin de Grandhomme finishing with 4 for 39, 2 for 32 for Worrell, Jordan Clark 3 for 55, and Overton 1 for 41. And they'll be pretty fresh as well. That's the other thing here. They've had a rest overnight. They came and got it job done quite quickly this morning, plus got a little 20 minutes after that. As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Young, and Young's looking to work this one down the leg side and gets nothing on it. Great take again from Ben Folkes, flinging himself to his left. Here comes Mr. Hashim Amla. So that'll be Rhys Topley wandering off, will it? No, Gus Atkinson's off now. So Rhys Topley will stay on. Hashim Amla just wanders on, and 3 without loss, Northamptonshire.
And Gus Atkinson's off to be reprimanded for his damage to the boundary rope.
Or change his trousers, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe down at the far end. But yeah, Hashim Amla is indeed back on. So 3 off the first over, and it is going to be Jordan Clark who's going to start at the pavilion end. Still floodlights on. It's a little bit brighter than it was. There's still bit of dark cloud over to our left, which I think is, if I've worked out the direction, is where the weather has gone, I think. So hopefully that's gone and we'll be okay for the rest. Just looking at the weather radar, there's just a little bit of light rain about, but it's nothing too dreadful. And it is going to be Clark to bowl from the pavilion end to Ricardo Vasconcelos, Northampton's captain. Had to bat 3 in the first innings because he was off the field for most of the first day through illness. Clark bowls round the wicket to him, very wide outside the off stump, so wide that it is signalled as a wide by umpire Nick Cook, who looks as though he's auditioning for the chorus of a Busby Berkeley musical with holding out both arms there. But yeah, that was taken by Ben. Again, Ben Folkes has had to do a certain amount of diving around already in this innings, and on that occasion he had to fling himself in front of first slip. But 1 more onto the total, 4 for no wicket. Northamptonshire now 203 runs in arrears as Clark comes in round the wicket and left alone by Vasconcelos. Shoulders arms, goes through with good carry, as you would expect with the new ball, through to Ben Folkes. Yeah, I was talking about Will Young in the game against Yorkshire, batted just a minute over 6 hours for 96 when Northamptonshire batted pretty much 4 sessions to save the match. He was, though, must be said, dropped on 3. Difficult chance to Harry Duke behind the stumps off Harris Ralph. But he certainly made Yorkshire pay for that one. Here's Clark again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who's beaten outside the off stump. Played at that. He pulled the bat inside the line, but after, I think the ball had gone past. Vasconcelos, as we were saying yesterday, and one or two of the comments you made yesterday equally apply today, could do with the score. He's just made a few starts this season, but hasn't really gone on, hasn't found his best form. Obviously one of the key batsmen in the Northamptonshire side, now with the responsibility of the Red Bull captaincy as well. Clark comes in, bowls down the leg side, and another difficult one for Ben Folkes to take, and he made that look very easy down the leg side. And Nick Cook just, I think, gesturing to Russell Warren whether he might call that a wide as well. One day wide certainly, but not in this not in this game, as Brucey used to say. Yeah, Vasconcelos 4, 26, 15, 29, Norton 14 this year, so just hasn't really got going. Here's Clark running into bowl at him, and that's played away on the onside up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The other thing, I suppose, as well for him as skipper, it's always tricky when you are captaining, and it's early in your career as a captain, all that good stuff. But you want to make runs, don't you? You want to set the tone.
I think it was, I'm just trying to think whether it was John Sadler or Ben Smith. I think it was actually John Sadler, the head coach, who was saying to me that he thought that he needed an innings for his own captaincy, just to sort of settle himself in the role a little bit. Here's Clark, in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays that down to backward point, fielded there by Sam Curran, and there's no run. I mean, it's an interesting one, Mark, because when we heard just before the start of the season,
it all happened very quickly,
didn't it? Just that Ricardo Vasconcelos was going to take over as Red Bull captain this year. I look back at some of the stuff I'd written, including in this year's Wisden, obviously before that was announced, and talking about concern over his workload last year, when he had to captain in various formats on occasions when Adam Rossington and Josh Cobb weren't about for various reasons. Here's Clark in again, bowls to him, drives, and very nearly getting an edge, goes through to the keeper, committed to the stroke. And a good testing start by Jordan Clark. Northamptonshire 4 for no wicket. Vasconcelos has made 1. Young yet to get off the mark. And He was also had to keep wicket on occasions last year. He had to open the batting. He didn't miss a match in any competition. Played every single competitive match last year. And I think a few people were saying he's just 24. It's a big responsibility, and they need to be careful about his workload.
Is he just 24?
Yeah.
I didn't
well, he's
realise.
Northamptonshire's youngest appointed championship captain since before the First World War.
Wow.
Since Tubby Viles was appointed in 1911.
Right.
And he was
Great
also
name as well.
GAT, George Alfred Turner Viles.
In over the wicket that is down Worrell to Will Young. First runs for Will Young. Thick inside edge, pushing forward. Great stuff from Jordan Clark. Sprints round, slides, picks up, and gets the throw in over the top of the stumps.
But yeah, he's so he's still relatively young in terms of cricket experience, and he's so important to the side. His runs have been so important to the side over the last 2 or 3 years that you just want to give him every possible opportunity to go and score them, and it remains to be seen whether the captaincy is going to be a fillip to him or a bit of a dead weight.
Worrell is in and driving again is Vasconcelos outside his off stump. That goes past the outside edge, and that is I have to say, that is the shot of someone just searching for a bit of form.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a stroke that when he's playing well, his cover driving is absolutely gorgeous to watch, and one of those that will sharp intake of breath when one goes away through extra cover before. He's a lovely player to watch when he's playing well, but he needs a score.
Yeah. There's Worrell. Around the wicket he comes. Vasconcelos turns this one off his hip down towards Reece Topley, down there at long leg, on for Gus Atkinson at the moment. And Gus Atkinson diving full length, doing some fielding inside the boundary rope. I think he's okay. I think he's just gone up there either to change his trousers or put a plaster on his knee. 6 without loss. Northamptonshire. I think people realise that there's an awful lot to do on the field as captain, but there's all the stuff to do off it as well. As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Young. That's wide outside the off stump, and Young has nothing whatsoever to do with that. It's a full-time job.
Well, it isn't, and it goes. The discussion we were having yesterday with Eva Gray, who was in the box, and we were talking about the whole business of analysts, weren't we? And saying about is it taking away from the art of captaincy, and you can argue to an extent, but in fact, the buck stops out there, doesn't it? If you're out there and you've got to change the bowling and you've got to do this, the coach could be standing on the balcony waving his arms around, but it's down to you.
As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the offside. Really good point, because everyone always talks about stats and analysts with batting and bowling. I personally think where they really come into play is as a captain, because if someone can stick something in front of you and say, wait, by the way, this fella here, he likes to play that one in the first couple of overs, so it gives you that information that you might not have time to even think about, really, because you're doing a lot of other bits and pieces. As in over the wicket comes Worrell once again, and forward goes the right-handed Young, and plays this one out into the offside. Gus Atkinson's back and Reece Topley's off, and Northamptonshire following on are 6 without loss.
Yeah, Northamptonshire's white ball captain Josh Cobbin is a great one for the stats and the matchups and all this sort of stuff. He's certainly very keen on making sure he's got all the possible information he might need. But it's still and it can be a fairly lonely job. And especially maybe as a young captain with senior players around. I'm not suggesting for 1 second that they're anything other than the senior players are anything other than completely supportive and on board, but it's the dynamic is still quite difficult, and well, I think all Northamptonshire supporters obviously hope he makes a success of it and starts scoring a few runs. He's on strike now with 2 to his name as Jordan Clark comes in round the wicket from the pavilion end, and Vasconcelos in behind that ball, slightly short of a length, played his out towards Amla at mid-on, and there's no run.
The other thing that interests me with the old stats thing as well, and sort of this doesn't work, it works a bit for 2020 in getting over season and all that stuff, but in IPL and sort of your franchise cricket, a lot of these stats are basically used by people who are very clever to work out who you should be buying. And basically working out, who can go in on whack the last 5 balls out the park, well, we'll go and get them. As in round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Vasconcelos. And of course, sort of it was baseball. It was that Moneyball story, wasn't it, with the Oakland A's, wasn't it? And going out there and getting players that had been sort of rejected from everybody else and putting a squad together through numbers that then went on and
that was then, of course, applied to Northamptonshire when they won the T20
absolutely.
a couple of times under David Ripley
absolutely.
and Alex Wakely.
And then that's where as well this whole stats and analyst really does come into play, as in round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone by Vasconcelos, and that's what Northamptonshire did with that very successful T20 side. I'm sure they sat with a lot of stats and sort of went through those and went, right, who can we go and get? Who can we go and get that in this part of the game you might not really notice it, but they are really good at bowling me middle over, 2 middle overs when I need them, or as I say, coming in and smashing the last 5 balls out the park. As in round the wicket once again is Jordan Clark. That's a Yorker, and Vasconcelos plays that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, it's interesting talking to Phil Rowe, of course, our colleague, regular commentary colleague, and it was then Northamptonshire's assistant coach, and talking about that era and how they went about signing things. You have to say in that instance, the inspired overseas signing of Cameron White.
Yes.
Now you can say, okay, he'd obviously got a pedigree in across the world, but the fit was perfect.
Vasconcelos lets this one go outside his off stump. I think I've nicked your end here.
No, you're absolutely
I do
fine.
apologise. I was so into my. I'll finish off this over, and then you pick up down more. But yeah, and I find I don't really understand it, but in terms of somebody sat in front of a computer crunching numbers and coming up with the name of someone that may have slipped under the radar of someone else, but picking them because they're good in this particular part of the game, I do find all that very interesting. As in round the wicket once again, Jordan Clark left alone by Vasconcelos outside his off stump. End of the over, 6 without loss.
Yeah, I was recently looking at a stats package geared entirely to the T20 Blast, and it's a bit of a prototype, if you like, or just show it one display model, as they used to say in the days of department stores. But it was absolutely fascinating. So you got bowler X, what is his record bowling the 18th over of an innings to a left-hander with a short boundary, it goes into that sort of detail.
Well, this matchup stuff is all part. Was it Harbhajan who a couple of years ago in the IPL, 3 or 4 years ago, he only played 1 game because he'd been matched up against somebody in that game.
Here's Dan Worrell running in away from us. This Vauxhall end bowls to Will Young, drops it down. They go through for a very quick single into the covers. Vasconcelos came straight away, fortunately for him, and in the end they got through pretty comfortably. But rotating the strike obviously good, especially the right hand left hand combination. But there's just Will Young maybe just having a word. Sorry, that was a little bit tight. One thing I have noticed with Will Young since he's been with Northamptonshire is he's one of those that some batsmen like a chat and will come down a few steps and have an attack. He will walk down 22 yards to the other end if he's got some information to impart. He's Worrell round the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, who lets it go through to Ben Folkes, which suggests to me, I think he's a generous cricketer and somebody who wants the team to and wants his partner to do well, and if he's got anything to share, he will do. We said before on commentary this year that as soon as Northamptonshire signed Will Young, I did have a chat with Bob Carter, of course, was Northamptonshire's director of cricket and head coach for a number of years, now involved with cricket in New Zealand, and asked him about Will Young. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Vasconcelos outside the off stump. That's angling back. Vasconcelos left it, and he just got the off stump covered. It didn't miss the off stump by very much. It was a good leave, and it just shaped back in a little bit. And now here we go, Will Young down the pitch, almost down to the other end.
He's almost doing his gardening for Vasconcelos.
No, that's a bit of a Will Young trademark. And I said to Bob, "What about Will Young?" And he said, "Well, he just likes batting, and that helps.
Yes,
it does help a great
There's
deal.
a lot to be said for that.
Well, yes, when you're a batsman." 7 for no wicket. Vasconcelos on strike, Worrell round the wicket, and again that ball's bounced a little bit, and Vasconcelos judging it well, letting it go through to Ben Folkes.
Well, one of the greatest ever is stood down there at mid-on at the moment.
Oh yes.
Just loves batting, Ashley Mamler. Just loves batting. And
I wish I'd have seen that long.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started, Brad. It's third best day of my life. That.
Yeah, it was
third best day of my life. Genuinely.
That was just an innings that innings made in heaven as far as I was concerned. Here's Worrell round the wicket again, bowling to Vasconcelos. Again, leaves it well wide of off stump this time, and doesn't need to play it, and doesn't. Stays at 7 for no wicket. Enjoyed that, I take it.
Loved it. Absolutely loved it. And funny enough, I just think back to that day, and just as I've said this so many times, but just to be able to do what he did back for the entire day to save the game, and it rubbed off on it. The reason it was what you're talking about with Will Young.
Worrell round the wicket and beats Vasconcelos. Little bit of extra bounce, and it seamed away from him as well. That's a beautiful delivery from Dan Worrell, who was outstanding with the new ball yesterday morning. But Vasconcelos survives. He's 2, as is Will Young, and Northamptonshire following on 7 for no wicket.
What sort of gets forgotten about in that is the way that sort of players who normally would go out there and play their shots on that day as well, they were trying to do what he was doing as well, but it's not an easy thing to do. And of course, I wanted to have my 100-ball competition where you weren't allowed to play any shots at all, and see how many of the modern generation would be able to throw up a half volley to them, see if they can't smash it over extra cover for 6.
Just call it not the 100.
Exactly. But 100 balls, you can't play a shot. So
I tell you what, I'd be global franchise around the world for that. I'd be a multi-millionaire. I never had any shots to play.
Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket to Will Young, and nipping back, hitting Will Young amidships. That's going to hurt. Will Young just wanders off towards square leg. Now, of course, he got Will Young in that first
almost
innings, hitting
identical.
that front pad.
Yeah.
Just one that just came back a touch, and Will Young will be aware of that very much. And that one's come back, but bounced on him. Oh, and that's a nasty one. When you see it again, just hitting him, as I say, amidships, that one for Will Young. So Will Young's just taking his time, rearranging the furniture, making sure everything is where it should be, and having a bit of a stretch, and then he's ready to go again. Settles himself down over his bat. 3 slips are in there as Jordan Clark over the wicket he comes then to Will Young, and Young is forward, turning this one down into the leg side. That's the one that comes back from Jordan Clark, and they will pick up a single, and that moves Will Young on to 3 and moves Northamptonshire on to 8 without loss, and Vasconcelos comes back onto strike on 2. But yeah, so Ashley Mamler there, what was it, 30 odd off 278 balls on that last day at the Aegeus Bowl.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was. The amazing thing was I started my maidens column as well, so I was getting very excited when we went past about 60 maidens in the day. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Vasconcelos, outside edge, gone. It's just gone back of a length, climbed a bit on Vasconcelos, hands went towards it, outside edge, taken by Ben Folkes. Surrey have their first one, and it's the skipper gone for 2, and Northamptonshire are 7 for 1.
Well, unfortunately, we were saying just a few moments ago that he's just, as the coaches say, losing the off stump a little bit, and just not entirely sure. I think the same probably we can say for Safe Zabe as well at the moment. They're just not quite judging as well as they would normally do what needs to be played and what doesn't need to be played. That said, I think that was a good ball again, and well bowled. It's always the temptation is to say what the batsman did wrong, but actually the bowler is allowed to bowl a good ball, and he bowled a beautiful ball there again. We're talking about the delivery that he got Will Young out in the first innings, which was a key breakthrough, and Jordan Clark's done it again, dismisses Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's sort of start of the season without a substantial score continues. Northamptonshire 7 for 1. We were just saying a few moments ago that Northamptonshire will be thinking, well, if we can just get through lunch without losing a wicket, then that will be one little box to tick. But that's not to be. And now, Emilio Gay, who's going to be coming out at number 3, who had to open the batting yesterday, finds himself pretty much opening the batting today.
Yeah, absolutely. So Vasconcelos gone for a couple. Will Young has 3. And Surrey had 1 before lunch, having asked Northamptonshire to follow on. I was saying to you, wasn't I, that I do like that, having asked Northamptonshire to follow on. I always have visions of a captain going in and going, right, will you follow on? No, that's all right, thanks very much.
I think in the old days it used to be invited, wasn't it?
Yes. You've been invited to follow on. Well, it's a very kind invitation, but I think we might turn it down if you don't mind.
So you have to fill in the RSVP. No, actually, I don't think. On this occasion, it's awfully sweet.
It's a lovely idea.
It's awfully sweet of you.
Yes, but just the boys are a bit tired, if that's all right. So we'd rather go out there and just the batters. We'd rather the bowlers did it.
Fancy another night in London. You know.
It's Emilio Gay. He's out there in the middle. 8 for 1. Then. Apologies, I said 7 for 1. The scoreboard had gone a bit funny there. At one point, poor old Will Young was back in the dressing room, and Vasconcelos was still out there batting. So all back to normal now. So Emilio Gay, left-hander, of course, bit of a stretch. Went for 12 yesterday. 2. Jordan Clark clipping a ball straight to Sam Curran at short mid-wicket as Jordan Clark is in, and Emilio Gay drives, and that's off a thickish edge down towards Ryan Patel. Wow, he won't mind seeing Emilio Gay playing that shot first ball.
I was looking at Ricardo Vasconcelos now, 90 runs in 7 innings so far this season. So, and it goes without saying in Division 1 it doesn't get any easier, because next up for Northamptonshire is a trip to play the champions at Warwickshire at Edgbaston from Thursday.
Mr. Wokes might be having a game there, I suppose.
Yeah, could be.
As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone. Jordan Clark's got his tail up again here. And the other thing, I think that's 20 championship wickets for Jordan Clark this season. And he is a terrific cricketer, Jordan Clark.
It is 20, yeah.
Yeah, he really is. Just keeps coming. And Rory Burns will be feeling fairly happy about things at the moment. Stood up there at mid-off, trailing by 199 Northamptonshire. As Jordan Clark is round the wicket to Emilio Gay, and Gay lets this one go. Outside is off stump. End of the over. 15 minutes until lunch, and on this 3rd day. And following on, Northamptonshire 8 for 1. Vasconcelos gone for 2, caught behind by Ben Folkes, and Gay yet to get off the mark. Young has 3.
Well, it does make you wonder, and you hate to sort of think this sort of thing, but Luke Proctor, having batted for just over 4¼ hours in the first innings, was obviously unbeaten when Northamptonshire, the innings was wrapped up, the last 2 wickets falling this morning, and well, he's been off the field for what, 6 overs. Another wicket falls now, he might find himself back on the field rather quicker than he would have been hoping. 3 slips in place. Is Worrell coming in bowling to Young, and he's got him caught behind, and it's another beautiful delivery from Dan Worrell, who was so good with the new ball yesterday, and he's replicated that again today. It left the New Zealand opener. I think he had to play at it. It found the edge, and a straightforward catch for Ben Folkes. And that's an absolute jaffer. I don't know how you play that. It pitched on middle, I would say, and it just seamed away. And well, Will Young had to play at it, and he got the edge, and he's gone. And 2 hammer blows inflicted by Surrey on Northamptonshire's top order. 8 for 2 following on, and well, we did mention the fact that Luke Proctor hasn't been off the field for very long. Here he comes again.
Yeah. But
what a ball that was.
Take that and frame that.
Yeah.
I think if you're Dan Worrell, that is an absolute perler. Perfect. Nothing Will Young can do about that. He's got to play it, and he's good enough to get a touch. That's the other thing.
Yes, I think that's about the only consolation, isn't it, for Will Young? I'm sure that at this precise moment it's absolutely no consolation at all. But yeah, I mean, he's had a disappointing game by his any standards really, 2 and 3, and it just goes to show opening the batting in Division 1 with some very good bowling attacks around is not easy. And this Surrey attack as a unit, and again it's the old Chris Little thing, isn't it? Northamptonshire's bowling coach is always talking about bowling unit and bowling partnerships, and and you've got 5 seamers of this quality and you can just mix and match, then, well, Surrey are top of the table for a reason. And I think this has got quite a lot to do with it. Chasing their 3rd win, of course, Surrey, in 5 matches. 2 wins, 2 draws so far. Northamptonshire with 3 draws. They get out of this one with a draw. I think they'll. I think there might be the old open top bus trip around the town centre on the centre of Northampton on Monday morning.
It's good cricket from Surrey.
That's
again,
high quality stuff.
It really is. You've got two bowlers who are very skillful, and as I say, that is just. If you're Will Young, you just sit down and think, well, as I say, it's no consolation, but at least he's good enough to get a touch on that.
Absolutely. Well, here's Luke Proctor. After a short absence from the crease, finds himself back out there again, and Worrell testing him out first up with a short ball just outside the line of leg stump. Another good take from Ben Folkes. He's had to do a remarkable amount of flinging himself around in these opening overs, but already he's picked up
what I like about this is he asked for a towel after the first ball when he dived, if you remember, because it's a bit damp out there. So he's put the towel in the back of Jamie Overton's trousers. So every time he turns Jamie Overton round and uses the towel to dry his gloves.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Proctor again down the leg side, and once again Ben Folkes takes off down to his right. That's a superb take.
Right, watch Ben Folkes now with Jamie Overton.
There we go, and he's done it again.
He's like, Jamie Overton's like one of those
roller towels.
Yeah, towel racks that you get in your bathroom. There he is, you see.
So I was thinking one of those things that they used to have, probably still do, where you pull it down and it like sort of goes round, and the old spindle makes a noise. And well, I'm sure Jamie Overton's spindle isn't making a noise, but he's doing the job. Here's Worrell running away from us, bowls outside the off stump to Proctor, who is almost lured into playing that. In the end, he didn't. It slanted across him.
Can I just say, with Worrell here as well, watch Ben. If you're watching on the live stream, and I go on about Ben Folkes quite a lot, but watch Ben Folkes' keeping here. Now, it doesn't look like a lot's happening at the moment, but that's going past the batsman and then going the other way.
Yeah.
So just keep an eye on Ben Folkes at the moment if you're watching on the live stream.
Yeah, a bit of a masterclass, and a masterclass from Worrell as well, who comes in, bowls to Proctor. Appeal for LBW as he turns that away, or aims to turn it away on the onside. Doesn't make contact. Not out, says umpire Russell Warren. But there's a bit going on here. Proctor just rehearsing his forward defensive stroke, which he played to very good effect in the first innings. 83 not out off 260 balls. Well, if there was a process of proctorisation that we were talking about earlier, courtesy of it was Rodney Marshall, actually, on Northamptonshire supporters, who sent me that message this morning. I don't think it's quite worked, or hasn't happened yet. Here's Worrell in again. Big appeal for LBW from Worrell again as Proctor pads up. The ball runs off the pad down to third man. They think about running, but of course it's signalled as dead ball by Russell Warren because he didn't play a shot at that. It was really only the bowler that was going up there. The fielders and the keeper weren't terribly interested. But anyway, a wicket in the over, and the key one of Will Young with an absolute jaffer from Dan Worrell. And Northamptonshire are 8 for 2. They still trail by 199 runs. There are 77 overs left in the day and about 10 minutes to go till lunch.
Yeah, and Worrell's skills, exceptional. They really are with the new ball. Saw Kemar Roach do this last year for Surrey, and of course Dan Worrell here on a 3-year deal now. Getting a round of applause as he makes his way down to, I'd like to say long leg, but he's not very far down there with this boundary. Here is Jordan Clark then round the wicket to Emilio Gay. That's a sharp delivery. That is a get off me shot from Emilio Gay. I hope he's okay. He's got the arm guard on, but he's walked off towards square leg. That's hurt Emilio Gay. That really did roar back at him. And as I say, it really was one of those get off me deliveries, and he's got the arm guard on, but whether it's got underneath that, I don't know. It's a good sharp delivery from Jordan Clark, and at the moment, you just if you're the Northamptonshire batters at the moment, you are feeling under the pump from either end. Really, you've got Worrell coming at you from one end, and Jordan Clark coming at you from the other, so to speak, and here comes the physio for Emilio Gay.
Yeah, Nick Allen's trotting out to the middle. And yeah, just looking to say, I think elbow. I think, Mark. I think it just missed. I think it just missed the arm guard.
That's painful. That is really painful.
It was as you say, it was a quick delivery, and yeah, it's the right forearm or right elbow, I think, and Nick Allen's just asking him if he's okay, and just feeling it around and seeing if there's anything there that shouldn't be.
Well, the key thing here is it'll be that right hand.
Yeah.
Trying to grip the bat. That'll be the thing. So he's going to check everything moves, and then it'll also be that how the fingers are going as well. Because anybody who's ever, and why they call it the funny elbow, I don't know. But if you've ever banged it on the edge of the table or something,
oh yes,
and you get that horrible reverberation, and your fingers go a bit numb after a while. So that they'll be checking all of that out for Emilio Gay. I suppose the only consolation here is it's eating up a bit of time before lunch.
Well, that's right. Yes, it's just keep it going, chaps, and then we'll be able to wander off for lunch. About 6 minutes to 1, according to the clock over on the main scoreboard. While all this was happening, Luke Proctor was calling for a drink, and I think that's Alex Russell who's gone out there with the drinks bottle for both batsmen, and that's going to shake up Emilio Gay, obviously. And Luke Proctor's looking on concerned. Yeah, that is Alex Russell who's out there at the moment.
Short leg will come in now as well, won't it?
Won't he? Yes, I think so. And, well, it's, as you say, this is absolutely high pressure cricket from Surrey. But if Northamptonshire want to hack it in Division 1 and they want to be playing in Division 1, then they've got to get used to it.
You get little spells like this.
You do, and you've got to then get through it. And if you do get through it, it'll be better for the experience.
So Ryan Patel is now in there, as we suspected, at short leg,
which I have to say is very easy for me to say, about 150 yards away.
Well, as I say,
not having to face this.
This will be. He'll feel pretty claustrophobic here as well, Emilio Gay at the moment. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark to him, and he's gone full of length. Lovely shot from Emilio Gay, just driving straight back down the ground for 4. And it's a good bit of batting that. Struck with that short ball, and then he's gone fuller of length, which you can fully understand. But Emilio Gay, full face of the bat, and driven straight back down the ground. Lovely shot from Emilio Gay. And off the mark with a boundary, and Northamptonshire move on to 12 for 2.
I think I said during his short innings yesterday that's the hallmark. That's Emilio Gay at his best. When he's batting, he's playing down the ground, back past the bowler. Looks a very good player.
Around the wicket again comes Jordan Clark to him, and he's up on his toes here, forcing off the back foot. That's going to fly off down towards third man. Back goes Gus Atkinson to do the fielding, and they will pick up a couple of runs, 2 more to go. I played to no standard, but I always remember if you were ever under the pump like this as a batter, as I say, you felt claustrophobic. You felt like almost felt like everybody was on top of you. And where am I going to get a run? And how do I get out of this? And how do I get a release point here? As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and he's hit Emilio Gay again with a ball off a length that's just reared up at him.
More or less the same place.
Oh,
I think
that's really painful for Emilio Gay. It's a vicious delivery, really. It's hit something.
Elbow, I think. Again.
Yeah, and I mean on the pitch as well, and gone vertical. And Emilio Gay, that is really nasty. That is really, really nasty. Now, I hate to say this, from a cricketing point of view, everybody will be looking at that spot on the pitch, and Jordan Clark will be trying to hit that again and again and again, but especially to the left-handed Gay, but that was exactly the same spot again on Emilio Gay. So that did lift viciously at him. The physio's back out there again.
Well, Emilio Gay, as we've said before on commentary, he's a big boxing fan, loves his boxing. He's taken a couple of punches there.
He really has. Well, as always with cricketers, Emilio Gay's left his bat leant against the stumps while he's getting treatment, and every Surrey player now is having to go with his bat.
Well, if nothing else, he can say that Hashim Amla's used his bat today, because he was just having a little pick-up of it. And yeah, absolutely right what you're saying about the idea of being claustrophobic. And then you rely so much on the one friend you've got out there, which is the chap at the other end.
Yeah. And
this is back to the Will Young thing again, about constantly going down.
But after that ball as well, I just wonder if a bit of rain about. This good pitch, it's been a cracker, but that one really did take off. And the problem for Amelia Gay now is if they hit that area again, quite understandably, he's going to be in the back of his mind thinking, where's this coming? So if he was feeling under the pump before, and he just played a couple of nice shots to get going, and then Jordan Clark responding with that delivery. As I say, understandably, Jordan Clark and Surrey will have gone and had a look at that spot and gone, Jordan, if you could hit that again, that would be handy.
Really useful. Russell Warren's just making copious notes, presumably about the timing. So
it's nearly lunchtime now.
Well, it is nearly lunchtime. In fact, the cooking smells are sort of wafting up here to the Brian Johnston Broadcast Centre, which is Emilio Gay's just trying to see if he can grip the bat at the moment.
Well, he's using Luke Proctor's because his one's still lent up against the stumps, but I think he's okay. But twice in the same place on that funny elbow.
And it was uncanny. It was exactly the same. I mean, if we won't necessarily go up to Emilio, please show us your bruises later on, but I suspect there'll be one very large one in one spot. But anyway, he's going to carry on, so good for him. But this, I imagine now, could be, how many balls to go in the over? Two left, so this may well actually be the last over before lunch.
But again, even in that dressing room as well for Northamptonshire, they're not seeing that.
Not what you want to see, is it?
Following it on, 2 down. And the ball from just back of the length has just gone vertical at Amelia Gay. So Amelia Gay's okay.
That's nice applause from the crowd as well for Amelia Gay carrying on.
It's old-fashioned brutal cricket, this, from Surrey at the moment. It really is. And now Rory Burns, understandably, will bring himself in at a 4th slip position. They're going to just move Sam Curran up towards mid-on because they've got the short leg in there as well. So Amelia Gay, 6 not out, 14 for 2. 2 balls to go till at least he can get back in the dressing room. Surrey will think, can Jordan Clark follow up with something similar? As in round the wicket he comes, Jordan Clark, and beats Amelia Gay fuller length, and it beats the outside edge, and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. Well, this is good from Surrey. As I say, they've come out, Worrell and Clark, and we're in the 8th over, and they've picked up both the openers, and life is looking very tricky at the moment to bat.
Intent with a capital I,
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely is. Last ball before lunch then. Jordan Clark is into Amelia Gay, and I'm surprised he's just had a little nudge at one outside his off stump. Hands went towards it, but that's been, well, a good morning for Surrey. Obviously, tough morning for Northamptonshire, and they will go to lunch 14 for 2, following on, still trailing by 193.
Yeah, I think it was. It wasn't hard to see it unfolding along very similar lines. I think Northamptonshire, as we said right at the start, all they could do was just try and prolong the innings as far as possible, which, thanks largely to Luke Proctor, they did. But they would have known that going in again, overcast conditions, little bit of rain around, which just gave the Surrey bowlers an extra little 20-minute break, that it was going to be very tough with the 5-seamers. Worrell and Clark were brilliant with a new ball yesterday. They've been brilliant again with a new ball this morning, and as a result, Northamptonshire staring down the barrel.
We'll head off for some lunch. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes time here on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Northampton. But on the Surrey live stream now, it's a lovely documentary, this. It's been played each lunchtime during this game. A documentary about the brainchild of Ebony Rainford Brent, of course, MBE. And here is a documentary for you about the ACE programme.
The love and passion that the Caribbean community had for the game when they first came to the UK was just taken for granted that it would always be there. And actually, if you don't do anything to support it and to feed it, then you end up where we are today.
I think at times we can be a bit lazy, not looking outside that small independent school bubble sometimes for some of our better cricketers.
I think there's a lot of beauty in that system, you know, so this is not me sort of saying change that. What it made me realise is we need to design new systems from the ground up to support everybody else getting in.
You know, any way we can help to encourage or just let other black kids know that, you know, it's possible, you know, it's not impossible, it's very possible. That's why we're here, to pretty much fly the flag, you know, let them know that it can be done.
Hello and welcome to the press launch of the ACE Programme charity. My name is Ebony Rainford Brent and I'll be hosting proceedings today, so I'm absolutely delighted to be here.
Now, Surrey have announced that their ACE programme, designed to increase opportunities for the African Caribbean community, is to become an independent charity following more than £500,000 worth of support from Sport England.
Well, now what we're going to do is build the programmes from the bottom up, look at the grassroots, build school programmes, community programmes and link that all the way through. This is a serious programme that can make a difference.
You must once again stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives.
In January 2020, an initiative was launched aiming to re-engage the Black British community with cricket in London. 25 scholarships were handed out to players in 2 age groups, all with the chance to play and train at the Oval.
For black players playing cricket, it's decreasing, and not just at the county level, at the recreational level as well.
It was really shocking to me when I found out the figures about like a 75% decline. Again, it's not something that was on the forefront of my mind, but now when I think about it, you know, that's so shocking, and a programme like this is really going to change that.
Good. Cricket is one of the sports that you need facilities, you need the resources, and it's quite hard. It's quite hard for a lot of players, and especially without being in a private school or a pathway within a county. Access to facilities just by itself, just for recreational purposes, is quite hard to get.
We've had 2 training days here for the boys and girls. We selected from the winter pre-COVID. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we've had to cut our summer short. But it was still a good summer for them to have 2 training days here at the Keir Oval, to have a game at our outground LSC, and then also to have a game here. I think they all went away really proud players.
The pitch here is amazing. It's a different level, completely different to club cricket. It's like one of my dreams to play on an international cricket ground. It's amazing.
I found out through an email that I got the ACE scholarship, and I can tell you that it was one of the happiest moments of my life. I remember I just jumped up, shouted, screamed all over the house, called my mum and dad, and we definitely got to celebrate a special achievement.
I especially like the social aspect, you know, being around my friends who also enjoy the game too, and I love bowling, especially like bowling aggressively at the opponents and trying to get them out.
We've taken big strides to get 24 young people that we didn't really know about. They've had a chance to play here and train at the Oval, and we've seen them develop over a short period of time. And you know, thankfully, we've had one player in particular who's come through and now is being seen by our academy performance managers and is going to get opportunities to play for the under-18s. Now, that wouldn't have happened without this programme.
The thing that's great about it is I believe that anyone can do it. You know, if you can't think you can't pick up a bat, I'm sure you can run. You know, you've got to run in the field, you've got to run between the wickets, everyone can throw. There's so many different elements to it that can make like so many different people enjoy the sport.
You're going to come and stand here. We're looking and finding anybody out there that wants to play cricket. But also with that comes, we can help you access not just playing at county level, but we hopefully could get you to access playing at you know, first team club level, or becoming a scorer, or getting involved with being a physio, or an S&C guy. So there's so many angles that you can be within the game, that their taste of cricket will help them explore where they want to go.
After a successful first summer, Ace continued making national headlines as autumn brought some thrilling news.
Today we're going to announce this exciting partnership with Sport England, who have invested over £500,000 over the next 3 years to support us reaching these communities and to make a difference. They've set us the exciting challenge of taking the insight, the learning and the passion, and we can look to have a wider and maybe more national impact. So the ACE programme charity has been born. Yeah, it's big, isn't it? It's one of those where, I mean, you know, I remember when we were speaking, should we go big to Sport England? Will they match that? And they did.
The thing that's missing for so many of them is opportunity. If you give them the opportunity to get involved, many of them will grab it. And this is such a brilliant example of a programme and now a fledgling organisation that's going to help many more young people have those opportunities.
Good ideas are great, but people who've tested them, and what Surrey County Cricket Club have done here is they've given this an opportunity to prove its worth, and that's why we can now with confidence get behind it.
It's a talent ID program, so hopefully we'll have them playing at the highest level, but also if we can just make them better cricketers, better people. It's important that we're realistic in that we might not get 20 county cricket players. It's not just about that, it's about helping these players on their journey, developing as individuals.
It's a great scheme, it's a great programme, but are we playing catch-up in reality after years of complacency and neglect?
Long overdue, long overdue. You know, how many other industries or sporting establishments would allow one demographic that you knew had a 75% interest and drops nearly to 0%, and for 20, 30, 40 years and not allow anything to happen? That's a clear problem.
There are going to be many people to say thank you to today.
Ebony Rainford-Brent, who's at the heart of this and the leader of this, the work that she did with Michael Holding on Sky in the early days was absolutely central, not only to getting people's attention but to keeping it going. Black Lives Matter has been picked up by the athletes and the retired athletes, and they're not going to let this go away until they see real change.
West Indian clubs, or the black clubs that tried to get established, never got homes. You know, there's a lot of wandering clubs. I really want to work towards building more homes or places that the clubs can go, that the prices aren't going to shoot up on them, that they know that they can get fixtures on set days, that they know that they can do fundraisers and build around that. So that home, that infrastructure is massively important for making sure the community can thrive in 5 to 10 to 20 years' time.
Behind the scenes, what we're hopefully going to help with is just making sure that they're clear about how they can measure their success. We can connect them to other parts of the country where they might be able to take their model. And hopefully, at the end of the day, what we can do is turn this into a programme which runs everywhere.
With more restrictions and lockdowns throughout the winter, training opportunities were limited. To keep the kids engaged, Ace sought help from a few familiar faces to inspire the scholars.
I was just wondering, do you have any advice to give for us, to boost our cricket skills?
As a batsman, I think good practice is a massive thing, especially at your age. You don't want to be practicing bad habits and doing things without thinking about it. You want to make sure every ball you're hitting, there's a purpose behind it.
It's all about you guys. If you guys are willing to put in the hard work, it can take you anywhere. Trust me.
Sport's about mistakes, and we're all going to make that mistake. But if you start looking negatively at things, if you see failure, you fail. It happens, you know, and the more relaxed you are, the better you are at playing. So I teach and get people to adopt that principle and the thought of it from young.
Your mindset is got to be switched on. You have to be able to block out any sort of distraction, whether that be your form, whether that be the flat wicket, whether that be the media, whether that be an injury, or whether that be whatever it may be. You have to block that out and be able to purely focus on what you are there to do.
Run.
as a community we need to do. We need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
With support from the ECB and Warwickshire, Birmingham became the first city to run the ACE programme outside of London. Inner City Club Handsworth hosted the launch and have strong roots in the Afro-Caribbean community.
Hi guys.
The ACE programme launching here in Birmingham is really important because cricket in Birmingham for the black community, for me, has completely sort of like been kind of wiped out through various reasons over the past few years.
Who likes batting? Let's go in action, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
We've got a real passion to try and reflect the communities that we serve around Birmingham, and I think over the last 2 or 3 years the ECB and the council have done a great job building cricket for women and South Asian communities. We just felt there needed to be a focus on other areas of the community as well to bring them up. And so when we saw the ACES programme in Surrey, we spoke to Ebony and said, could we be the first people to bring it out of London and bring it to Birmingham?
Together, catch, good.
I can only commend Ebony on what she's done. It's taken a lot of courage for her to use her platform to actually come out, stand up and say something about the lack of engagement, and for her hard work she's done up until this stage has been fantastic, because the ACE programme that we see today isn't the ACE programme that started, so she's had to do a lot of groundwork. That's the message I think as a community we need to do. We need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
The identity with Birmingham black youngsters and cricket has been sort of like, is not there. We just want to bring that back to them, to be fair. So we're starting from scratch. I think the ACE programme started in Surrey, where there's a lot more sort of black youngsters playing cricket in Surrey. There's no black youngsters play cricket in Birmingham. So our aim is to just get them back in love with the game and try and enjoy it a bit more. So we're not really looking at guys that can really play the game to a different standard at this moment in Birmingham. I just want us to be able to say there's black kids in Birmingham that like and can relate to cricket. Simple as that.
As hard as you can, Jean. Good throw, Jean. Ready, DJ?
Good swing. One at a time, son. Yeah. This is my home club. I was telling a few of the guys today about a little bit of how I got started here. I didn't play, and then I came down here, and we always have the Malcolm Marshall Day, and I got to see Sir Viv walk out, and I would say there's about a couple of thousands of people in the park, and it was just amazing to be here. And then that's when I knew even more that, you know what, one day I want to be able to walk out to a crowd like that.
We do know there's a strong West Indian community. We do know that they love the cricket. That's waned a bit over recent years. So our job is to think, how can we try and get that going again? And it's not just for the cricket in terms of finding youngsters and getting them playing, but also the benefit of the social side of things as well. We can see here today there's a barbecue going, the music's on. It starts to bring the community together again.
We're doing a schools project to start off with. So in the last half term we were in 5 schools over the 6 weeks of the half term, which is a school a day. So we just go in and we just coach the kids in the skills of cricket, the bowling, the batting, a little bit of fielding, a little bit of catching, stuff like that. Just get them invigorated with the game again. And then from that, we're going to start our community hubs, which will start next week. So we'll have a community hub here at Handsworth Cricket Club and another community hub at Holford Drive, which is just down the road, Perry Bar. And then that just sort of brings it, you can do it at school, but one in the community as well. So we're just trying to cover all aspects of trying to get to those kids and get the game to those kids.
Good.
I think short term, I think we've got 3 years to ensure that we can actually stand up on our own 2 feet with something such as the ACE programme. And then from there, long-term goal would be, you know what, it's not just one Ricardo Gordon, but many more from the community, a wider community from Wolverhampton, you know, from Dudley, from south of Birmingham, West Bromwich, to come and see that, you know what, there is a space where I can be who I am and develop with my cricket.
Just relax a bit more. Well done. That's it. Oh, brilliant. Well done.
How many kids can we get playing cricket? And the reality is that 95% of those won't progress any further in the game, but they've been introduced to cricket, they're playing it, and they might take it up recreationally. Out of that, can we find some talent? And that goes into our county age group, and hopefully 5, 6, 7, 8 years' time, we have an academy that's representative of the communities that we serve. So if you think most of our academy this year is from the Pakistani and Indian community in Birmingham, it'd be great to be able to say, right, we've now got that diverse mix from the Afro-Caribbean community, the Pakistani community, the Indian community, the Afghan community. And what I really want is to get to a point where the squad that walks out at Edgbaston represents all of those communities, and the people sitting in the stands represent those as well. And I think then we've started to achieve something really interesting.
One such player is Davina Perrin. The 14-year-old from Staffordshire might just be a future England star.
All right, Davina, so plan, I think we'll start on the front foot, and then as you feel comfortable, if you want to crank it up or change the length, you just let me know. So what are your favourite shots? I'm quite confident with pull shots. Cut shots. Okay, yeah, like the short ball. Ready? It's just how at ease I feel when I'm playing it. There's that adrenaline rush and everything about it makes me feel happy. Loving the attacking play. What I think we're going to do is pretend we're opening the innings. We'll go V first, then occasionally I'll throw in one. One person I love to watch is Michael Holding. From the first time my dad showed me a clip of him bowling, I want to bowl like that. You've got 6 balls, and I want 3 boundaries. Woo! That is over. Extra's got, yeah, boundary. Outside of cricket, say Serena Williams, she's such a great advocate for everything I stand for, really, and I aspire to be like her. Everything's going to be traditional ball, and then when I say offside, then I'm going to go make my favourite. I really want to inspire other young black girls in particular. I just want to be the best I can be, go all the way, hopefully.
Davina's first steps on that journey began just 2 days after her 15th birthday, as she made her debut for Central Sparks in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
And that'll be 4, lovely shot.
Young Ibrahim from Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme, which is going great guns here at the Oval. And Ibrahim on that programme got the honour of ringing the bell this morning.
I believe they've just secured another £1,000 worth of sponsorship, which means that they're going to be able to open up in Bristol following the opening in Birmingham a month or so ago.
Well, now to a new initiative that's aiming to see more young black people take up cricket in Bristol. It involves a partnership with Gloucestershire Cricket, the charity ACE, and sponsors as well.
So we set up ACE about 18 months ago and created academies. We started in London, got out to Birmingham, but we really wanted to get to Bristol because it's a big community down there where we know there's a lot of talent and a lot of need. So in partnership with Gloucester County Cricket Club, we're going to be going out there now to find ideally the next generation of players. You know, talent that can come through. Boys and girls is vital. And we're working all the way from the ages around 8 up to 18, trying to find talent and get it into the system.
This is the third city that this initiative's been launched in, following on from London and Birmingham. So why Bristol?
Yeah, when we started out, we kind of started with the big picture vision, and we really mapped out the key communities, key areas where there's a high density of the black community. So Bristol was key to us because there's a big community. You just go back to Edward Colston and, you know, us seeing a statue being overturned. There's a big history in that city. And I think going to the black community there will help to strengthen, you know, future community ties as well.
With a new partnership and significant funding provided by the ECB, ACE will become a national programme and expand to 3 more cities this year. A whole community now re-engaging with the sport due to the hard work of Ebony and her team. And with players like Jofra Archer and Sophia Dunkley to inspire them, perhaps a future England star will emerge too.
Sky Sports Cricket. Feel it all.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton and the Surrey live stream. Lunch is over, and at the lunch break, following on Northamptonshire 14 for 2. Emilio Gay 6 not out, and Luke Proctor yet to get off the mark. Of course, all out this morning for 194. Luke Proctor 84 not out, and then back out there pretty quickly. And a very good 8 overs from Messrs Worrell and Clark. Emilio Gay, torrid time, but got through to lunch. Struck a couple of times by Jordan Clark in 1 over on the elbow, but got through it. And it's probably had that iced up, I would have thought, during the lunch break. Welcome back, Andrew Rad, and that was a tough 8 overs, wasn't it?
Well, I think we were saying at lunchtime that I'm very glad I was 150 yards away, sitting up here rather than being down there. It was seriously intense stuff from Surrey, who came out full of intent, and quite rightly so. They know they've got so many options within the bowling attack that Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark were able to really go at it. Short session as well before lunch, and my goodness, they made life extremely uncomfortable for the Northamptonshire batsman. And the person I feel a little bit sorry for is Luke Proctor, who had precisely 37 balls off the field, having been 83 not out at the end of the first innings, and then 37 balls later he finds himself going back out again with the first ball of the second ball of the 7th over to actually go and face the music in the second innings. So yeah, it's tough stuff, but it's First Division cricket, and if Northamptonshire want to be playing First Division cricket, they better get used to it.
Well, out come the Northamptonshire pair, Gay and Proctor. Gay is okay to come out again. I'm sure he's got a bit of bruising though on that elbow after that. Well, it was a torrid over from Jordan Clark. Struck twice on the elbow. Emilio Gay, one which really took off from just sort of back of a length.
Yeah, that second one was a brute of a ball. I have to say also, we saw in that session one of the must be one of the deliveries of the season that Dan Worrell got Will Young out with. I really don't know how you could play that any differently to how Will Young did.
Well, the other thing here is conditions. Cloud, floodlights on. It's not going to be straightforward this any way, shape or form for Northamptonshire. It'll be Dan Worrell to get us started from the Vauxhall end. 3 slips in there. Third man is Jordan Clark getting warmed up. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, leg gully, and the long leg for Dan Worrell. Coming into the left-handed Luke Proctor. And the first ball after lunch, Proctor's forward. And pokes this one out into the offside. Round comes Will Jacks to do the fielding. And there is no run. The 2 to go. Vasconcelos caught behind off Jordan Clark for 2, and then that delivery from Worrell to Will Young. As we were saying, the only consolation for Will Young was he was good enough to get a nick.
Yes, you say not much of a consolation, but no, absolutely, it was just a terrific delivery from a bowler who looks completely at the top of his game at the moment.
He's in again, Worrell to Proctor, and Proctor tucks this off his hip past the diving Ryan Patel in the leg gully. It's our first run after the lunch break, so still trail by 192 Northamptonshire. And Emilio Gay, this sounds a strange thing to say against Dan Worrell, but Emilio Gay might be quite glad after what he went through with Jordan Clark that his first ball after lunch is from Dan Worrell.
That's right, yes. It's like one of those time slip films, isn't it, when you realise that just this time yesterday we were watching Luke Proctor turn one off his hip for one, and today we're once again watching Luke Proctor turn one off his hip for one. It's Groundhog Day.
Well, I suppose the only thing for Proctor is with 37 balls off, it'd still feel like he's in there.
Yes,
to be fair. Yeah. So yes. He's off the mark in this second innings. He's unbeaten in the game with 85 runs, 84 in the first innings. As Dan Worrell comes round the wicket to Emilio Gay, and Gay solidly in behind this one. Plays it up towards Hashim Amla.
In fact, when you think about it, the Northamptonshire innings finished in the 75th over. He found himself back in the first or second ball of the 7th over of this inning. So it was pretty much just like facing the second new ball.
Absolutely.
Which he would have had to do had Ben Sanderson stayed with him for a bit longer.
Absolutely. Well, he's definitely been the pick of the batters for Northamptonshire in this game, as Round the wicket comes Worrell, and that's a lovely looking shot from Emilio Gay, driving for 4. Gorgeous shot from Emilio Gay. Nothing wrong with that off the front foot. That whistles away for 4 runs. Gay's on to 10, and Northamptonshire move on to 19 for 2.
Yeah, Emilio Gay, one of a number of fine young cricketers coming out of Bedford School at the moment, and as I say, very ambitious, very hard working. You talk to those that have coached him right the way through all the age groups, and yeah, again, he just loves having a bat in his hand, and even if it's Dad in the back garden with one of the throwdown sticks, so they've got a net in the back garden at home.
Oh, I love it. As round the wicket comes Worrell to him, and Gay again drives out towards Jordan Clark, sweeping on the cover boundary rope, and he'll get a single, moves on to 11.
Yeah, there is a story about that, which apologies for those that I think I have told it once time before this season, but because I couldn't believe it was true. I was told that he'd actually bought for Christmas or birthday his family members of what, you know, the old sidearm throwing arms things for them to have in the net, and I thought it can't possibly be true. So I asked him. He said, "Yeah, well, yes, I did actually."
Oh, well, there you are.
Just to make sure that I got enough people to bowl at me.
As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Proctor, and Proctor's in behind this one. Plays it down into the leg side. End of the first over after lunch. 6 off it. 20 for 2. Northamptonshire. Gay 11. Proctor has 1. But of course, Sir Alistair was at Bedford.
Yes,
as well,
that's right.
Wasn't he?
Yeah,
Sir Alistair was at Bedford.
Yeah, well, he speaks. He's a super lad, Emilio Gay. Really is. Speaks very well, very articulate. Always good to have a chat with about the game. And as I say, has a lot of ability. And I just felt that his game took a bit of a step in the right direction with the innings he played against Yorkshire, when he had to really grit it out against, you know, another outstanding Division 1 attack, and he made 65 in the first innings of 162 balls, so he showed that he could bat long against Thompson, Ralph, Patterson, Revis and Bess. Northamptonshire could do with something of a similar ilk here this afternoon, because they really are in deep trouble. 20 for 2, following on, still 187 behind, still 75 overs left in the day, and here's Clark round the wicket to Emilio Gay, who threads that one beautifully through extra cover for 4. Well, I think his feeling is if it's up there, it's probably got to go, and that was again a beautifully timed extra cover drive. Races away to the boundary, and Gay up to 15, and Northamptonshire up to 24 for 2. It was full toss, a bit of a loosener from Jordan Clark. I dare say might not get too many more like that, so you don't want to pass up that particular little gift.
Put it away very nicely. A couple of lovely drives in this innings already from Emilio Gay.
He goes to 15. 24 for 2. 3 slips in place. Lights on. Clark comes round the wicket, and that's turned away through mid-wicket for 4 more. That was again very full, this time on his leg stump, and Emilio Gay turning that away. Not wholly dissimilar from the ball that got him out in the first innings, when he just clipped one from Clark straight to square leg, but on this occasion it went away through mid-wicket all along the carpet. And 4 more to Gay. 28 for 2. Northamptonshire. Gay to 19.
Yeah, nice start this from Emilio Gay after lunch. 3 boundaries.
And he's just holding up Jordan Clark, who was about to start running in from the pavilion end, but wasn't quite ready, so settles into his stance now. Tall left-hander. With Clark again, bowls and beats Gay outside the off stump with one that again didn't go through, wasn't at full pace from Jordan Clark by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, you can see by Ben Foakes having to take that one fairly low down. Bit of sunshine across the oval now, which is very welcome. I was having a look at the radar at lunchtime, not hoping for rain, honestly. And yeah, there's again just 1 or 2 showers about, but it's very light, and hopefully we'll miss it. Here's Clark in again, bowls to Gay, who's in behind that, playing it out on the offside up towards mid-off, and there's no run. We will of course keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere. There has been some rain around elsewhere, I think, this morning. At Old Trafford, where they had some rain yesterday, Warwickshire 315 all out. Lancashire going really well, 222 for 1. Keaton Jennings in the runs there today.
It's his first game for a while.
Yeah,
Keaton
it is.
Jennings.
And Josh Behallen has gone in, so another one who's being talked about possibly as an England selection. Gay edge and falls just in front of Ben Folkes behind the stumps. I thought at first he was actually going to leave it alone. And then I think he got some bat on it. It bounced in front of Folkes though. So it wasn't a chance. At Southampton, Hampshire in their second innings, 161 for 9 against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire have been bowled out for 179. So Hampshire 324 ahead with 1 wicket left to fall. Here's Clark in again. Bowls edged again by Emilio Gay. This time it drops in front of the slip cordon and he's going to pick up. Well, they're coming back for 2. This is a very, very tight second run. Luke Proctor could be in trouble. There's an appeal for a run out and not out, says umpire Nick Cook. What were they doing?
Well,
it was an edge from Emilio Gay that beat the slip cordon. There was easily a single there, but they went for 2 and Luke Proctor had to absolutely put the hammer down, and if it had been even a marginally better throw, he set off so late, and it was a really good take as well by Jordan Clark. The throw came in on the bounce and he was there at the stumps and managed to get it back onto the stumps, and there was a big appeal for a run out but not out, says Nick Cook, but it was tight and it was just totally unnecessary. 30 for 2.
The other thing I'd say is Nick Cook was in a brilliant
He
position
was,
there. For all us talking about Nick Cook and chatting away to everybody, when it matters,
yeah, well,
he was in exactly the right position to make that decision. But I think as well, they forgot it was Jamie Overton, who's got such a strong arm, and went to the bowler's end.
That just smacked of a little bit of scrambled thinking to me, Mark.
Yeah, a little bit. But Jamie Overton hurled the ball back, but Nick Cook was in a wonderful position to make that decision. Dan Worrell, down below us from the Vauxhall end of the ground, is coming in to Proctor, and Proctor's forward, playing this as late as possible, out into the offside. Up comes Will Jacks to do the fielding. He's a mighty fine umpire, Nick Cook, and as I say there, if you look at his position, he is perfect to make that decision. But I think they forgot it was Jamie Overton.
Yeah.
And he's got the strongest arm out there, probably, with de Grandhomme, I'd have thought.
Well, it was a good throw. It was well taken by Clark, but it was tight. Goodness, it was tight.
As Worrell's in, and this is runs for Proctor. Nicely played, just nudging it into the leg side. Very Proctorish that. And he picks up a single, moves on to 2. And Northamptonshire move on to 31 for 2.
They are playing now at Chelmsford, and they were off for rain earlier on, but Essex 403 all out, Yorkshire in reply 140 for 3. So Yorkshire trailing at the moment by about 260 odd runs, and Joe Root is 31 not out.
Ah, there you are. That's what everybody's turned up to see.
So
Joe Root's first innings of the summer.
Yeah, that'll be the headlines tomorrow, I'd imagine, in Division 2. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 395 for 7, building a lead against Leicestershire, who were bowled out for 320. So Glamorgan 78 ahead. At Hove, Middlesex 343 for 8, replying to the Sussex total of 392 all out.
Worrell is in. Here goes Emilio Gay again, driving handsomely for a single out there towards Jordan Clark. And Gay will move on to 22, and Northamptonshire move on to 32 for 2.
And last but by no means least, at New Road, Durham 580 for 6 declared yesterday. At Worcestershire 286 for 9. So still very nearly 300 runs behind with 1 wicket to fall.
Yeah. And of course, all the headlines yesterday from that game were Mr. Stokes and his 17 sixes yesterday. Dan Worrell coming into Luke Proctor, and Proctor's letting this one go. Outside is off stump, taken low down by Ben Folkes to his right hand side. But yes, good crowd in again today. Lots of people around, and nice at lunchtime. Everybody was out there again on the outfield.
It's funny, Mark, because I was just wondering about the size of the crowd, and you look around, and in a ground of this size, of course, it's slightly deceptive, because if you had this number of people in Montage Road, for example, you'd be saying, oh yes, it's a very sizable crowd. But when you saw them all out there at lunchtime, you realise just how many people out on the ground.
In goes Worrell again to Proctor, trying to get that one to curve back as Proctor lets it go outside his off stump, well taken again by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right.
Yeah, there was a big audience for the pitch out there, people standing and nodding sagely.
Yes, not knowing what was going on. And also there was an impromptu game of cricket going on.
Yeah, there was.
Lots of cheering and shouting.
Disturbed our lunch.
Yes, indeed. Sat up there on the roof terrace, yourself and Mr. Baldwin again, putting the world to rights, quite rightly, as in comes Worrell once more, over the wicket to Proctor. Proctor lets this one go. Outside is off stump, end of the over, 32 for 2 then Northamptonshire. Gay has 22, Proctor has 2, sun shining, flag on top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion is bustling away in the wind. Lights are still on, floodlights are still on. Dan Norcross's surprised looking flats away there in the distance. Oh, Jamie Overton's taking his trousers off here and has got a new pair brought out to him. So there we are. Mr. Overton has a change of trousers. It's all happening. I was going to
say it's all action cricket.
It is. It really is.
32 for 2 on the park. Northamptonshire still 175 runs behind, 8 wickets standing. And Ashley Mamra, I think, he spotted somebody in the crowd. He knows. He was waving out there to somebody. Everybody knows Ashley, of course. 3 slips in place, and here's Clark round the wicket, bowls to Emilio Gay, turns that down very fine, down to fine leg for 4, just straight onto leg stump, angling across the left-hander, of course, towards the leg stump, and Gay just able to tuck that away down to fine leg for 4. Gave Dan Worrell absolutely no chance fielding down below us. So Emilio Gay is looking to be purposeful and positive, and he's made 26, and Northamptonshire 36 for 2. Yes, the floodlights, of course, likely to stay on now. As Clark comes in again, bowls to Gay down the leg side. Gay shaped to play it, didn't get anything on it. Good take again by Ben Folkes, whose footwork behind the stumps is just an absolute joy. It's just a joy to watch, isn't it? He makes, well, they say it's the big thing is to make the difficult look easy, and he certainly does that.
Without a doubt. There'd be a few wicket keepers flinging themselves to their right for that.
Here's Clark in again, bowls to Emilio Gay outside the off stump this time, and Gay leaves well alone, goes into the gloves of Ben Folkes. And we're talking to the late Keith Andrew, who was regarded, of course, for many years as one of the greatest or one of the best wicket keepers, pure and simple, in England. Of course, over many seasons, the fact that he only played twice for England 9 years apart had more to do with the fact that he wasn't really much of a batsman. Here's Clark in again, bowls to Gay, who clips that nicely away just in front of square on the leg side, but there is a fielder out there, Sam Curran, who sends in his return from underneath the main scoreboard, and that's one more to Gay, 27 to him, and Northamptonshire 37 for 2. But I remember him saying that there was more to keeping wicket than being a straight first slip with gloves on. Trained mainly as an acrobat to fling yourself about, and there's a bit of potted wisdom in that comment, I think. 37 for 2, Proctor on strike, Clark in round the wicket, and Proctor pushing that out in the offside, and again they were thinking about a single, but Clark was very quick to the ball. He's followed through.
It may be something they've talked about, Northamptonshire, is that trying to pick up some singles, rotate the strike.
The strike is fine, but yeah. But then again, in these sort of when you're following on 200 behind and thick end of 2 days to go, to lose one of your top order to a run out is not a good look, is it really?
No.
Here's Proctor on strike again, facing this ball from Clark, and turns it away down to long leg. This time it goes straight to Dan Worrell, who fields, sends in his return, and that's a single to Luke Proctor. Nicks the bowling as well. He's up to 3. Gay is 27, and Northamptonshire 38 for 2, which means they still trail by 169 runs.
Yep, and it's a nice quiet start this for Northamptonshire after lunch. Some nice shots from Amelia Gay, but they haven't been ball whizzing past the outside edge as yet. But as we've been saying throughout this game, for Rory Burns, he's got some lovely options to turn to. Actually, Mamla, does he want his long sleeves wetter now? Actually, more
looks as though it
might have gone for the short sleeve option here. Yes, he has. So he's gone with the short sleeves. So it must be warm out there.
Well, it was a bit breezy at the top at lunchtime, but I think probably when the sun comes out, it's maybe just down at ground level as well, where they don't get so much of the breeze.
Well, he's up there at mid-on with his white floppy sun hat on, as always. It's a long chat here between Rory Burns and Dan Worrell. 3 slips. Cover. Third man. They're just moving. Will Jacks from that 3rd slip to a 4th slip. So there's a gap now between de Grandhomme and Jacks. Then they've got the leg gully, who's being brought in front of square now by Dan Worrell, and they've moved Jordan Clark, who was at the 3rd man, very square on that short offside boundary rope. Worrell into Gay, and Gay's letting that one go across him outside his off stump. Just shoulders, arms. Colin de Grandhomme, 4 for in the first innings, 4 for 39 he finished with. And we'll no doubt see a bit more of him this afternoon. And of course Jamie Overton and Gus Atkinson. Those are the options for Mr. Rory Burns. Proctor settled himself down over his bat once more. As down Worrell. He's in over the wicket too, Luke Proctor. Oh, shout for LBW. Not out. And stay down from umpire Russell Warren. Looking to work around that front pad was Luke Proctor. Big shout from behind the stumps and from Worrell.
Can only think it may have been shading down, but it looked a decent. Actually pitched quite close to leg stump.
I think it may have just pitched outside.
Yeah.
So I think that's why it might not have been given. And then we're asking the question. But Luke Proctor, that's a sort of little moral victory there against Luke Proctor, as in over the wicket comes Worrell. Oh, and he's driving. That's a moral victory, because that's gone past the edge of Luke Proctor's bat and taken by folks in front of first slip, because we didn't really see that at all in that first innings from Luke Proctor.
No, I mean, apart from the drop, when he was dropped on 29 by Colin de Grandhomme at 2nd slip, which was in itself something of a surprise, putting it mildly. He didn't really give any chances at all, and not that many full shots of any kind. It was a model innings.
Waits again. Now bends at the knees as Worrell's into him, and that's hitting the pad again as he looks to work leg side, rolls out towards Ryan Patel. In there at square leg, and there's no run. There's a nice hubbub around the ground today. There's a nice murmur, crickety type murmur today, isn't there?
I always think that's one of the first morning of a test match at Lord's. The murmur there is just one of the great sounds in sport.
Well, I remember that when we were sort of locked down, and that TMS on the test matches at the Ageas Bowl in Manchester used the hum of a Lord's lunchtime. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and Proctor stabs this one off the front foot down into the leg side, and there's no run. So yes, the hum of Lord's, because obviously there was no one in the ground, and so they made the decision to have the Atmos, and it's actually, I'll be honest with you, I've heard it with no cricket on at all, and it's very peaceful.
I bet it is.
Not off if you how you get to sleep at night if you need whale noises or whatever it normally is. As Worrell over the wicket he comes once again to Proctor. Proctor the on drive, nicely played, firmly played, up towards Hashim Amla, up there at mid on. Good over that from Dan Worrell. 38 for 2 Northamptonshire. Emilio Gay is on 27, Proctor on 3, and that means Northamptonshire still trail by 169.
I think for most people I know, my lecture on the life and times of George Thompson usually does the trick. I think it sends them off in about 10 seconds. Thinking about Keith Andrew, when he was running the National Cricket Association in the 80s and 90s, they produced a coaching book called The Handbook of Cricket, which I think at the time was quite innovative, and I haven't looked at it for years. I must still have a copy somewhere, and I just wonder now if you read it, it would probably seem very, very old hat. I don't think the reverse sweep,
well, that probably was, or the ramp shot,
or the ramp figured prominently in it, to be honest.
There is a whole chapter on the switch hit, mind.
Yes, he learnt that from Tubby Viles, presumably. Here's Jordan Clark. We were talking about Tubby Viles earlier, in case you're just joining us, because he was Ricardo Vasconcelos being the youngest appointed Northamptonshire Championship captain since Tubby Viles, back before the First World War. who led Northamptonshire to second place in the championship in 1912. Here's Clark starting a fresh over, bowling to Emilio Gay, who's nicely in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for Clark to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yes, so it's certainly Brian Reynolds, who was obviously one of the great men of Northamptonshire cricket, coach for many years, and I think if anybody played a reverse sweep in his net, they would have been not in the net any longer. Here's Clark in again, and that's clipped away by Emilio Gay down towards fine leg. Big dive by Dan Worrell, but he couldn't stop it. If he got a hand to it at all, he couldn't stop it, and it runs away for 4 more runs. Northamptonshire 42 for 2, Gay up to 31.
He's ticking along after lunch, Emilio Gay.
Well, he is, and he's just probably quite a sensible approach, that if there's anything in his half, I mean, we're conscious of what happened to him before lunch when he got peppered, really, and got hit twice on the elbow by Jordan Clark, so maybe he's just thinking it's up there, it's going to go. The slightly dodgy second run was probably the only blot on the innings so far, outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Goes through to Ben Folkes.
Yes, he's played some lovely shots. Driving,
it's good to watch.
Working the ball, absolutely.
Well, I say he got his maiden Championship 100 down at Canterbury last year against the likes of Darren Stevens, which was a good contest, and again all part of the learning process. 3 slips waiting as Clark comes in again, bowls very full to Gay, who squeezes that out into the offside just in front of square, fielded there by Ryan Patel, but they're able to come through for a single. 1 more to Gay, 32 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 43 for 2. You talk about Tubby Viles and Keith Andrew, they were actually pictured together because they were 2 of the first 3 captains to lead Northamptonshire to second place in the championship. And there's a wonderful photograph that was taken in the 1960s of Dennis Brooks, who led them to second place in 1957, Keith Andrew in 65, and Tubby Viles in 1912. Brilliant. Here's Clark in again, bowls to Proctor, who gets on top of the bounce and just turns it round the corner for an easy single, fielded by Dan Worrell, coming in off the boundary down to our right, and that's another run to Proctor, 4 to him. Been comprehensively outscored by Emilio Gay at the moment. Northamptonshire 44 for 2, yes, taken in front of the scoreboard. What's the old scoreboard, no longer used of course at Wantage Road, although the building is still there. It's now used for groundsman's eyrie. Here's Clark in again, bowls to Gay, forces that nicely off the back foot, and he's going to pick up a single as it goes out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. Sends in his return to Ben Folkes, and that's another run to Gay, 33 to him. Northamptonshire 45 for 2, and he's nicked the bowling as well counted at the end of that over. Clark 1 for 31 from 7 overs, and Northamptonshire 45 for 2 with Gay on 33, Proctor on 4.
Yes, and I think we're going to see a bit of Colin de Grandhomme. Comes into the attack to replace Dan Worrell. So de Grandhomme ended up with 4 for 39 in 14.5 overs in the first innings. He's had his headshot done, Mr. de Grandhomme, because he comes up on the big screen.
It's with the war paint on.
Indeed he does. I'm sure that was taken today. So he's no, he has got it on. Actually,
yes,
maybe actually it wasn't just Mr. Worrell who had his headshot done this morning. It may well have been Mr. de Grandhomme as well.
Well, it looks a fairly current haircut.
Yes, it does. It does. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, it's his first home game, so obviously it's the first chance they've had. De Grandhomme is in, and this one's left alone straight away by Emilio Gay. He'll get this ball to swing though, Colin de Grandhomme. That's what he does. Gets the ball to swing. He's an incredibly useful cricketer. Here's Colin de Grandhomme, and he's part of that 20-man New Zealand squad alongside Will Young. Yes. Round the wicket he comes to Gay. Short one. Gay sways inside this. Played it pretty well. Dropped the hands. And taken by Ben Folkes. But,
how many games is de Grandhomme here for?
Well, he's got 1 more.
Right, okay.
1 more next week. Because then it's that Surrey don't play that last round ahead of T20 starting. So then it will be all T20 for a bit, won't it? As De Grandhomme's in again, and Gay's looking to drive, thick inside edge. Won't get a run as Hashim Amla comes across to do the fielding. Signed Sunil Narain for the T20.
Right.
Surrey, so be interesting to watch Mr. Narain.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have got Jimmy Neesham and Chris Lynn.
That's all right, isn't it? So Chris Lynn is a very exciting signing.
Gives it a spank, doesn't he?
Certainly does. Now that's it. Gay again on the elbow. Oh, it's the same one. 3 times now.
I think that might be the.
Oh no, that's the other one. I do apologise.
It's the left elbow, isn't it? But he's crikey.
Oh dear. He's played 3 deliveries with his elbow so far, but that one again has just spat at him, and he's done pretty well to keep it down. He's all right this time. But yeah, that's the other elbow. So he's just about got over the 2 from Jordan Clark before lunch on the left, and now he's on the right.
Matching pair.
Yes, as De Grandhomme is into him, and Gay lets this one go. Outside is off stump. Well, he's certainly having a bit of a working here, is Emilio Gay. Key thing is, though, he's still there on 33. So that's the key thing for Emilio Gay. It's a good attack, this, for Surrey. Good test for the young man, it really is. So far, he's doing all right, as in round the wicket comes De Grandhomme to him, and he's letting this one go again. Outside is off stump, so tidy first over that from Colin De Grandhomme. End of it. And Northamptonshire 45 for 2, still trailed by 162, with Gay on 33 and Proctor on 4.
Yes, I was just saying, I was just watching or looking at a freeze frame of the Proctor run out, and it looks as though it was a very, very good decision, because he was just back, but only just back. It was very tight. And it's going to be Jamie Overton to come into the attack, so a double change for Surrey. Picked up in the first innings, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41, the wicket of Safe Saib. And a little bowl this morning, because De Grandhomme, finishing off the Northamptonshire innings, picked up the wickets of Kerrigan for 12 and Sanderson for 4, leaving Luke Proctor 83 not out, and he's on strike now, 4 not out in the second innings, as Overton comes in, bowls to him, and Proctor picks up a single straight away, just drops it down on the offside, fielded out there by Hashim Amla, coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run.
A nice combination, Proctor and Gay, aren't they?
Well, they are. They ought to complement each other well. And we're talking about Emilio Gay constantly furthering his cricketing education, being relatively inexperienced, and not a bad bloke to bat with. Luke Proctor, somebody who, as we've said so many times, sells his wicket very dearly. Here's Overton in again, bowls to Gay outside the off stump, and Gay leaves it alone. Goes through to Ben Folkes. I think we're talking about Josh Bohannon. I think they're going to be, I'm sure, keeping an eye on him. Obviously for Lancashire, he's now 23 not out. Keaton Jennings has made his 100, and Lancashire 236 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 315 all out at Old Trafford. But he's another one, I'm sure, that they're going to be keeping an eye on. A very strong start to the season, the Lancashire batter. Here's Gay on top of the bounce again, running it down towards backward point, and man comes in off the boundary, and they're able to come through for a single. One more to Gay, he goes to 34, and Northamptonshire to 47 for 2.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings, I think that's 9 months since his last game. I was reading somewhere he had a thigh injury and missed the back end of last season, then picked up a thigh injury in pre-season. So his first game back, he's 103 not out.
Oh, welcome back, Keaton.
Yes, absolutely.
Here's Proctor on 5, facing this ball from Jamie Overton, very full. Proctor digs it out, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. 3 slips in place, then a deep backward point on the boundary. Down in there at cover, fairly close, and a mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square on the boundary, and a long leg on the boundary, probably about 20-25 yards separating those two. Interesting to see if they do try the bouncer again on Proctor, who tended just to leave it alone most of the time. Is Overton in again, bowls full again to Proctor, who on drives beautifully for 4. Mid on fairly wide, so big gap through there. Once it had gone past Overton, it was 4 runs. and it crosses the boundary rope in front of the dugout at the far end of the ground, and it brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. 51 for 2 takes Luke Proctor up to 9.
Yeah, very nicely played by Luke Proctor. Just checking the drive straight down the ground for 4, but it's Jamie Overton there getting a round of applause from Ryan Patel and Rory Burns in the slip cord, and I think for the length as much as anything.
Well, it's got to be the right length to Proctor, and maybe you just use the short one as a bit of a surprise weapon. Here's Overton, does bowl the short ball, and it's called as a no ball. It's sailed a long way over Luke Proctor's head, called no ball by umpire Cook. 2 more onto the total, 53 for 2. Northamptonshire 154 behind still.
Yeah, that was very short from Jamie Overton.
Yes, it's fair enough, I suppose, just reminding the batsman that he's there, but as we were talking at some length in the first innings, Proctor doesn't tend to hook. He will play a sort of paddle pull to a ball that's short of a length, and there's somebody's walking in front of the sight screen on his phone.
Just strolling along like he's got all the time in the world. We'll wait for you to do your phone call, sir.
Here's Overton in again, bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that, just dropping the ball down at his feet. Something's fallen out of Jamie Overton's pocket as he was bowling. I don't think it's the towel that was being used earlier as the in the back of Jamie Overton's trousers when he was like the walking roller towel.
Well, he's changed those trousers as
well,
of course,
Radders.
That was the thing. So maybe that was the end of the towel out the back of his trousers.
Well spotted.
Yes. Oh no, it's going in the back of these pair of trousers. Yes.
Well, his willingness and enthusiasm for making himself generally useful out on the field is much to be commended. Absolutely. 53 for 2. Gay is 34. Proctor is 9.
You know, the marketing types next week in the toilets at the Kia Oval will be tall Jamie Overtons to wipe your hands on. As round the wicket then comes Colin de Grandhomme, and this will be 4 runs for Amelia Gay. He's racing along here because that's off the face of the bat down to that short third-man boundary rope for 4. There's a nice style to Amelia Gay's batting. Moves on to 38, 57 for 2.
It's interesting with him because, again, we were talking earlier in the match, weren't we, about players that get pigeonholed, and you know, there's the description of he's a red ball player, he's a white ball player, and I suppose for a while when Emilio Gay came in, because he'd made no secret of the fact that he wants to play red ball cricket, wants to play Test cricket. I'll come back to that in a second.
Stands with that bat raised once more as de Grandhomme's into him and Gay's forward.
But talking to him last year after he made his first Championship 100 at Canterbury, you know, he was making it very clear, you know, it's not that I don't want to play white ball cricket. I do. I want to play every type of cricket for Northamptonshire if I can, but, you know, that was what he felt he was perhaps best suited to. And when he did come in and play white ball, certainly the Royal London Cup, he made some useful runs.
Yeah. Waits again. And he's looking to pull de Grandhomme, bottom edge straight into his nether regions. He is in the wars here, Amelia Gay. And, yeah, he'll check the fruit basket there and make sure everything's all right. But that was a bottom edge straight into his abdominal guard, poor lad. Oh, and it tends to speed up for some reason as well. As here is de Grandhomme to him, and he's looking to work this one down to third man. He's played it very nicely. He'll look for 2 as the throw comes in. Proctor's taking a while to get going for that second run again. Just for a moment I thought this could be trouble, but they're back safely for the second, and 59 for 2. Well, Gay's got 40 of this 59, so he is ticking along very nicely at the moment, and this partnership now worth 51. So that's the 50 partnership, of which Gay has 40. As de Grandhomme is round the wicket to him, and Gay's covering up, playing this one out towards cover point, and there is no run. So yes, 51 this partnership worth, and Gay the sort of dominant partner in terms of the run scoring side of things on 40.
Yeah, made 84 not out against Derbyshire in the Royal London Cup last year, and also got some runs in the warm-up match against Bedfordshire.
Round the wicket again goes de Grandhomme. And he's had a right old flash at this one outside the off stump, and it's died on Ben Folkes. Bounce, went straight up, hit Ben Folkes I think on the side of the head, ricocheted away, Now Ben Folkes is in the wars. End of the over, 59 for 2. Gay has 40 and Proctor has 9. What he mustn't do, I suppose, here, Gay, and it's an easy thing to say, is get too overexcited, because he's going along beautifully at the moment.
No, absolutely right. And, well, if anybody's got a copy of Brian Close's book, wasn't it, called I Don't Bruise Easily, then send it to Emilio Gay. Because he certainly has, as Mark said, he certainly has been in the wars today. A couple of painful blows on the right elbow, one on the left elbow after lunch, and now one in the unmentionables off a bottom edge. Crowd, it seems to me, there's a few more people coming in, which is great to see. 59 for 2 Northamptonshire. Here's Overton in bowling outside the off stump and left alone by Luke Proctor. Goes through into the gloves of Ben Folkes. There's certainly a few more drifting in, I think, on the far side of the ground.
Quite a big few people just sort of gathered in the Archbishop Tennyson Gap, as it's known.
Oh, yes.
Under the big scoreboard there. But maybe just waiting for the end of the over to go back to their seats. But yeah, no, to say it's a nice murmur around the ground today.
Here's Jamie Overton running in again to bowl to Luke Proctor. Short. Proctor plays that really well. It rolled out in the air for a split second, but rolled out into the offside. It was a ball that just got a little bit big on Proctor, but he rode it pretty well. And it ran out into the offside and no run, but Proctor's been rather overshadowed in terms of the scoring since lunch. He will be not remotely bothered about that. What he will be bothered about is just trying to make sure, as you say, that Emilio Gay keeps himself together, because at the moment he's flowing like the Nile, isn't he? Here's Overton in again, bowls short to Proctor, and Proctor pulling bat and gloves out of harm's way. Watches it go into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and there's no run. The ground staff have got a wonderful little eyrie down there, haven't they?
Nice,
talking about where the Northamptonshire ground staff sit under the old scoreboard. That's very nice down there. Good view of the game.
Yeah, all their bits and pieces are in there as well. And they've got a little sort of area with their kettle and everything. I think Mr. Lee Ford's office is down there as well.
Here's Overton from the pavilion end, so running towards us, and he's outside the off stump again, left alone by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Yes, and of course these days as well, almost the prerequisite in any head groundsman's little hidey hole down there, of course, is the radar, the weather radar, which they makes you wonder how they ever. I suppose it was the old seaweed, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I think so. Well, there's two things: the radar and the dartboard. I've noticed. Yes. Always a dartboard knocking around.
There's some angry stuff over towards the east of us, over Chelmsford way. Here's Overton again, bowls to Proctor very full, and Proctor just dropping it out on the offside, fielded in the covers by Ryan Patel, and there's no run. So our boss Kevin Howells, who's
he's near the weather there.
He's near where the weather is. Well, I'm sure he'll find plenty to amuse him. Chelmsford,
absolutely. The old river, whatever it is.
River Can.
That's it. Thank you very much indeed, brothers. The River Can.
Because I always thought it was the Chelmer, but I was wrong.
Yeah, right. The River Can. Well, birthplace of the wireless.
Yes,
course,
it is.
Isn't it?
The big sign. That's right. Here's Overton in again outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. End of another over. 59 for 2. Northamptonshire. Gay is 40. Proctor is 9. Jamie Overton's bowled 2 overs. No wicket for 8. Yes, I think I made some reference to that in the previous match about having been in radio so long that I was the original polisher of Marconi's valves, and there was a certain amount of schoolboy sniggering in the press box.
I can imagine.
For reasons that I can't imagine.
No, absolutely not. But yes, there is that big sign, isn't there?
Yep.
Birthplace of the wireless.
Birthplace of the wireless.
As you come in to Chelmsford. So
2LO, wasn't it? Rittle calling.
That's it. As Emilio Gay doing some gardening. 2 slips in there for him, then 2 back on that very long leg side boundary. Rory Burns is jogging himself into first slip, so this will be that first, second and fourth slip with the gap between second and fourth. And Emilio Gay settles over his bat on 40. Colin de Grandhomme is round the wicket to him, and forward goes Amelia Gay. Someone scored somewhere as round goes Sam Curran to do the fielding.
Well, it can't be Northampton Town because they haven't started yet.
I was thinking that.
Up at Barrow. Big game this afternoon for the Cobblers.
Yes, it's the last sort of official day of the season, isn't it, in the Championship and Leagues 1 and 2 today, and then playoff stuff and all that malarkey is. Oh, this one's gone past the outside edge as Amelia Gay pushes at that. And taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left, and Amelia Gay down to do a bit more gardening there. Sam Curran's dropped the ball at cover just to go and retrieve it, and then lobs it up to Colin de Grandhomme. De Grandhomme, round the wicket he comes to Gay, and Gay's letting him go again. Outside his off stump. Rory Burns, the captain, in there at first slip, working on the ball as always. Gentleman's running round the outside of the boundary rope to his seat down there in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Lots of people still congregated in the Archbishop Tennyson Gap as round the wicket goes de Grandhomme. Forward comes Gay, plays this one into the offside. Fielding done again by Sam Curran. Few people sat in that middle tier of the MAR Galadari stand. We had a look at that on our way round for breakfast this morning, myself and Mr. Rad. Very good number 4 breakfast this morning.
Very nice, yes.
In again comes de Grandhomme. This is whipped away wristily by Amelia Gay out towards Ryan Patel, and they'll pick up a single. Gay moves on to 41, 60 for 2. Famous calf, that, the oval calf next to the underground.
I was taken to task, very politely, but I was taken to task after mentioning the fact that I had some fried bread with my breakfast this morning, and a friend of mine pointed out that as penance I should be doing 2 laps of the outfield here at the Oval per slice. Now, as I had 2 slices, that means 4 laps of the outfield at the Oval. I think if I'd done that, I probably would not have got my breath back yet.
So, once in a blue moon.
Well, that's right.
In comes de Grandhomme once again, and this one's turned into the leg side by Proctor. He'll get a single, so it's a nice start this after lunch. Leg by is the signal for Northamptonshire. Been out there 45 minutes, and at lunch they were 14 for 2. They're now 61 for 2. The partnership's worth 53. I was very naughty this morning for me. I had a sausage and egg sandwich.
I noticed it was very nice.
It was excellent.
But no, all things in moderation. Now, are we going to see a change of bowling at the other end? Yes, we are. We're going to see a bit of Gus. Gus Atkinson is coming into the attack to replace Jamie Overton. And again, it's this wonderful, I say luxury, but it's the way that the attack has been built here at the Oval, in that if one of the seamers has 2 or 3 overs, little burst, doesn't do anything, we'll get somebody else on and give him a go at the other end. Rory Burns can just switch things around. Plenty of options. And that's certainly what stood Surrey in very good stead in Northamptonshires first innings, bowling them out for 194. 3 slips in place. Atkinson starting off round the wicket to Proctor, who's in behind that, pushing it up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Hashim Amla, and there's no run. A very busy cricketer, isn't he, Gus Atkinson? He just looks as though he's enjoying himself and bustles around, a little bit like Northampton's Tom Taylor in that respect. There's another one who always looked as though he's engaged with what's going on and can't wait to run in again. And here he is doing just that to Luke Proctor's gone short. Proctor pulls, it's in the air, he's going to be caught, I think, down at deep square. He is, and what a way to go. Second ball, Gus Atkinson makes something happen. We were saying that Luke Proctor was not tended to take the short ball on. Well, there he did. He pulled it, it went a long way up in the air, and it was a question of, it was the short boundary, a question of whether it was just going to carry over the head of Sam Curran, but it didn't. Curran, really good judgment there. He knew exactly where the boundary rope was, and he caught it probably a couple of feet inside the rope. Good catch by Sam Curran, and a huge blow as Luke Proctor goes for 9. Wicket for Gus Atkinson, and Northamptonshire 61 for 3.
It's a really good catch from Sam Curran, because he had to check where his feet were as well, going around on that boundary rope. Really good catch from Sam Curran, and Luke Proctor will obviously be disappointed, but boy has he batted well in this game. He really has, and Look, he saw that one. New bowler, short, and went for it. He hasn't really played that shot in the game, but that was a very fine catch from Sam Curran.
Yeah, I mean, the only time he's really pulled, and the ball wasn't as short as that, was the one this morning that disappeared into Harleford Road.
Yes, that's true.
Just after the 9th wicket had fallen, and he decided, presumably, that he didn't particularly trust Ben Sanderson and was going to have a go, and he cracked one there over the stands into Harleford Road down towards Archbishop Tennyson's school, but yeah, that went up in the air, and as you say, it was really good judgment from Sam Curran, who just that awareness of where the rope was, and it's a short boundary down there, and the first thought was when that had gone, well, that'll clear him, but it didn't. It had much more height than distance, and yeah, very well judged catch. So Proctor goes, and now Rob Keogh comes to the crease.
It was up there a while as well, wasn't it?
Yes,
that was the other thing.
It hung in the air.
He certainly had time to think about it.
But Sam Curran holding on, 61 for 3, and that is a big wicket. And now Rob Keogh doing his little warming up exercises, sort of chubby checker twist, ×4, 3 slips in place as Atkinson runs into bowl to the right-handed Keogh, his first ball, and it's on leg stump, but he turns that away out towards mid-wicket. Sharp bit of fielding there, so they don't get a run, but it was a good ball first up. Atkinson to Keogh, it was right on, almost Yorker length on leg stump.
You know how when you're young, you watch your heroes.
I'd be struggling to remember
but
that.
You watch your heroes, and then you go out and try and be them.
Oh, yes,
when you're out there playing.
Here's Atkinson, and again bowls to Keogh, who carves that away dangerously close to third slip. It went over the top of them, I think, and it ran away for 4 to third man. There is no third man, so it's 4 runs to Keogh to get off the mark, but he didn't know entirely where that was going, and certainly wasn't in control of the stroke. 65 for 3, Keogh 4.
Yeah, definitely not in control of that, Rob Keogh. Even in these first 2 deliveries, he looks like he's come out looking very positive, Rob Keogh. But yes, so I can't remember who it was, but I must have been about 12, 13, and they did the odd, when they got out there, they ran on the spot to get their feet.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Keogh just on his hip, and he looks to turn that away on the onside. Not sure if he got any bat on it, did he? Is it going to be signalled as a leg by? Yes, it is signalled as a leg by umpire Nick Cooks. There was no bat on it. We just rolled down into the onside and called through for the single by Emilio Gay. So 1 more on the total, 66 for 3.
So I decided that's good enough for them, that's good enough for me. Went out there, did the old running on the spot, and as I was doing it on the crease, slipped a bit, twisted my ankle and had to hobble off. Didn't even face a ball.
Oh, wonderful. Here's Atkinson round the wicket to the left-handed Emilio Gay, and Gay forces nicely off the back foot down towards backward point. Fielded out there by Ryan Patel. 1 more to Gay, who keeps the strike. 41 to him, 42 to him rather, 4 to Rob Keogh and Northamptonshire. 67 for 3. Bedfordshire to the 4 for Northamptonshire now, with Emilio Gay and Rob Keogh at the crease. Yeah, the only one of those I can remember was obviously, as I say, one of my early and indeed still one of my cricketing heroes is Mike Brearley, and we had that very upright stance. He used to lift the bat up, and I remember trying to do that facing a friend of mine who was a quick bowler. Actually had a couple of years on the Northamptonshire staff on his driveway, which was quick anyway. He used to say it was the fastest wicket this side of Perth.
De Grandhomme coming round the wicket here to Emilio Gay. That's a lovely shot from Emilio Gay. Just stretching forward and just punching that off a goodish length through the covers. He looks very good here. He's on to 46, and Northamptonshire is 71 for 3.
And we had the rule, of course, that if you went over the next door garden, then you were out. And usually, if it was, you'd had a bit of a whack. On this occasion, I sort of was doing the Mike Brearley bat up, bat down. It hit me on the hand, the tennis ball, ballooned over next door's garden. So playing a defensive stroke, I was out because it had gone over next door.
Zing comes to Grandhomme, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Gay. It's a no ball from Colin de Grandhomme. So 2 more to the total. That was a quick driveway then.
It was. Well,
yes.
It's one of those, not bitter, but still 45 years later, it still rankles. It did seem very unfair.
Yes, indeed.
We used to say it was the fastest wicket this side of the Wacker.
Yep, absolutely. Well, when I was fortunate enough to sit with Graham Gooch the other night, saying that he was one of my big heroes, obviously, as round the wicket comes de Grandhomme and pushed by Gay into the offside, and used to play lots of test matches on my own. But I went down to the local toy shop, and you used to be able to get those plastic motor, sort of policeman motorcycle helmets with the visor on.
Yeah.
Took the visor off, had one blue one, and one painted the other one white. So I could be G Gooch and whoever was batting at the other end as, oh, that one's gone past Gay's little defensive push outside his off stump. But I was terrible. If somebody walked out to bat who I adored and they were wearing for the first time sweatbands on their wrists, I would then have to be wearing sweatbands next time. Or if they, as I say, if they did the little walk and run on the spot, or they whirled their arms with the bat, I tried to be Robin Smith for a while. And in round the wicket once again is de Grandhomme. Lets this one go. My favourite one, a friend of mine at school, was a hell of a good player. Right-handed batter, really talented. But one of these guys that was so talented, he got a bit bored. So he took 2 years out, because his great hero was David Gower, and turned himself into a left-hander, and then came back.
That takes a bit of doing.
Yeah, as in comes de Grandhomme, and this is driven straight back down the ground by Gay, and de Grandhomme does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run, complete with white floppy sun hat as well, so he looked like Gower. And he was still very good left-handed. He was one of those that was just very good at everything, really. But he didn't score a run for toffee for a couple of years because he was teaching himself to bat left-handed. As round the wicket comes to Grandhomme, Gay left his bat up here. I think he was sort of pretending, I'm going to run this down to third man, and he left his bat up in the air, a bit like the old periscope. I don't think that was too far away from brushing the face of his bat.
Well, I think we're able to, just watching on the screen there, Jamie Overton, as he went from slip to slip, was just showing, there he is, just demonstrating that he got his bat up just exactly as you described it, that it was probably not too far away. Well, my excuse is for spending the next, after that horrible incident on the driveway, spending the next 30 years lunging front foot down the pitch forward defensive, was the fact that I was modelling myself on one of my other great heroes, of course, DS Steele.
Oh, of course, yes.
So that was my excuse. Here's Atkinson starting afresh over to Keogh, turns that pleasantly down behind square on the leg side. Ryan Patel runs round a field and they come through for a couple of easy runs. Keogh is 6 and Northamptonshire 75 for 3.
Well, Nathan in Singapore, good evening to you, sir. As always, he says Graham Thorpe and his headband. So he said he didn't bother going left-handed, but we had the GP Thorpe headband for a while as well. Everybody does it. Everybody, when you're younger, the way your heroes do it is the way you do it for a while. Tim Robinson for me as well, you see.
Here's Atkinson running in again to bowl to Keogh, who leaves it alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Ben Folkes.
I was so stupid though, Radders, that I can remember the old man got me. I suddenly got into, do you remember the old gloves that the two fingers were together?
Yeah.
And you had the big one pad on the two fingers. But Robinson was Gunnar Moore, and they had the green. It was green. So instead of just going and getting a pair of Gunnar Moore ones, as in a
slave to the brand, as Atkinson comes in again, bowls to Keogh, who covers up. That ball doesn't bounce very much at all. Only got about half stump high. Keogh played it solidly enough back down the pitch.
I painted it green, see, and then obviously the first time it rained, all the paint ran over the gloves. That was a bit like though when couldn't ever afford the old BMX, you see, so I had the other bikes are available. Of course, I had the old Grifter. Other bikes are available.
Here's Atkinson running in again, bowls to Keogh, who drives out to cover, but straight to Sam Curran, who fields there, and there's no run.
And I always wanted a silver fox, but I never felt so. One day I did one of the great deals of all time where I swapped my Grifter bike for 2 silver fox tyres and got home, showed the old man, and he went, "That's great, son, that's a really good deal you've done this, because what are you going to actually put your tyres on?" Yes, so I had about 3-4 weeks of just rolling my Silver Fox tyres down the driveway.
I tell you what, you were a slave to the brand.
No, oh, well, yeah, you had to have the right stuff.
Man being dropped back at deep square now, as yes, well indeed, he bowls short, and that has absolutely flown from Gus Atkinson.
That can't be buys.
It's got to be. It's no balls, and it has sailed over the head of Ben Folkes, and it has absolutely raced away for 4. But it was like bowling on a trampoline, that one. He bowled it short of a length, and it has sailed so far over Ben Folkes. It's not true. 79 for 3, Northamptonshire. And he's called it as buys.
I know that's
I thought he called it no balls.
Absolutely no idea how that's buys.
No, neither can I.
And the great Mr. Cook. He would have asked Mr. Warren as well, but Ben Folkes never getting near that.
Bizarre. Here's Atkinson in again. Bowls to Keogh, pushes it out into the covers, fielded at extra there by Rory Burns. End of the over, 79 for 3, with Gay on 46. Keogh is 6. I can't believe that. That was just there was absolutely no way, A, that the batsman could have played it, and B, that Ben Folkes could have got anywhere near it either. So, anyway, there we go. 79 for 3 it is. Yeah, it's also, I think the early cricket books you had, I remember the first cricket book I was ever bought was one called King Cricket, and it was a sort of ghosted book supposedly by Gary Sobers about the 1966 England West Indies Test series. And I've still got it, and it's taped up, but it's a bit of a sort of sentimental value. It was the first cricket book I ever had, and you'd be trying to sort of emulate the photographs, the places like John Murray down on one knee sweeping. And
the Grandhomme is in here to Gay, short ball, Gay pulling out towards Ryan Patel, and he's let it through his legs, and it's gone for 4, and that brings up Amelia Gay's 50. So one of those moments for Ryan Patel there, where he's taken his eye off the ball and it's gone through his legs, but that's the 50 for Amelia Gay. Well played. 50 out of 83 for Amelia Gay, and it's worth remembering he's been struck on the elbow twice before lunch, once after lunch, then in the nether regions, and he's played some lovely shots. 56 balls for that 50 for Amelia Gay. He'll want to continue from here, as the Grandhomme is round the wicket to him, and Gay, he's been hit again. Looking to let that one go, and that's hit him on the elbow again.
It's almost as though he lost that one in the background or something. It can't have been, because the sight screen's huge down there, but he just froze almost, didn't he?
Well, he's shouldering arms, and it's just jagged back at him and hit him on the out. Now, the only thing you would say here for Amelia Gay is 4 times now he's been struck on that elbow. So, poor lad. And now comes the physio again. But what you said, he likes his boxing. This is like one of those Rocky films at the moment. Deary me.
Could have been a contender. That one, I think, that's the elbow watch. That's right elbow. So that's 3-1 in favour of the right elbow at the moment. In fact, I think just looking at where he's been rubbing it, I think it's just above the elbow maybe. The umpires are coming together to have just a general chit chat, and the Northamptonshire physio Nick Allen, who's having an awful lot of sprinting out there to do today, is now having another look at it, and he's in a spot of bother here, Emilio Gay, I'm afraid, again. And as I say, he's just having the physio's having a look at it, and you can see as soon as the physio's just bending it back, he is in a lot of pain there. And, well, I hope from Northamptonshire's point of view and from his point of view he's able to continue, because, as you say, he's played really well. Gets a pat on the back from Rob Keogh, which I'm sure makes him feel so much better.
He's done the old shake the physio's hand there as well to see if he can grip the bat. He's trying to grip the bat now. But the thing is that I can't remember in a game where it's one player that's been hit every time in the same place.
And but with that one, it was, as you say, the ball, whether it jagged back or whether it just swung back into him, but it was as though he'd lost it, and he just froze on the stroke. But it's very, very painful for him, and he's having a chat with the physio. And, well, I'm not absolutely sure whether he's going to be able to carry on here. He looks to be in a spot of bother.
He's got to be sensible, because look, that's 3 times on that elbow now.
There's like a sort of medical committee out there at the moment. There's Nick Allen, the physio, there's Rob Keogh, and there's, I think, Alex Russell, who's 12th man for Northamptonshire today. And he's got his bat and he's trying to pick up and trying to play the strokes.
Well, the other thing is the way he stands at the crease, he picks that bat up, doesn't it? It goes up and down a couple of times. Now it's whether he can get that bat up and down in his stance. But he's this is the longest he's done this since being struck, Amelia Gate.
Well, the Surrey fielders obviously have gathered in little groups. There's down below us a little sort of bowling group down there with Colin de Grandhomme and Dan Worrell down there as well, and I think he's going to carry on. Well, good for him, but it's got to have shaken him up a little bit. That's four blows on the elbow. He's still, you can see, looking at the heavens and still in a certain amount of pain, and Nick Allen, the physio, just keeps looking back at him as though he get the impression he's not 100% sure that he probably ought to be carrying on. But if the player says he's okay, then presumably. So now what does Colin de Grandhomme, you feel a bit for the bowler, don't you? What does Colin de Grandhomme do? I suppose you feel if you bowl him another short one, it looks a bit brutal. But then again,
the thing is, it wasn't that short.
It wasn't. No.
Was it?
No. It certainly wasn't a bounce or anything like that. Anyway, he's Grandhomme round the wicket again, bowls, and there you see Emilio Gay didn't get into line. He's so well he's been playing. That was a routine delivery, just decent length outside off stump, and he didn't get across. He sparred at it, and it's got to be on his mind. He's had a little walk, and Rob Keogh's now coming down the pitch and having a chat with him, and he's trying to, again, he's in his crease just away from the stumps, trying to see if he's okay and if he can, as Mark says, pick the bat up properly outside the off stump. This time he does leave it alone as it goes through to Ben Folkes. Now I'm struggling to think of any instance of the same batsman being hit that many times on the same day in the same place. It has been an extraordinary.
And it hasn't been anybody else.
No.
That's the other thing.
No. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls to Gay, who again just not quite getting into line, plays it down to his fourth slip. There's basically 2 slips, a gap and a fourth slip in there, and he plays it down to the man at fourth slip, and there's no run. But yeah, these are tough moments for Emilio Gay. He gets through this over, I'm sure he'll feel a lot better. There's 1 ball left. Still 61 overs left to bowl today, so a lot of cricket to be played today. Here's de Grandhomme in again. Bowls to Gay, who's got runs, turns it down behind square on the leg side, comes through for 1, and that's all there'll be. So he has to settle for a run, and he keeps the bowling, which is probably not necessarily what he would have wanted. Anyway, 51 to Gay, 6 to Keogh, 84 for 3 at the end of the over. Colin de Grandhomme's bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 18.
Well, you were saying yesterday about Dean Algar and the way he plays. I always thought Algar is still, of course, but it's very best if he gets struck early in his innings.
Yes.
Anywhere, really.
Just galvanises him into action.
Absolutely. A number of times you've seen Dean Algar get one on the fingers or get struck, and then all of a sudden he's just in his right. I am not going anywhere. But Emilio Gay, as I say, 4 times now. And each time it's just been balls from back of a length that have gone up at him and hit the elbow. The key thing is they've gone down as well, so that's good. As it's going to be Gus Atkinson to come round the wicket from the pavilion end to Emilio Gay, who's allowing this one to pass outside his off stump. So yes, those 3 wickets to go. Vasconcelos before lunch, caught behind off Jordan Clark for 2. Then Will Young got an absolute beauty from Dan Worrell, outside edge gone for 3, and then Luke Proctor playing a pull shot off Gus Atkinson after lunch that went high in the air, and it was a very good catch by Sam Curran out at deep backward square. But Amelia gave 51 out of 84 here for Northamptonshire as Gus Atkinson's round the wicket to him. Gay's letting this one go again, making sure now Amelia Gay, interestingly, just making sure he's getting the bat as high up as he can and getting those elbows as high up as he can.
And he's still just practicing one-handed defensive strokes to make sure there's enough strength in that left hand at the moment. Right hand, rather.
Waits again. It's round the wicket, goes Atkinson to him. He's driving. He doesn't really time this at all. Emilio Gay, that might have something to do with the fact that he's probably not quite gripping the bat properly at the moment. Just twiddled in his hands a touch there, the bat. But the longer he gets through this after being struck again, I suppose then it will just, that feeling will slowly become back into those hands. As round the wicket again goes Gus Atkinson. Always had a flash at this one outside his off stump. He does look a little bit, unsurprisingly, but he does look a little bit rattled.
Yeah, he did. It was noticeable the first ball after he was hit the previous time. He just didn't really get into line. And now Rob Keogh's come, what, 2/3 of the way down the pitch and just having a chat with him. I'm sure encouraging him to keep going. So I was trying to work out which hand he was using, because he's been hit on both, or both arms, but it was the right arm that's had 3 blows to 1 for the left.
Atkinson's into him again. He drives, and again he hasn't really timed this. And Reece Topley, who's out there for Hashim Amla, comes round to do the fielding, and there is no run. So he's wandered off again here. He's still not 100% happy, Emilio Gay. In many ways, it's still not great. He might be better off getting off there, getting some ice on it and coming back. He doesn't want to do is now nick off, as round the wicket goes Atkinson to him, and Gay's forward and turns into the leg side up there towards mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 84 for 3.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because he's been playing so well, and since lunch in particular, he's played some handsome strokes and just showing what a good player we know he is. But yeah, half of you would want to say, well, okay, I'd like to do just that, make sure it's iced up and I'm okay. On the other hand, you think, well, actually, the team needs me out there ideally as one of the top order batsmen, and secondly, well, while I'm playing so well, I actually want to be out there. But as you say, if he's not quite right and his mind's not quite right, then yeah, it's a difficult one. And then I think you're relying probably on maybe the physio's opinion, but he obviously doesn't think it's bad enough for him to have to come off. Anyway, change of bowling from this Vauxhall end. It's going to be Jamie Overton back into the attack, and he's running in to bowl to Rob Keogh, and Keogh's just tucked up a little bit by that, drops it down on the onside. Ben Folkes has to come up from behind the stumps to field, and while all that's happening, they're able to come through for a single. One more to Keogh, 7 to him, 85 for 3.
I bet Gay's delighted there.
Really pleased.
First ball, Keogh's up the non-striker's head.
Yeah, just have a little rest down that end. Well, one ball, but to be fair, I think Gay actually called for the run. So he's just wiping a bit of sweat off his.
And now this is interesting, this field for Emilio Gay now.
Well, we now have a forward short leg, a long leg, a sort of backward square about halfway back to the boundary, and a deep square. And there's so many fielders there now that Nick Cook, I was going to say sprints, he's not actually sprinting, but he's striding purposefully from one side to the other, so he's actually going to go and stand at point. So we have a long leg on the boundary, a backward square, what, 2/3 of the way, if that, back, a deep square leg on the boundary, and a forward short leg under the helmet, and a gully. And Overton bowls to Gay, who drives back down the pitch. Overton fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. So this is again, I've been really impressed, and we saw it yesterday with Rory Burns. He tries something different, doesn't he? He's an inventive captain, and not concerned about the look of the thing, and just trying something a little bit funky, as the young people say, I believe.
Wouldn't know.
Here's Overton round the wicket again, bowls to Gay, who's edged and cut. He dropped him. Or did that not quite carry? I think it just dropped short. It was an outside edge from Gay. It went through to Folkes, and I don't think it quite carried.
Well, the interesting thing here is, just from a sort of technical point of view, is that the Gay is obviously locked on that back foot at the moment because he's expecting the short one.
Yeah, didn't carry.
Yeah, and he's got the edge there, and it hasn't carried to Ben Folkes. But he knows, long boundary, he's got 2 men round the corner. He's going to get a short one at some point from Overton from round the wicket.
And here is Overton round the wicket. Bowls short to Emilio Gay, who sways out of the way. Watches it slap into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and that was well, we haven't got the I think the speed gun in operation here, but that was a quick ball from Jamie Overton.
It was, and he knows it's coming. Yes. Emilio Gay.
Well, he's only going to look round at the field
Absolutely.
and to have a little bit of a hint that at what the bowler and what Rory Burns have in mind. Here's Overton, bit of sunshine bathing the oval. Overton in bowls, and Gay is nicely in behind that, short of a length, pushes it out into the covers for Sam Curran to field.
Played that really well.
He did. I would say he's got a bit of something about him, Emilio Gay. Yeah, and well, this is a real test for him. But if he comes through this, and if he could make a substantial score here after the trials and tribulations that he's had already, then well, whatever happens in the match itself, something good will have come out of it as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. Overton switching to back over the wicket to Emilio Gay, who just remarks his guard, taking it from umpire Warren as sunshine now bathing at least 3/4 of the ground. But now the field is changing just to heighten the sense of theatre. The man who was down there at backward square is coming up to leg gully, and long leg is being moved round squarer, so there's still that threat there of the short ball, and it's short of a length, but Gay is nicely in behind it on top of the bounds, plays it out into the covers. Curran fields, end of the over, 85 for 3. It's a good contest this. Gay is 51, Keogh is 7. Northamptonshire still trail by 122.
It's really good and really impressive from young Mr. Gay as well. Banged it in at him, got right in behind that. Emilio Gay. Rob Keogh wanders down for a chat with him, but yeah, this is showing he's got a lot of heart, a lot of fight. He's obviously a talented boy, but this is a proper attack at him at the moment, and he's still there. 51 not out of 85. Sun's beginning to come out now, which is rather nice, and Gus Atkinson with 3 slips is coming in from the pavilion end over the wicket to the right-handed Keogh. He gets up on his toes, nudges it into the leg side. They'll take the single again as Reece Topley falls over, and Gay is back on strike. So Keogh again single off the first ball of the over, and Keogh moves on to 8. Keogh's playing this brilliantly from the other end.
The other end.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But it means that Emilio Gay is in the line of fire again, so to speak. Short leg side boundary for him here as Gus Atkinson. Round the wicket he comes to Emilio Gay. Oh, and he's had a flash at one outside his off stump. They've got up for the court behind, and Emilio Gay is walking. And Emilio Gay goes for 51. And he just looked rattled after that 4th time of being hit on the elbow. I'm not surprised. And he just fenced at a ball that probably he could have left alone, and he gets a little bottom edge on it, and the catch taken by Ben Folkes, and that's been a good effort from Emilio Gay in the circumstances against a very good bowling attack. But he'll be disappointed. He's gone for 51. He'll get a warm round of applause. Everyone here knows what he's been through, and 86 for 4 Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it's again an innings that showed a bit of character there from Emilio Gay, but as you rightly say, Mark, he was clearly the last blow clearly was rattled, and again I suppose it reopens the whole discussion that we were having a few deliveries ago about whether it would have been better to just go off, get it iced up, get his himself calmed down a little bit, and come back later on. But you can understand it. Been playing so well, and mindful of the fact that his team needed him out there, but in the end I don't think he's done him a lot of good, and it's cost him his wicket. And it was interesting, the edge, I think it was fairly clear, and you could see him almost having dragging himself out. By the time Nick Cook gave him out, I think he was just about walking. I think he knew what was coming, but Yeah, well played, Emilio Gay. Half century for him, but now Northamptonshire 86 for 4. And well, Saif Zaib comes to the crease, and if ever a young player needed a score, it's him at the moment. And he's coming in a situation once again where wickets are falling and Northamptonshire desperately need somebody to fill the breach. Rob Keogh is still out there, but they need Saif Zaib. He's got all the talent that you want to talk about. They need him to actually convert some of that talent into runs out there today.
Very brave innings that from Emilio Gay, and in many ways actually you look at it and you think it shows a lot about the lad that he wanted to stay out there as well. But
Well, yeah, absolutely. He was mindful of the fact that, say, the team needed him out there. But I think if from a purely selfish point of view, he might have been better just to, as you said, just to pop back to the pavilion and get it iced up. Anyway.
So this is the first ball for Saif Zaib, and he's letting it go. It just zips from Gus Atkinson again. Been an impressive little spell of bowling this again from Gus Atkinson. And floodlights are going off now because the sun's out. So floodlights going off. 86 for 4, still trailing by 121 and plenty of overs left today.
It's a beautiful afternoon, and looking at the radar, I think there's no rain on the horizon here. Most of it's further down, say, Chelmsford way.
As Atkinson is in, Zaib lets this one go. Left-hander watches it all the way into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. If Emilio Gay, and I hope he does, because he looks a lovely player. Every time I've seen him, scores loads and loads and loads of runs for Northamptonshire over the years. That little passage there might be quite an important one for him in his career, actually. As in comes Gus Atkinson once again, and forward goes Saif Zaib, and he's off the mark in nice fashion. Just pushes this one out into the offside. He'll get a couple here.
No ball, I think.
Is the arm out from umpire Cook? If it is, we'll all know about it. Yep, there it is. Well spotted, Radders. That'd be 4 more to the total. It's almost putting his arm out and then sort of signalling to Rory Burns as well there, like an old train conductor. 90 for 4.
Did you see what your bowler just did?
No, I haven't.
No.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
You can imagine the beast.
Yes, absolutely.
You see that?
As in round the wicket once again goes Gus Atkinson, and saves up on his toes. Plays a short ball out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, in the same way that I know when I was talking to John Sadler after Emilio Gay made that 65 against Yorkshire, and you know he felt that was an important innings and it was an important step along the way, and yeah, hopefully we'll see something that regarded in a similar light today.
And the wicket once again comes Gus Atkinson. That one's left alone outside the off stump, so the wicket of Emilio Gay for 51. And the other thing here is that Emilio Gay was doing all the scoring for Northamptonshire. Nobody else has got into double figures yet, so he was doing all the scoring as well for Northamptonshire.
I can reveal exclusively that at Chelmsford they've obviously managed to dodge the rain so far. Essex 403 all out, Yorkshire 205 for 3 in reply, and Joe Root is 70 not out.
There you go.
Off 105 balls, so that I suspect is where the column inches will be heading tomorrow morning.
It's the writer's dream, what with Stokes yesterday and Root today.
Captain's past and present and past. Here's Jamie Overton about to start a fresh over to Rob Keogh with 3 slips in place. Bright sunshine now here at the Oval, and Keogh's in behind that, pushing it out into the covers, fielded by Ryan Patel. Sends his return into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and there's no run. Lancashire are 260 for 4 in reply to Warwickshire's 315 all out at Old Trafford. Both Jennings and Bohannon have gone. So in there at the moment for Lancashire, Dane Villas and Phil Salt, 2 new batsmen at the crease. Jennings making 110. No substantial score for Bohannon today. Here's Overton in bowls very full to Keogh. Pushes it out again into the covers once again. Patel fields once again, fires in his throw to the gloves of Ben Folkes. At Southampton, Hampshire hanging on 200 for 9 in their second innings, which means they lead Gloucestershire by 363. So that's going to be a long chase for Gloucestershire. At Cardiff in Division 2, Leicestershire leading a bit of a stand as Overton comes in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rob Keogh, goes through to Ben Folkes. Leicestershire in their second innings are 15 for 1 after Glamorgan were finally bowled out for 437. So Leicestershire still 102 runs behind, and they have lost a second innings wicket. At Hove it's raining, and Sussex are 15 for 2 in their second innings after dismissing Middlesex for 358. So Sussex effectively 49 for 2 there. That's the overall lead. And Worcestershire have just been bowled out by Durham up at New Road, as that ball from Overton is played defensively back down the pitch by Keogh. No run. Durham 580 for 6 declared, and Worcestershire just all out for 309. So they're 271 behind. I'm just awaiting news of whether Durham have enforced the follow-on there.
Just looking at the Hampshire card again quickly. Aneirin Donald, 85 not out. It is great to see him back. He has had all sorts of injury problems, so great to see him back.
Yeah, talented cricketer. Here's Overton in again. Keogh again in behind it, pushing it out to the covers once again for Patel to field, and there's no run. 90 for 4 Northamptonshire, still 117 behind.
There's a nice little photo put up as well from the Glamorgan press box of them all watching Aneirin Donald batting. His brother Gav is there now at Glamorgan, working on the, I think, on the press team there now. But no, very good to see Aneirin back. He's a talented boy, that one. Keogh playing this one from Jamie Overton down into the leg side. Good testing over that from Jamie Overton, end of it, and Northamptonshire 90 for 4.
We mentioned Joe Root being 70 not out for Yorkshire against Essex at Chelmsford. See at the other end, Matthew Revis is 47 not out. There's a young cricketer to look out for. Talk about those that have impressed us this year, and those that we've seen in the matches that our respective counties have played. And Matt Revis against Northamptonshire made 31 not out with the bat, took 3 for 43 and 3 for 57, got Will Young out in both innings, and, took a terrific catch to get Rob Keogh. So he's another cricketer, another one of the Sedbergh School Brigade, coached by Martin Spate.
Yeah. Ah, yes, of course. As Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end is coming round the wicket to save Zabe, who's playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And as Ben Crossland's pointed out on social media, it's not just Matt Revis, but also Harry Brook and George Hill, of course, come out of Sedbergh.
Yeah.
What a fantastic venue that is as well.
Lovely school. Lovely school. Waiting again is Safe Zabe. As round the wicket goes Gus Atkinson to him. He's pulled the bat inside the line of this, and that just dipped on Ben Folkes at the last moment as he was about to take that. But no, Aneirin Donald is a terrific cricketer, and great to see him back. He's just gone, I think, for 89, but Hampshire all out then for 204, so that'll be 368 for Gloucestershire to win that one down at the Ageas Bowl. As round the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and boy, that's a great ball to save Zabe. He's played it really well, back of a length, just got big on him, and he's taken the bottom hand off the bat. Nicely bowled by Gus Atkinson. And this is the thing with, I said yesterday, there is no discernible change in that action, and then he just walks back. Gus Atkinson just strolls back to the top of his mark. Turns around and comes in again. He's a cricketer I really like, Gus Atkinson. Saw him with the bat yesterday. He's got a bit about him with the ball, obviously. He's in again. That's short, that's cut by Safe Zabe. And that's away for 4. It's more off the toe end of his bat, but it whistles off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. And Northamptonshire 94 for 4. And crowd enjoying the fact that they've had to throw the ball back there, so that's very exciting. Of course, we haven't been able to do that for a couple of years.
No, that's right. Yes. All crumbs, if anybody had done that, would have had the wipes out, yes, the sanitizer and the hazmat suits and heaven knows what else.
Absolutely, with COVID. Well, last year at Surrey, when that stand was being built, I had to sort of have somebody sat in it,
yes,
with gloves on, as in round the wicket goes Atkinson, and this is turned into the leg side by Safe Zabe. He'll get a single. That'll be one more to the total.
I'm interested to see. I'm assuming I haven't been to Edgbaston this year. First, we're there next week, and I'm interested to see. I'm assuming the teams will actually be changing in the same
back to
normal
now.
because it was comical in the first. Obviously, straight after COVID, they were changing at opposite ends of the ground, and it was as though they'd fallen out with each other.
We had it here.
Oh right.
They were getting changed in the Sydney Pardon press box.
Okay.
You see below us.
Yeah.
The away team. So it was all very confusing for the first sort of couple of games as you were looking for sort of fielders to come down the steps, and then they suddenly emerged from underneath us. So yes, that happened for a while.
Yeah, at Northampton, of course, the away side were changing downstairs in the old indoor school, the Speckled Hen Lounge, as it is now.
Gus Atkinson comes in over the wicket to Rob Keogh. Short one. Keogh's ducking underneath that, and taken by Ben Folkes. End of the over. 95 for 4 then Northamptonshire. Safe Zabe's on 7. Keogh is on 8.
Sorry, Mark, I think it's also the interesting saying about Gus Atkinson, the little documentary that was I think was on the stream here at lunchtime with the ACE programme, and obviously some of the players getting involved with that, and it was great to hear. I was watching it yesterday, and it was great to hear Gus Atkinson say, that he, without any sort of arrogance, they say, he hopes that the kids will want to emulate people like that, and they'll be role models and examples for the others to follow, and that's getting involved in that sort of hugely valuable work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good on him, good on Surrey.
Well, Sam and Gus went down to one of the programmes and had a game with them.
Oh, terrific.
Yes, and then Gus bowled Sam first ball with a Yorker, I think, from memory.
I'm sure that was never mentioned again. 95 for 4. Here's Overton, starting a fresh over from the Vauxhall end, and padded up by Safe Zabe, and there's an appeal by Ben Folkes for LBW. I think must have been going over the top, you would think, but what's a slightly dangerous thing for Safe Zabe to do, particularly having seen what's been happening to Emilio Gay. Wasn't taken cleanly by Ben Folkes. He appealed. He held up a glove while he was on the floor, and Russell Warren said not out. What Nick Cook said from square leg, I wouldn't like to conjecture his. Overton in again, bowls short, and that followed again. It just swung back in, and it followed Safe Zabe as he tried to get everything out of the way. This is torrid stuff, it really is.
Well, it's good, aggressive,
it is.
Quick bowling.
It's terrific stuff, but
sorry.
So it's, and the fact that Surrey have got this battery of 5 seamers that they can just keep rotating, keeping some of them fresh. Here's Overton in again, bowls outside the off stump. This time Zabe lets it go through. There's 2 slips in place and forward short leg. There's backward point, man on the drive at extra cover, just in the batsman's eye line. Then mid off, mid on, and a long leg, and a third man. So the third man Liberation Front will be happy at least today. They'll put away their pitchforks for a bit longer. Flaming torches. 95 for 4. Here's Overton in again. Bowls to Zabe, who pushes that into the covers. Runs for him here as it runs out towards the boundary. Chased back towards the scoreboard by Sam Curran. In fact, it's only going to be a single because Curran quickly to the ball and sends in his return. And that's one more to Zabe, who goes to 8. And Northamptonshire to 96 for 4. Field changing round for the right-handed Keogh. Still the 2 slips in place, and now where's Sam Curran going? He's going into the 3rd slip or gully, going into gully. Well, no, actually, it's a 4th slip, really. They've got like 2 slips, a gap, and then Sam Curran rather than a gully. There is a wide 3rd man. As Overton comes in, bowls to Keogh, pushes that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
That's good pace from Jamie Overton again. He's shortened his run down with Azza Mahmood just before the season started, and he says it's made a huge difference, and he's been very good with the ball so far this season. He's a frightening sight.
Yes, absolutely. Well, there are still 55 overs to bowl in the day. Here's Overton. And again to Keogh, turns that off his hip, down to deep backward square, and they're able to come through for a single. One more onto the total, one more to Keogh. He goes to 9, and Northamptonshire to 97 for 4 at the end of the over. Jamie Overton's bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 11. Keogh is 9, Zabe 8, 97 for 4 Northamptonshire. So still trailing by 110, as we say, 55 overs left in the day, so there's an awful long time to go before Northamptonshire are able to seek the haven of the pavilion and say we'll come back tomorrow.
Gus Atkinson comes out the attack, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17 there for Gus Atkinson, both the wickets after lunch. And Jordan Clark comes into the attack from that pavilion end, the wicket of Vasconcelos before lunch. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 31 for Jordan Clark. Rob Keogh will be the man on strike. Zabe has 8, Keogh on 9. It's a funny old looking scorecard, 2, 3, 9, 51, 8 not out and 9. So Gay, as we were saying, was doing all the scoring really for Northamptonshire. As Rob Keogh, very capable of doing a lot of scoring for Northamptonshire. He's waiting with his bat raised as Jordan Clark is into him. Oh, and that one's climbed from back of a length and hits Rob Keogh on the bottom hand. It's good aggressive stuff again from Jordan Clark. Just getting big on Rob Keogh, and I think what you're seeing here as well, take nothing away from the Northamptonshire bowling attack at all, but this is a bit quicker, the Surrey attack, and we're seeing you haven't got time to adjust, and they're finding things in this pitch that Northamptonshire weren't able to, and that's just a good aggressive quick delivery again from Jordan Clark. They'll try to hit that spot again. And he comes once more to Keogh, and Keogh again, that one climbs at him. He's played it pretty well actually, Rob Keogh, but Sanderson's a tall man, Tom Taylor's obviously a tall man, but you've got Worrell, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson's no slouch with the ball in terms of pace as well. So they've got these 4 quicks and a bit of de Grandhomme. It's not easy, this. I don't know what Nick Cook's up to now, but he's sort of waddling along with Jordan Clark as he walked back to his mark. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark again, and that's a nice looking shot from Rob Keogh. Well played, Rob Keogh, because he's gone fuller of length and he's just driven that through the covers for 4, and Rob Keogh's into double figures. He moves on to 13, the 100 comes up, and it's 101 for 4. But that's a lovely shot from Rob Keogh. It really was.
Best shot he's played so far today, without a doubt. Very much a Rob Keogh strength. Strong hands. Just put the hands through the ball there. It was a little bit wide. Went down on one knee. Slightly Caribbean flavour to that stroke. Caribbean comes to Dunstable.
Lovely. Well, Joe Root's gone for 75. Ooh. So 75.
I'm not sure he'll get in then, will he?
Well, he might not. You know, that's the thing. Well, as I say, for the writers though, it's ideal that he's made some runs anyway.
Well, it's also the fact that he's out, because it means the deadline.
Oh yes, absolutely. As in over the wicket once again goes Jordan Clark to Keogh. Keogh's forward, prods this one out into the offside. Sam Curran does the fielding, moving round to his right.
I don't know if the deadlines for Sunday newspapers are as early as they used to be, but I can remember years ago it used to be if you were writing for one of the Sunday Nationals a match report on a Saturday, you had to file it certainly at tea time, no later than tea. And the late great Alan Gibson, father of our colleague Anthony, which we'll come back to in a sec.
As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. Keogh's playing a short length delivery off the back foot, straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I think became so frustrated by that on one occasion, one of the publications, he wrote what they call a rounded report of whatever it was, 400 words, up to and including the toss. just to make the point that early deadlines were a bit silly really if you're trying to cover a whole day's cricket.
Oh, magnificent.
And it was, as ever, a wonderful piece.
As in over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. And Keogh's had a flash and a wide one here. That's not a great shot from Rob Keogh. Thankfully he didn't get anything on it. End of the over. Northamptonshire 101 for 4. Zabe has 8 and Keogh's on 13. So it was a full match report up to the toss.
It was a full report of, and I think I have a funny feeling, I'll dig it out when I get home, and I have a funny feeling actually it featured Northamptonshire. And I think it was Northamptonshire Middlesex, and yeah, it went up to including the toss. There was loads of really interest, as ever with Alan Gibson, was one of the great writers and just so readable still. And yeah, went into all the stuff, and the build-up, what we call the preview stuff, and fascinating background, and but it just went up to the toss. So
did he tell everybody who won the toss?
I think he did, yeah. But it was a little exercise just to make the point.
Very
I think.
Good.
It's certainly featured in one of his books, which I say is still wonderful to read. Here's Overton in again, and Zabe driving at a ball outside the off stump, doesn't make contact. And Jamie Overton, you're talking, I think you were mentioning yesterday, Mark, about his follow through. He was almost starting to celebrate and got pretty much down to save Zabe. And now Rob Keogh's just having a little word with Zabe, but that was again a bit of a nothing shot. I have to say, I think Alan Gibson's book about the cricket captains of England will be very, very close to being one of my desert island cricket books. It's just, here's Overton in again, and this time Zabe plays inside the line. It's a good, much better bit of batting from Zabe. Watches it throw into the gloves, and yeah, it's one of the great books to read on a cold winter's evening.
Well, I promise I'm not A. Gibson's agent, but West Countryman, which is a brilliant read, absolutely brilliant read, but about his dad as well is fascinating. Well, absolute genius.
Well, Alan Gibson's autobiography, A Mingled Yarn, again is a wonderful book. Not always easy reading, but it's a terrific book. Overton bowls, and that's very full appeal for LBW, and he's out, and Zabe goes, and that's again a beautiful bit of bowling by Overton. And to add insult to injury, it hit him on the foot, and Zabe is not walking off, he's hobbling off. So, well, that was a very full ball from Jamie Overton. It just swung in, it was absolutely plumb. It was given out straight away by Russell Warren without a great deal of thought, and to be honest, having watched the replay, well, I think we could give it out from here, couldn't we? But that was absolutely plumb. Terrific bit of bowling. Overton picks up a wicket, and Zabe goes, and Northamptonshire 101 for 5. And if we're still here tomorrow, I shall be a little surprised.
Well, that's just a wonderful delivery. Yorker at pace, hitting the foot, and poor old safe Zabe there's had to sort of get up, hobble off, knew what was coming. It's just again a lovely piece of fast bowling from Jamie Overton. 101 for 5. Zabe goes slowly up the steps, but that came on his bootstraps at pace, and just before the bat even got down, it had hit him on the big toe. And it's a lovely bit of bowling.
It was indeed. It was Jamie Overton's second wicket of the match, both of them being safe Zabe. He's got him in each innings. So I think the players are taking the advantage of the moment to have a drinks break as Lewis McManus comes to the crease. Went past 2,000 first-class runs during his innings of 23 yesterday, but of course not many of those for Northamptonshire. He's just come to the club this year on loan from Hampshire. And yeah, well, again, you have to feel for safe Zabe. I was saying about how he's been a bit of a struggle for him this year. But if you take out, he obviously made 65 in the second innings against Gloucestershire. Otherwise, his scores this year 0-4-2, 16-2-8. So the poor lad's struggling a wee bit.
Just say Jamie Overton now on 198 first-class wickets. Jordan Clark's now on 149 first-class wickets. So they're not too far away from milestones, those two. But that's the thing with Jamie Overton this season. We all know he can bowl quick, but what he's doing this season is he's bowling quick, but he's getting the ball up to the bat as well, and he's got it in him, and we've seen that. And you add that to the short stuff as well. Wow, and that really was a horrible ball for safe side. It really was. And
well, so it pinned him on the boot, and so he had and he fell over as he played it. So as you say, the slightly undignified sight of having to pick himself up and hobbling off after being given out by Russell Warren. And as I say, we've got the advantage also of the terrific replay on the live stream here, and it was well, it was, I reckon it was missing off and it was missing leg, but it wasn't missing middle. No. That was knocking the lot out, I think. 101 for 5. Lewis McManus joins Rob Keogh. We still have 53 overs left in the day. 20 past 3 time here in South London. And pressure immediately and unsurprisingly being piled onto the new batsman. We have got 3 slips in there. We're going to have a forward short leg, I think, because the protective equipment's being tossed in rather cavalier fashion to Ryan Patel, who is just donning the helmet now and is going in at Boot Hill. We have backward square on the boundary, mid on, mid off, extra cover, and sort of deep backward point on the fence down there in front of the Galladari stand as Overton comes in, bowls first ball to McManus, who leaves. My goodness, that was close to the off stump. That was a very tight leave by Lewis McManus and Jamie. Jamie Overton ought to be in RADA, really. And he's great demonstrative. It's lovely to see. You say so often about, there's a lot of talk about cricketers being a bit these days being a bit stereotyped, and they sort of say the same things sometimes in their interviews. But it's great to see somebody who wears his heart on his sleeve when he's out on the field, and that was so close to the stumps. Here's Overton again, bowls very full to, well, that's a lovely riposte by Lewis McManus. That was on middle and leg, and he clips it away through mid wicket for 4 to get off the mark. Lovely reply by McManus. 4 to him, and Northamptonshire 105 for 5. I think it's absolutely terrific how many people in the ground today, Mark.
Lovely crowd.
As I say, we were talking about the fact that there's obviously club cricket going on around about and still football, but there's an awful lot of people that have made the decision to come and watch county cricket today, and well, they've seen some wonderful cricket today, and wonderful bowling in particular. Here's Overton in again, bowl short, and McManus ducks underneath it. End of the over. McManus is 4, Keogh 13, Northamptonshire 105 for 5, and that means they still trail by 102.
Yes, and seeing that delivery to McManus, the first one, I think it went over middle and leg.
Yeah,
it really did come back
very
from
tight.
Jamie Overton. So it was a very tight leave that from Lewis McManus.
I tell you what, Mark, I may not be getting much airtime on BBC Radio Northampton.
How are they getting on?
Barrow 0, Northampton Town 3.
Ooh.
After 22 minutes.
Ooh, that's a good start.
Cobblers are going up.
Yeah,
hopefully
that went well. Oh, Radders. still a lot of time in the game, Radders.
I know.
I've learned that ever since Alan Pardew, he got really cross with me for it. West Ham were 3-0 up against West Brom when he was the manager. As here comes Jordan Clark. Over the wicket he comes to Rob Keogh, and Keogh pushes forward and it beats the edge, and taken by Ben Folkes away to his right, and Jermaine Defoe got sent off before half time and they lost 4-3. And everybody was saying how important was the sending off, and critical, says Mr. Podgy, critical. And then at the end I had nothing to ask really, because everybody else had asked them. So I said, excuse me, can I just ask you, you were 3-0 up. It wasn't like your defender got sent off. He got really cross with me. As in, over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. Keogh's pushing this one back up the pitch. Oh, Jordan Clark behave. Here, Jordan Clark has flicked that up, caught it behind his neck, and then I'm glad it didn't hit him straight on the top of the head, because that would have been painful. But that's a very good bit of skill from Jordan Clark there.
The physio might have been on asking him the questions.
Yes,
I think the concussion
physio
protocols
would have just stayed back in the dressing room and said it's your own fault. As turns again as Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket to Keogh, and Keogh's turning this one off his hip down towards Reece Topley. He's doing the fielding down there. Just try and work out who's not out there, because Reece Topley's back out there now. So having a quick survey of the field, I think it might be young Gus Atkinson. But he's getting, there's obviously a group of gents down there who've had a lovely day down there. And they're in the sun. They're having something a little stronger than a coffee at the moment, I think. A few libations and
giving Ryan Patel some stick earlier on. The one that he misfielded that took Emilio Gay to 50. They had a great time.
Yeah, well, now it's Reece Topley has become their #1, the Reece Topley fan club down there below us. And he's 12th manning as McManus waits as in comes Jordan Clark over the wicket. McManus is forward, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So yes, Mr. Pardew wasn't happy with that, and I think he thought I was trying to be clever, but I wasn't at all. I just had nothing else to ask. I thought it was quite a valid point, really.
I haven't covered football for many years, but I was lucky in that when I used to have my early days at BBC Radio Northampton back in the 80s, when I used to have to go and do some preview stuff with the manager of the Cobblers, who was then the great Graham Carr.
Right.
Father of Alan, of course.
Yes, as in over the wicket once again is Jordan Clark. Forward goes McManus.
Although I think in Northampton, Alan is still known as the son of Graham. And Graham is just a wonderful sport, loves his sport, loves all sport, and he knew that I was not particularly a football man, and he said, if I tell you what to ask me, will that help?
That's brilliant.
Absolutely, Graham.
Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to McManus, and this is turned away into the leg side, down to Reece Topley, and Topley does the fielding, gets a round of applause from his fan club, and that'll be one more to McManus.
Loving it down there, aren't they? So yes, it was. Graham, what about the defence? I understand you may be thinking about signing another player to bolster the defence. Well, yes, funny you should ask me that, Andrew. Yes, we've got somebody. So it'll work fine. The station got what they wanted. They got a nice bit of preview stuff, and Graham put his message out, and it probably wasn't the most probing piece of sports journalism ever known, but that was, I have to say, about 35 years ago. But lovely man, Graham Carr.
Yes, all I find with the old football ones now is, I'm no expert with football at all, but I do quite. There's two things. I quite like it when I'm the only one there, because you can just ask your own questions. But then I panic because I'm not really too sure what I'm asking. But if there's loads of people there, you always wait till the end, and then you've run out of things to ask.
Yes.
So it's never straightforward. Jamie Overton is coming in over the wicket. Oh, and forward goes McManus, and that beats the edge of the bat, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right. Apologies, Brad, as I've nicked your ball.
No, you carry on.
No, you carry on. I
don't
want to hear myself.
The nation was rejoicing there.
This is your end, old boy.
No, sorry, old chap. 107 for 5. I tell you what, a long time to go till tea.
There is. This could be a long old day, this.
Well, yes. It's one of those. Yesterday felt like quite a long day, but maybe as a Northamptonshire follower, it seemed perhaps even longer than bearing in mind what actually happened out in the field. It felt like a long day. 107 for 5 is Overton in again, bowls to McManus, who's nicely in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. There's McManus, who, well, unfortunately missed the stumping yesterday that in the context of the match turned out to be quite important, in that it was early on in the partnership between Atkinson and Overton that basically wrested the initiative from Northamptonshire. Well, not as much wrested the initiative as snatched it out of their hands, and almost from that moment on, Surrey haven't looked back in this match. Here's Overton in again, bowls to McManus, and he plays inside the line, touch of the Willis curtain rail that we were talking about earlier, and it goes through to Ben Folkes. And yes, talking to John Sadler last night, he was saying, one of those where you never want to try, never want to sort of criticise players unfairly, but with that sort of thing, it's very possible sometimes that the ball just flicks the pad and diverts it. But I think on that one, it was just one of those that he missed, and on a normal day for him, he would take it, because he's a fine keeper. But that mistake has proved somewhat costly. Here's Overton in again, bowls to McManus outside the off stump, lets it go through to Folkes again, and there's no run. Sun's disappeared for the time being, so whether they'll finish up switching the lights back on, I don't know. There's still an awful lot of overs to go tonight. 51 after this at 3:30. So if there goes the distance, we may be buzzing downstairs for some Horlicks and Ovaltine. Other milky drinks are available. Here's Overton in again, bowls to McManus. Turns that nicely away off his legs down towards deep mid-wicket boundary. Chased back there towards the main scoreboard by Ryan Patel, and they come through for a couple of runs. 2 more to McManus. He goes to 7, and Northamptonshire to 109 for 5. Just have a little update with what's happening elsewhere. Yorkshire 243 for 5 now in reply to the Essex total of 403 at Chelmsford. Harry Brooks 16 not out. David Milan's just gone in. They bat deep as well, don't they, Yorkshire?
Yes, they do.
With a very, very strong side. Strong squad, in fact. Here's Overton in again, bowls to McManus. An almost carbon copy of the previous stroke, except this time it goes behind square. It splits the 2 fielders at long leg and deep mid-wicket and runs away for 4. So McManus strong off his legs, as we know, and shows it there. Beautifully timed stroke. He goes to 11, and Northamptonshire to 113 for 5, which means they still trail by 94. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 296 for 5 in reply to Warwickshire's 315 all out. So closing in on that Warwickshire total. Gloucestershire needing 368 to beat Hampshire at Southampton are 11 for no wicket. As Reece Topley returns to his adoring fans down at
they adore Topley.
Long leg. And we'll have a look at Division 2 in a second, but they're still off for rain at Hove.
Are they? Right. So it's going to be Jordan Clark. And with the sun having gone in now, you can see that it is a little bit gloomy out there. Gus Atkinson's back out there as well, as Jordan Clark is in, and forward goes Keogh. Solidly plays this one out to Gus Atkinson. And they'll pick up a single. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Rob Keogh. And we'll move on to 15. Northamptonshire move on to 114 for 5.
At Cardiff, Leicestershire 32 for 2 in their second innings, so still 85 behind after Glamorgan bowled out earlier for 437. Still off for rain at Hove, Sussex 15 for 2 in their second innings against Middlesex, leading by 49. And at Worcester, Durham have not enforced the follow-on.
Yeah. In over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes McManus. Plays this one down to backward points, and there's no run.
They had a big first innings lead, but they've decided to bat again. They're 61 for no wicket in their second innings, which means Durham lead by 332 with all wickets standing. Worcestershire bowled out earlier for 309.
Wow. How many did they want?
Well,
interesting decision.
I think back a couple of weeks to Yorkshire batting on after tea on the third day against Northamptonshire.
As this one's left alone outside the off stump by McManus. Although saying that, if you've got Stokes in your order, you can bung him in anywhere. He's going to wallop 100, isn't he? So
yeah, no, absolutely. No, it was still. I'm sure Yorkshire supporters are wondering about why Yorkshire batted on quite as long as they did against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road a couple of weeks ago, when they finished up declaring and leaving Northamptonshire to score 499 to win, and in the end couldn't bowl Northamptonshire out.
Jordan Clark's in. This one's left alone again by McManus off a goodish length outside his off stump.
Actually batted on after tea and pulled out and left Northamptonshire an hour and a half plus the last day. And 120 overs, and I think Otis Gibson was asked about it afterwards. He said, well, can't bowl a side out in 120 overs, then, you know, too bad. But I'm not sure all Yorkshire supporters felt that way. Northamptonshire finished 7 down.
In over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes McManus, pushes this one out towards Gus Atkinson, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. Well, I was saying, what I look forward to with my trip to Scarborough, as much as anything, is having my breakfast in the cafe in the morning.
Oh yes.
Just to catch up on what's happened the day before, really. Hearing a few opinions. Well, quite a few opinions.
Yeah. It's one of my favourite grounds.
It's great.
I love Scarborough.
I do enjoy Scarborough. As in over the wicket again goes Jordan Clark, and Keogh's playing this one off the back foot. Up the ground. There's Rory Burns to do the fielding. End of the over then. So we've still got, everybody, 18 overs until tea. And it's 115 for 5, Northamptonshire. Lewis McManus on 12 and Rob Keogh on 15.
Do you think if we talk about it enough, somebody might take pity on us and send up a tray of pikelets and preserves and Earl Grey. No, right, fair enough. Thought it was worth mentioning. But your expression tells me that it wouldn't be worth it at all. Dan Worrell is coming back into the attack. He picked up the wicket of Will Young with an absolute jaffer this morning, just before lunch. Ball that the New Zealand opener, well, the consensus up here was that he did well to get a touch. It was an absolute jaffer from Worrell, who's bowled beautifully in this match, was outstanding with a new ball in the first innings without necessarily getting the reward for it. He picked up just the one wicket early on Vasconcelos, and then came back and removed Matt Kelly right at the close, or just before the close of play last night. But he's been excellent in this match, and certainly the early wicket of Will Young, key man in the Northamptonshire top order, was just the start that Surrey were looking for, having removed he and Vasconcelos before lunch. 115 for 5. Still 92 behind, and here's Worrell with 3 slips in place, comes in and bowls outside the off stump to Lewis McManus, who shoulders arms and leaves it alone. It is absolutely right, Mark. It is a little bit gloomy now. It's not dark by any stretch of the imagination, but we have the lights on, and now they've switched them off, and the great law of you-know-what means, of course, that as soon as they've switched them off, the sun goes in again. But
well, that's any pastry's gone for the electricity bill.
Well, yes,
when they have to put the lights back on.
Have a word. Siren vehicle racing up the Harleford Road as Worrell comes in, bowls to McManus, who's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch, fielded by Worrell off his own bowling. Northamptonshire having lost Vasconcelos for 2, Young for 3 before lunch, when it was 14 for 2. Since then, they've lost Proctor for 9, Emilio Gay for a brave 51, and Saif Zaib for 8.
That was a very gutsy innings from Emilio Gay.
Showed a lot of bottle. Here's Worrell in again and gets that one just a shape away from McManus, but he played inside the line, so no harm done. The last wicket fell in the 31st over, so these two have hung around for 4 overs. Spectators still taking their seats over to our right. A few others look as though whether they're leaving the ground or whether they're heading for restocking purposes, but we'll see if they come back. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to McManus, who's very solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Worrell fields, and there's no run. 3 slips, a deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and a long leg on the boundary.
Well, as I say, we've still got a long way to go till tea.
Yes, it's as I say, it's potentially going to be a late-ish finish, by which time they may need the lights back on again. Cloud around, but it's all high cloud as Worrell comes in again, bowls to McManus, and that skews away off an thickish outside edge down towards third man. There is a deep backward point, as I mentioned, and he has to make quite a lot of ground. That's Rhys Topley, and gets an ecstatic round of applause from his supporters for sending in the return. They pick up a couple of runs, takes McManus to 14 and Northamptonshire to 117 for 5. Saying Northamptonshire haven't won here since 1994 in the county championship, in the 8 times that these two sides have met in the championship on this ground since then. Surrey have won 3 and there have been 5 draws, so not a great record for the visitors as Worrell comes in again, squares McManus up, but it goes down off a controlled edge, once again down to third man, where Topley comes round to field, this time without the ecstatic reaction, although he did keep it to a single, and it's 1 more onto the total. 15 to McManus, who nicks the bowling. 118 for 5 at the end of the over. Worrell's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 15, which in no way tells you how well he's bowled in this innings, and Northamptonshire still 89 runs behind, and now to make amends, while Rhys Topley comes down to field in front of us down here at the Vauxhall end. He gets an enthusiastic round of applause.
He does indeed, wearing number 24 down there, Rhys Topley. Trying to work out again who he's on the field to play for, because they're all nipping on and off. As Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket then, and this is a short ball that McManus ducks underneath, and that is taken by Ben Folkes moving away to his right hand side. Rory Burns is in deep discussion again here with Nick Cook. Just wanders across with his hands in his pockets, does Mr. Cook. Gus Atkinson is out there sweeping on the cover row. I think Will Jacks might not be out there at the moment, as here is Jordan Clark. Forward is McManus and plays a good length ball straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. McManus shaping up nicely in the first innings and then was out to Jordan Clark, caught by Sam Curran for 23.
Caught the covers, wasn't he? Again, it was one of those where he'd done all the hard work and then rather threw it away.
Jordan Clark is in too, McManus. McManus turned round a touch, goes off a thickish edge, leading edge into the offside. Sam Curran went to throw the ball and managed to somehow just throw it straight in front of himself, so he's had to go and retrieve it and lob it back to Rory Burns. And Sam goes wandering back to his fielding position in there at backward point. Jordan Clark runs towards us once more, goes wide of the crease to McManus. McManus gets himself forward once again. Just prods this one out into the offside. So league cricket is all upon us now. Mr. Rowdy's keeping a little eye on a few scores from around the country at the moment.
Yeah, one part of the country in particular.
Yes, indeed,
I fear our first team are not going to prevail today by the look of that, unfortunately. Well, never mind, always next week.
Jordan Clark comes in and forward goes McManus. Plays this one out into the offside. Always a big day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I said my son's not playing today though, so at least you.
Well, there you go. Right. Well, that's good.
Slightly nervous one of wondering how the boys got on, but no, he's not playing today.
Ah, well, you can relax a little bit more today, as Jordan Clark is in again, and McManus is allowing this one to go outside his off stump. End of the over. So 16 overs until tea, 48 left in the day. Northamptonshire 118 for 5. They still trail Surrey by 89.
Yeah, and if these two, we said it earlier on, if they could just negotiate through to the end of the session, give themselves a chance, maybe a little bit of light later on, you never know. Obviously with the lights on, as soon as it does get to the stage where the artificial light takes over, then they would bring them off. So when you go into tomorrow, you never know, do you? But certainly I'm sure Surrey will be looking to try and break this partnership, and then they're through to the, well, Tom Taylor all-rounder, Matt Kelly, no mug with the bat, and Kerrigan and Sanderson. So I think they would feel if they could get through these, then they have maybe half an end open, as Worrell starts another over, and that's driven pleasantly up to mid-on by Rob Keogh, and there's no run, but Keogh's been in terrific nick for Northamptonshire since really the start of last season. He's been very consistent in all formats, passing 100 first-class appearances for Northamptonshire last time out at Chelmsford. And a special shirt produced for him to present, nice. Which was nice to see. Here's Worrell. And again bowls, and that's a beauty from Worrell, and it bounced, it left Keogh, and he did play at it. It did a bit too much, to be honest. Slipped past the outside edge into the gloves of Ben Folkes.
A lovely delivery again, isn't it?
Once again, and at good pace. I mean, this ball is only, what, 36 overs old, so there's still a little bit of hardness in there, and Worrell putting it all in. And again, we keep saying that it's because they know that they can have shortish bursts, and Rory Burns can keep ringing the changes if he wants to. And he's bowled him all over the place with a full-length ball, and Rob Keogh playing slightly across it. The off stump is leaning drunkenly back in its socket, and well, we just said Surrey needing to break this partnership. They've done it, and Keogh goes bowled comprehensively. My goodness, it was very full. It was almost a Yorker, and it slipped through his defences. It knocked back the off stump, and Northamptonshire 118 for 6, and Keogh goals bowled by Worrell for 15.
Yeah, a little bit of late swing. And Keogh sees that from the hand, perfect length, and thinks, ooh, I'm going to work this into the leg side, and it just keeps going. And lovely bit of quick bowling that again from Worrell. He's been very impressive here,
hasn't he? Just
just
came across it slightly, and it's well, Tom Taylor coming to the crease now, and Surrey, I'm sure, now feeling that they are on the very, very strong chance of being able to wrap this up today. As Tom Taylor comes to the crease, the umpire's having a chat, maybe just to try and ask them to flick the switch and put the lights back on. It's interesting, actually, that first time I'd ever seen this at Chelmsford last week when they put them on. Whereas most of the grounds where you see them, certainly here and certainly in Northampton and other grounds you go to, they come on gradually. Once they flick them on, they sort of gradually warm up and come on. At Chelmsford, it is literally like flicking a switch on it, and they just come on.
Yep.
Instantaneously. Well,
Sir Anthony Gibson was giving me his theory on the type of light bulb and why the ball might swing. And I'll be honest with you, Ed, as he lost me within about a minute.
Our friend Don Topley, father of Reese, has a
well-known electrician.
Has a feeling of some views I know about bowling under the lights, but well, they're not on at the moment. Sorry, you're doing quite well without. Here's Worrell in bowling the first ball to Taylor outside the off stump. Taylor leaves well alone, goes through to Ben Folkes. So young.
Well,
sorry, go on.
It made sense what Anthony was saying, that you know, some light bulbs, LED ones, emit more heat, I think.
Right.
So heat, and then it swings a bit more.
Okay.
Yes.
All very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I shall make a note of that.
Well, absolutely. And as I say, the Topley available for all your electricity problems.
Well, one day that could stand me in very good stead. Here's Worrell, and again bowling to Taylor, who again just with a little bit of a flourish leaves that outside the off stump, and it goes through to Ben Folkes. Vasconcelos out for 2, Young for 3, Proctor for 9, Gay for 51, Zabe for 8, Keogh for 15.
Oh, hello.
There's a bit of chanting going on there. There's some of the guys down below us having a terrific afternoon.
They certainly are. Well, we were talking about stag do's yesterday. I don't think it is one. I think it's just a group of gentlemen on their day out. I think it's fair to say.
Fair enough. Here's Worrell. 3 slips, forward short leg, bowls to Taylor, who drives pleasantly down the ground, runs for him here, goes past Worrell. It's being chased up towards this Vauxhall end by Rory Burns, who's gone with a bit of a clatter into the boards down below us, but it's gone for 4. While Russell Warren was just having a little look to make sure Surrey captain was okay. Hope he is. 122 for 6 with Taylor 4, McManus 15, and I think sadly Rory Burns has done himself not a great deal of good there.
No, I always worry when they do this. He's gone flying after that, Rory Burns.
Well, he's being helped up by, or rather I say helped up, he's been giving sort of sympathetic attention by Hashim Amla and Ben Folkes. And you can see the divot, but you can hear the applause. He's up on his feet. The Surrey physio is trotting out. Not sure whether that will be necessary. The one thing I would say about that, and I'm sure it's an oversight by Rory Burns, I don't think he replaced his divot.
No, well that's that, yes.
But we'll let him off.
Yes.
But the main thing is I think he's okay.
Physio's gone all the way out there and he's now going to go all the way back because he's okay, Rory Burns. But I remember seeing Zafar Ansari first morning of the game against Essex. He knocked himself out and he was out the game. Now the commitment's wonderful, but there are times where I do think, but especially in this situation, that no, great commitment, but I do always worry when you sort of hear that thump on the boundary boards. Anyway, 122 for 6 it is. Lively old atmosphere here now, but Worrell with that wicket of Keogh. Lovely shot from Tom Taylor to get off the mark. Jordan Clark, we're going to have to wait for a steward who stood right behind the bowler's arm here. That's not really the way it should work, to be fair. I think he's there to stop people going up the stairs. So, Jordan Clark It's coming in over the wicket to McManus. Oh, and that's almost through McManus. Thick inside edge, just got the bat down in time. And they'll pick up another single, and this will bring Tom Taylor onto strike for the first time here to Jordan Clark. Rory Burns just still having a bit of a stretch down there. Lost his cap as well, so it did give everybody a chance to see the ponytail in all its glory, I suppose. So here we go, away to our left there, with a lovely hymn this. As they're sending out Ryan Patel out there to deep mid wicket. Normally that hymn finishes with "Give Us a Wave." As Jordan Clark is in and forward goes Tom Taylor, plays this one down in front of him, and here goes Jordan Clark again with his footballing skills. Didn't go very well that time.
So who's that? That's Dan Worrell down there.
That's Dan Worrell down there, but I think, as I say, the name will change to whoever is near them with the final few words of the hymn being "Give Us a Wave," until they do, and then there's a big cheer, you see. And that could go on for about 5 hours, which will give us all a headache by the time we go home tonight. As Jordan Clark comes in once again over the wicket, and Taylor, it's well played, just sways inside this one. Short back of a length, well, I say short back of a length delivery really, and that's well played by Tom Taylor. He's a tall lad, Tom Taylor.
I can imagine that might be regarded with, or the response, I think, at Wantage Road would be the disapproving look. I think there would definitely be a disapproving look or two.
If it ever is sung at your wedding, it might not be going terribly well. As in over the wicket once more. Oh, John, he's had this twice now, where he's had a fly go straight in his eye. He had that yesterday, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Suddenly just pulled out of his run-up with a fly or a bit of grit going in his eye. This is where Rory Burns goes, have I got anything in there? And then Rory Burns has a look, and then if there it says, "Oh, I can't see anything, Jordan," and normally someone then sticks their finger in your eye, don't they? And it gets even worse.
Very hygienic.
In over the wicket again goes Jordan Clark, and Tom Taylor's up on his toes. Plays this one down into the leg side. And there is no run. I think I saw Jay Taylor from a distance yesterday. Right. And unfortunately not fit at the moment, Jay Taylor. T. Taylor out there batting away as forward he comes, and that beats the outside edge, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, because Jay Taylor's been bowling really well this season, and picked up an injury. Yes, he's done a terrific job.
Yeah, it would have been good to see the two brothers in opposition. It would have been terrific stuff. I'm trying to remember, Mark, the last time I heard singing at a county championship match.
Yes, this is a while ago now.
It would have been a while ago, yeah.
As over the wicket once more. Oh, it's Jordan Clark. Tom Taylor with a big expansive drive there, thick inside edge, and they'll pick up a single as Hashim Amla comes around to his right. Because we were saying on the first day, the Taylors would have been great to see them go head-to-head, because we had the Overtons.
The Overtons, yes, of course.
Going head-to-head in the Somerset game. And, of course, they're twins.
Yes.
Jamie and Craig.
Well, we're going to see Dan Worrell continuing. Worrell's picked up the wickets, I should say, of Will Young for 3 and Rob Keogh for 15 in the innings so far. Bowled beautifully, as he has throughout the match. Yes, I'm seriously trying to remember the last time I heard singing at a championship match, apart from occasionally if there's a band playing in Abington Park or something. I don't suppose that really counts, does it? Because it's not inside the ground. 3 slips waiting, bit of sunshine as well, as Worrell comes in and beats McManus outside the off stump. He did pull the bat inside the line, but I think after the ball had gone past. 124 for 6 it stays, the deficit 83. We did during the Yorkshire match, because of course Sunday afternoon bands and the bandstand at Abington Park very much part of the sort of the programme of events in one of Northampton's lungs, that wonderful park near the county ground, and they had the Rushden Wind Band playing, which was absolutely splendid.
Nice.
Selections from Gershwin and all sorts. Very fine. Here's Worrell in and hits McManus on the pad. Don't think there was any bat involved, but we'll find out in a second. They come through for a single as it's retrieved by Ben Folkes, and no, it's signalled as a leg by umpire Russell Warren. So it brings McManus on to strike. 125 for 6, 82 is the deficit. Yes, I think. I don't think that really counts, though, does it, in terms of music being played outside the ground?
You get a lot of sort of music concerts now.
Oh yes, that's right. Here's Worrell in, bowls outside the off stump, and Manus lets it go through into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Yes, I think there's a Neil Diamond themed sort of tribute thing, I think, coming up at the
Road
at the ground, if I remember rightly. We've had Elton John there and all sorts. Madness, I think, played there.
Still waiting for someone to put Manilow on, and then I'll be there.
I tell you who would be
front.
I tell you who would be there if they did a Barry Manilow concert at Northampton, as Worrell comes in, bowls outside the off stump to McManus, who lets it go. That would be, I would imagine, Tony Kingston, Northamptonshire scorer, who's sadly not on duty at the moment, but hopefully will be back on duty soon. Afternoon, Kingo, if you're listening. Which
yes,
I
good
imagine
afternoon, Mr. Kingston.
Which he might be, but of course he may also be listening to the football. He's a big Cobblers fan.
Is he a big Manilow fan?
He is a
that.
Yeah, he's a Manilow fan.
I'll have to bring one of my albums along.
Manilow and Les Mis.
Yes, all the same here.
Yeah, well, there you go. Here's Worrell in again, bowls, and that's driven by McManus, dangerously close to finding an edge. And it's not taken cleanly by Ben Folkes, which is unusual in itself, and it runs away down towards third man off the keeper's gloves, and they come through for a bye, signalled by umpire Russell Warren. 1-2-6 for 6.
That's why he's tough to keep to. That's just dipped at the last moment, I think, at Ben Folkes. But Mr. Kingston, well, good afternoon if you are listening. And I didn't realise I might bring my Les Mis and my Manilow album along to Wantage Road.
Oh, please don't.
Mr. Kingston and I in the break.
Here's Worrell in again, bowling to Tom Taylor, who's using his height to get right over the ball and pushed it out into the covers, where it's fielded by Sam Curran. End of the over, 126 for 6. McManus is 16. Taylor is 5. The deficit is 81. We have another 45 overs to bowl, so that means another 13 till tea. It'll be almost supper today.
Will it be? Yes, it will be.
To be fair, of course, we lost a little bit of time to the weather, didn't we? Which always pushes things on a little bit.
You always find, don't you, that when it's sort of following on and wickets and not too many runs, it always takes a little bit longer. Jordan Clark's still got something in his eye, poor chap.
He's not happy, is he?
No. He's going to give it a go, though, from the pavilion end. Coming into Lewis McManus on 16. McManus, he got an edge on that. They've all gone up. Yeah, McManus is walking. Just pushing forward, little edge on that, and taken neatly and tidily by Ben Folkes, and that for Jordan Clark, his 150th first-class wicket as well. So well bowled, Jordan Clark, and I think that's the 21st for the summer in the championship. But 150 first-class wickets for Jordan Clark. McManus goes, and it's 126 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, McManus, we know, is an accomplished player. Went past 2,000 first-class runs yesterday. It was ball just outside off stump. He just had a little fiddle at it and got an edge, caught behind, and didn't wait for the umpire to put his finger up, and he was on his way. 126 for 7. So Surrey just 3 wickets away from what would be their 53rd county championship victory over Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire have had 22. So Surrey have certainly had the better of these contests over the years, certainly the better of recent contests here at the Oval. And well, if Northamptonshire are able to pull anything out of this, then well, we're going to see something fairly extraordinary in the next couple of sessions. But Matt Kelly comes out to the crease, and well, it looks very much as though Northamptonshire are going to succumb today. As we say, still a lot of overs left in the day's play.
Well, I hate to say this, Rallis, it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Might be over before tea.
Yeah, because we've still got 13 overs to go. till the tea break.
I wonder if they've put the urn on, because that's always the concern in club cricket, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Whether anybody's put the urn on. Although these days, of course, not many clubs, I think, are doing
When Mum
teas.
used to do the old teas, she used to get upset if she put the old sausage rolls in, you see.
Oh, yes.
And then, oh, no. And sort of have to take them out and then put them back in again. Used to be some amazing teas around the place, didn't there?
Yes, when I was...
Here's Kelly, ready for his first ball as Jordan Clark is into him, and Kelly plays this one off a goodish length. It's into the offside and there's no run.
Yes, when I had a brief stint as chairman of my club, then the traditional chairman's day, and the tea that was put on there by the ladies in the club was absolutely magnificent. Talked about still.
Oh, absolutely. Well, one of the great weddings, I was lucky enough to be invited to Chris Schofield's wedding, and he had cricket tea for the dinner. It was brilliant. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and up on his toes goes Kelly, and there's no run as he plays that into the leg side.
Yeah, well, they do a feature on BBC Radio Northampton called Desert Island Dishes, which is the sort of the meal that you would have, you know, on a desert island, and I did get called in to do this a while back, and yeah, mine was a sort of cold collation, so it was, you know, nice pork pie and cheese and cold meat and all that sort of stuff, and cricket tea basically.
In over the wicket once again. Ooh, Jordan Clark's looked for the Yorker. It's come out as a full toss, and it's played by Kelly up towards mid-on. Oh, mine would be, without shadow of a doubt, cheese and pickle sandwiches and a slice of Victoria sponge.
Can't beat it.
I'd be more than happy with that, to be honest with you.
Very partial to pork pie.
Yeah, I've never been a huge pork pie man. Sausage roll, yes.
It has to be nice. It has to be decent quality pork pie.
Yes, yeah. In over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, and forward goes Kelly. Plays this one into the offside, and there's no. And I've said this before. I'm quite a fan of my cheese and pickle sandwiches, having been in cellophane in heat for a while, just to give them that sort of. Well, no, because
that's
when
weird.
Because when I used to play when I was little, and we'd go on the long journey to games, Mum would always do the old cheese and pickles, and by the time we got there, they'd sort of melted a bit. As in over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. That's down the leg side, and Kelly gets nothing on this as diving away to his lefties. Ben Folkes, end of the over, 1-2-6 for 7. Do you remember sandwich spread as well? Can you still get that?
Yes, you can.
Oh, you can,
yes,
can you? Because I used to like that a lot, but not many people did, you see. No, so there'd always be a few of those left.
No, I did. There's sandwich bread. They did like I don't know whether they still do this one, but they did like a sort of a cucumbery sandwich spread, which was very nice.
Yes, that's very nice.
Little chunks of cucumber in.
Lemon curd I used to like as well.
Lime curd, better still. This week's culinary hour is brought to you by
my Desert Island dish.
Desert Island dish. You know, it was then had to choose a dessert as well. Here's Dan Worrell running in again. Ball short of a length, and that's again a difficult ball for Tom Taylor to play. And in the end, he plays it pretty well, I think, by letting it hit him somewhere up on the shoulder. Drops down. There is Ryan Patel under the lid at forward short leg. 3 slips in place. And they're putting a lot of pressure, as you would expect, on Taylor with a backward point as well. A short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg down on the boundary. And Worrell running in again to bowl to Tom Taylor, and he beats him outside the off stump, dangerously close again to the outside edge as the sun bathes the ground. Yes, dessert I went for Eton Mess.
Interesting.
Very
banoffee pie for me, but it'd have to be my mum's banoffee pie, because honestly, and I don't care what anybody tells me, she definitely does the best. But she blew the kitchen up once, making the condensed milk.
Yes,
but it was still worth it.
Occupational hazard. Here's Worrell in again, bowls, and Taylor finds the edge again. It runs down towards third man, but without not a great deal of pace on that, and it goes down for a couple of runs. Fielded down there by, who's that down there? That's not Jack. Oh, it's not Jackson. Jackson's off the field. Gus Atkinson, isn't it?
Just given chase there.
Yeah, 1-2-8 for 7. Taylor up to 7. Northamptonshire still 79 runs behind. 3 wickets standing. We have another 43 overs after this one left to be bowled today. Worrell in again, bowls down the leg side, and Taylor trying to just flick it, get something on it. Doesn't do so. It's a good take again down the leg side by Ben Folkes. Plenty of high cloud, but it means that the sun is just bathing different parts of the ground at different times.
This is a lovely thing. Ben Stokes, of course, 4 straight sixes off him by Carlos Brathwaite.
Oh yes.
Well, here he texted the young lad Josh Baker last night just to say don't worry about it.
Good for him. Here's Worrell playing up to mid-on this time. Tom Taylor fielded there by Hashim Amla, and there's no run. Yeah, a bit of a contrast to one or two of the reactions to that we've seen on social media, but yeah, great stuff. Well done, Ben Stokes. That's classy.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely.
128 for 7. Northamptonshire still afloat, but only just in this match. As Worrell from the Vauxhall end comes in again, bowls and beats Taylor again outside the off stump, to the frustration of Worrell. Just as Taylor would be frustrated if the boot was on the other foot. End of the over, 128 for 7. Taylor is 7. Kelly is yet to get off the mark.
The most frustrated person there was Sam Curran at extra cover. He leapt high in the air for that one. Did Sam?
He's just so so enthusiastic, isn't he? He's terrific.
Every minute of it.
He's a breath of fresh air whenever he plays, Sam Curran. And yeah, I'm with you. I really hope they can find a role for him within the England side, because I think he's too good a cricketer not to be involved.
Jordan Clark from the pavilion end is coming in to Kelly, who's now having a drive, and there goes Sam Curran again at backward point this time, jumping high in the air at backward point. But Kelly there, yeah, there's all that expanse through extra cover to go after, and that just going past his outside edge. But this has been an impressive performance from this Surrey bowling attack, absolutely relentless. As he waits again, Kelly, yet to get off the mark. Jordan Clark is in to him. Kelly's forward, turns this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. That's the thing. It's sort of, well, it shows the strong sides in this division, and that sort of the sides that are there or thereabouts, sort of at the end of the season, are ones that have an attack like this.
Oh, yeah.
And it keeps coming and coming and coming. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and shout for LBW inside edge from Kelly. Otherwise, I think there would have been an absolute roar there.
Yeah, I think so. We mentioned earlier that they've been off for the rain down at Hove, and apparently it's one of those great ones that only in cricket. They were due to come back on at 10 to 4. The umpires got to the middle, found that the lights were not on. They sent the players back off again to put the floodlights on. They then put the floodlights on, took a meter reading, and then allowed the...
Do it by the book. Yeah. Here comes Jordan Clark again, and driving his Kelly. It's hit the stumps at the bowler's end, ricochets away.
But apparently it cost another 4 overs, and some of the punters are not
happy.
Massively impressed with that.
I was there the day the generator blew up that did the floodlights at Hove.
Really?
In the old days, yes, for a floodlit game. And there was this big bang, of course, which caused a bit of chaos. And then it was realised that it was the generator that was pumping electricity into the floodlights. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Kelly is pulling. He's not really under control there. That's at the shoulder of the bat and looped into the leg side. And he'll pick up a single to get off the mark, but he wasn't in control of that at all. Matt Kelly picks up a single, 129 for 7. I was there at Canterbury when the game got called off because the wind was too high, and in the old days they had the floodlights, and they looked like they might blow over. So when you think back now, it's amazing, really.
Bit of a jinx, actually, aren't you?
Yeah, yes, I am, absolutely. We sort of take it for granted now, don't we? As in over the wicket once again is Jordan Clark, and this is turned off his hip by Tom Taylor. Out there to deep backwards square, Ryan Patel does the fielding. They'll pick up one more. Good over again from Jordan Clark. 130 for 7. We've still got 10 overs till tea. And Northamptonshire still trail by 77.
Yeah, and well, I suppose, next target for Northamptonshire is to try and get through to the interval. 10 overs to go, as Mark was saying. but easier said than done against this quality Surrey attack. Northamptonshire, of course, if this does finish today, I suppose it does give them another day off. I imagine they'll be back up to Northampton this evening. The next match starts at Edgbaston on Thursday, and well, it'll be interesting to see if they decide to make any changes. Jamie Overton limbering up at first slip, but for now it's Dan Worrell running into bowl to Taylor, who drives a little uppishly through extra cover, but he's going to pick up a singles, chased back towards the boundary by Rory Burns, Surrey captain, whose little towel for drying his hands falls out of a handkerchief, falls out of his pocket. They're through for a single, 131 for 7. Not like in place like Jamie Overton's earlier. I thought if Rory Burns had taken to doing the Walter Hammond and having the blue silk handkerchief in his pocket with just the tip of it visible to the supporters. That's style, that's class for you.
No, that is classy.
131 for 7. The deficit still 76 as Kelly faces this ball from Worrell outside the off stump, and again a rather flamboyant leave by Matt Kelly. It goes through on the half volley to Ben Folkes, who takes it very well. Not an easy one to take by any stretch of the imagination. And you look up at the scoreboard, which tells you how many overs each bowler's bowled, and obviously the two new ball bowlers have done the bulk of the bowling. Worrell's into his 12th, Clark's bowled 14, but the other three seamers have just bowled 17 overs between them, so they're absolutely fresh. And if a partnership does develop, then Rory Burns knows he can turn to them. Here's Worrell in very full, driven by Kelly, but only as far as Burns himself, fielding at mid-off, and there's no run. Sun's gone in for the time being.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? When Surrey last won the championship in 2018, they had an attack there which was different to this one, but was the same. It was relentless. Morkel helped, of course, yes. but also there was Jade Dernbach keeping it tight from one end, and then Amar Verdi, of course, doing his stuff. Well, I was going to say the other thing to mention, which we'll come back to in a second, as Worrell comes in, bowls to Kelly, who's playing that back down the pitch for Worrell to field, is that Surrey, assuming they do wrap this one up, will have won 3 of the first 5, be top of the table, and without really Verdi and Moriarty, the spinners, doing very much at all. Not again.
No. Doing anything.
No. Well, they've been running some drinks out,
well, yeah.
Playing some two stuff, but yes, those two haven't featured yet. And of course, Ricky Clark in 2018 doing his stuff.
131 for 7. Worrell in bowls to Kelly. Just bounces a little bit, plays it up in front of square on the onside, fielded by Ryan Patel, coming in off the boundary, and they go through for a single. Takes Kelly up to 2, and Northamptonshire to 132 for 7.
Almost like lucky. Bowled a leg break there.
It was
a slower one.
I wondered if it had just stuck in the pitch a little bit, but no, I think you're right. I think it was a slower ball from Dan Worrell. Into his 12th over now, 2 for 23.
He looks a good signing, doesn't he, Dan Worrell?
Just 3, how many? 3 year?
3-year deal, yeah.
Here's Worrell, and again bowls to Taylor. Appeals for LBW, and not out, says umpire Russell Warren. Wonder if he might just have got himself outside the line there, was first thought. Good appeal, good shout. Not out, says the umpire. 132 for 7 at the end of the over. Taylor is 9, Kelly is 2. Which we shall have a chance to have a look at that again in a second. That was his first thought with the naked eye, not being completely behind the line, but he's a tall man and he does get a bit of a stride in, so maybe he just managed to get something outside the line.
I think that is exactly right, as always, from you, Redders. I think stride enough of a stride just to get himself outside the line. Good shout, though.
Was a good shout.
Nice bit of bowling, just bringing it back. So here's Jamie Overton back into the attack, and yeah, but these clouds have come overhead again now, so we've lost the sun for a while, but he's 2 away from 200 first class wickets here, Jamie Overton. Jordan Clark's got his 150th, so 2 away from 200 for Jamie Overton. Kelly will be the man on strike on 2, 132 for 7, as Jamie Overton is in to Kelly, and Kelly's pushing this one out into the offside. Reece Topley's back out there, up at mid-off. does the fielding. But yeah, nice murmur around the ground at the moment. People dotted around the place. Lots of papers being read this morning, and might be the odd, well, snooze taking place at this time of the afternoon, I suppose. People are probably wondering when tea is. As in over the wicket comes Jamie Overton, short one, and ducking underneath this is Kelly.
I'm not surprised the lights are coming back on.
Yeah, neither am I. It has got a bit gloomy again.
It has got a bit dark in the last 5 minutes or so, hasn't it? The sun having disappeared, but the lights are now coming on again.
Yes, well, I'll tell you what, at the moment, if that Victoria sponge is in the old oven, it's a difficult one to know when to take it out, really.
Yeah, I suppose you need to give it a little bit of time to cool, though, don't you?
Yeah, that's true. They've been in and out with the sandwiches. As waiting once again is Kelly. Jamie Overton comes charging in once more. Over the wicket to Kelly, short one. Kelly's up on his toes, playing this one out into the offside. Rolls out there towards cover point, and there's no run.
The worst one for the tea preparers, be they male or female, gender non-specific, was if the forecast was poor, but there was some doubt as to whether the rain was going to come or when it was going to come. Do we make the sandwiches and bring them in, or do we wait?
That's a very good point.
And that was always a tricky one.
I remember Mum used to got to the point of she'd take all the loaves of bread and everything to the ground. As in over the wicket comes Overton, short ball, up on his toes goes Kelly. To work that into the leg side, and it just rolls back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, certainly the best plan if you have a proper preparation area at the ground, because not all grounds do. But
Dad played for a club called Brookhouse and Highbrook in Sussex, and to get to the ground you had to walk through a wood. Very nice. It was very picturesque, but not great if you were doing the tees, because you had to carry everything through a wood.
Like Little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, it was a little bit like that. Yeah, absolutely. As Overton is in once again to Kelly, and Kelly, that's hopped at him a touch off a length. Gets bat on it, rolls up towards Hashim Amla, up there at mid-on, and there's no run. It has suddenly got very gloomy, because you can see the old star effect of the players' shadows off the floodlights. Sam Curran's having a bit of a twirl. Stood there at cover point. I think he's just bored. As waiting once more is, I don't know, he's having a proper warm-up there, is Sankaran. In comes Overton to Kelly. Kelly's forward and plays this one down into the offside, and there's no run. I wonder if we might get a little bit of Sam Curran. 132 for 7. Kelly has 2. Taylor has 9. I'm just watching Sam Curran at the moment. He's not going to bowl because up comes Dan Worrell, but he was sort of having a proper bit of a whirl of his arms there with Sam Curran.
Perhaps he fancies a little roll at some point. Come and mop up the tail. 132 for 7. So Northamptonshire still 75 runs adrift. As Mark says, we have 8 overs to go until tea. I suppose getting through to tea would be an achievement of sorts. As Worrell, running away from us, the Vauxhall end, bowls to the tall figure of Tom Taylor, down the leg side, and just worked down to fine leg by Taylor. Just needed to get something on it, and it ran away down there to the front of the pavilion for 4 runs. 136 for 7. Taylor up to 13. Tea at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are 324 for 5 against Warwickshire, so Lancashire are in the lead, 9 runs ahead there. Tea also at Southampton, where Gloucestershire set 368 to win against Hampshire, are 35 for no wicket. Those matches in Division 1, of course. Is Worrell in again, bowls to Taylor, plays it up to Amla at mid-on, and there's no run. And at Chelmsford, Yorkshire now 269 for 5 in reply to the Essex total of 403 all out. Tea at Cardiff in Division 2, Leicestershire 76 for 2 in their second innings, so still trailing Glamorgan by 41. And as we mentioned, they're back on again at Hove, which I'll tell you about in a second. Here's Worrell in again, bowling to Taylor, who drives up to extra cover, fielded by Sam Curran, and there's no run. At Hove, Sussex 36 for 2 in their second innings against Middlesex, so Sussex leading by 70 runs. And at Worcester, where Durham decided not to enforce the follow-on after dismissing Worcestershire for 309, big first innings lead. They've batted again. They're 114 for no wicket, which means they're 385 ahead.
Dear.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls and locked onto the front foot by Taylor, plays it up to Amler at mid-on, and there's no run. It is seriously a bit gloomy now.
I'm wondering whether,
even with the lights on, it's a bit gloomy. I saw Russell Warren just looking up at the heavens. I don't think there's any rain about, and in fact, where I think the weather's coming from, which is over to our left, it does look a bit brighter. But at the moment, there's just a bit of a cloud over us, and like not great. Here's Worrell running in again to bowl to Taylor, and again Taylor just getting inside the line and helps it down to fine leg for 4, easy as you like.
Plays it well.
Yep, Taylor up to 17 and Northamptonshire to 140 for 7.
Yeah, very nicely played, just gets inside it, helps it on its way.
He's a more than capable batsman, Tom Taylor. He's obviously made runs in all formats. Looked very good actually in white ball last year in the Royal London Cup, and some discussion then I think at the time as to whether he was maybe batting a little bit low in red ball at number 8, 7 or 8. Here's Worrell in again, very full, and Taylor again using his height to get his nose over the ball, pushes it back down the pitch. Worrell fields, end of the over, 140 for 7, so Taylor is 17. Kelly is 2, Worrell's bowled 13 overs, 2 for 31, and the umpires are having a chat about the light.
I'm not surprised actually, it just, they might, I was about to say one of the most silly sentences of all time. Go in now and have an early tea. But obviously it's 23 minutes past 4 and we've still got 7 overs until the scheduled tea break.
Just delete the word early. I think they're going to come off.
Yeah, and his umpire Cook is making the signal international sign of tea.
Yes.
So that will be tea now, which is quite sensible really, because it will give a chance for the clouds to blow over. So at tea, 140 for 7, and again, Radders, I think what you say there is Amelia Gay, very brave innings of 51, but it's a good attack.
It is. No, it's a fine attack, and nobody else has really come to terms with it. And full credit to Emilio Gay for the way he played after being peppered. Three blows on the right elbow, 1 blow on the left elbow, 1 amidships, and probably others in between. But no, he battled away, made 51. Just the last one of those blows I think unsettled him a little bit, and he just finished up losing his shape a touch and not quite getting into line the way he had done before. So he goes for 51, but as you say, plenty of options for Surrey in terms of the bowling attack, and well, they're just 3 wickets away from wrapping this match up, which, assuming we get back on, and I think we probably will, looking over to our left where the skies look a lot brighter, they will be looking to wrap this up today.
Thank you, Andrew Radd. So we'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes time. But at tea on this 3rd day with 39 overs remaining in the day, and Northamptonshire 140 for 7, still trailing by 67. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Northampton. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton. Tea break is over, the light has improved, and Northamptonshire making their way out there, 140 for 7, following on, still trailing Surrey by 67 runs, with Matt Kelly on 2, Tom Taylor on 17, and there are still 39 overs remaining today. So Surrey need 3 more wickets, 67 runs needed by Northamptonshire to make Surrey bat again. Whole day to go tomorrow, of course. Andrew Rad is alongside me, and I think the word that we've used throughout the day, well, I have, the word with this bowling attack is relentless.
Absolutely, well, no, it has been, and Northamptonshire have really struggled to withstand it. Emilio Gay accepted, played really well today, and of course Luke Proctor in the first innings, but yeah, I think it's a question of when, not if, but, well, you never know. I think we have to applaud the umpires, Nick Cook and Russell Warren, for a bit of common sense umpiring as well, because they brought the players off when the light really did get a bit murky before tea, and of course that meant then that they could take tea at once. So basically they've gone off the field. The light, as you say, has improved considerably, as we thought it probably would, and now they're back on and we haven't lost any time.
Jamie Overton it is to get us started after tea with the first ball from the pavilion end, and Kelly gets a short one, which he's up on his toes too, and plays it down into the leg side, and he will pick up a single. Yet story of today really is, of course, started this morning 154 for 8 Northamptonshire, and then Kerrigan was out of BW to the ground home for 12, and Sanderson caught by Amler off to ground home for 4. That left Luke Proctor 84 not out. Surrey enforced the follow on, and before lunch Vasconcelos was caught behind off Jordan Clark for 2, as Jamie Overton's coming in over the wicket to Tom Taylor, who's ducking underneath this short delivery, and then Will Young got an absolute perler from Dan Worrell and was caught behind by Folkes. And at lunch, 14 for 2, Emilio Gay took an absolute pounding, hit twice before lunch on the elbow, then twice again after lunch on the elbow, but kept going, and he lost Luke Proctor, caught pulling Atkinson. Good catch by Sam Curran for 9, and then Emilio Gay went to his 50 as Jamie Overton is in, and Taylor digs him out off his toes, plays it back up the ground. Overton does the filling off his own bowling, and there's no run, and then Gay went for 51, little nibble outside his off stump to Atkinson. Another catch for Ben Folkes, and Zaib got an absolute snorter of a Yorker from Jamie Overton that knocked him over and was LBW for 8. Rob Keogh was bowled by Worrell for 15, and then Lewis McManus caught behind by Ben Folkes off Jordan Clark for 16. So that's where we are in the game. Gentleman's just wandered across with his cup of tea behind the bowler's arm, as in over the wicket comes Jamie Overton to Tom Taylor, and Taylor's pushing this one away into the offside, and there is no run. Ben Folkes has gone past 200 catches for Surrey in first class cricket during this game, and Jamie Overton's searching for his 199th first class wicket, 150 for Jordan Clark. In a few milestones ticked in this box and in this game for individual players, as Tom Taylor waits with that bat raised as Jamie Overton is into him, and Taylor turns this one into the leg side. Round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. They'll pick up one more to the total, 142 for 7, and Kelly will come back onto strike for the final ball of this first over after tea. But plenty of options, of course, for Rory Burns. Lots of people out there on the outfield during the tea break. What I love about that as well is that you look out and there was Jamie Overton in the middle of them having a warm-up with a meet.
That's right.
As Overton comes charging in over the wicket to Kelly, and Kelly gets a short one, prods this one down into the gully regions, picked up by Will Jacks. End of the first over after tea, then 2 added, and Northamptonshire are 142 for 7.
Yeah, it was absolutely a wonderful sight out there at tea time, and what would have been interesting is if we'd have had a sudden shower and the ground staff had to get the covers on, they'd have had to sort of find their way through the crowd, and there might have been a few of them trapped under the tarpaulin when they pulled it on, but fortunately that didn't happen. It's going to be Colin de Grandhomme who's going to bowl first over from this end after tea. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18 so far. 4 wickets in the first innings, including the last 2 in the first innings this morning, with having Kerrigan LBW for 12 and then Sanderson caught by Amler for 4. Here's de Grandhomme with 3 wickets, 3 slips in place, bowling to Taylor, who stands tall, plays it off the back foot to backward point, fielded there by Ryan Patel, and there's no run. Still good crowd in, hoping of course, as most of them I'm sure, to see Surrey wrap this game up. Still have another 37 overs to go after this one in progress now. De Grandhomme in, bowls and outside the off stump to Taylor, who lets it go through.
I'm not sure that group of gentlemen down to our left know who's playing now. I don't think they
no,
have
are they still
any
here?
Concept of what's going on. No, they're still here. They're all chatting away to each other down there to our left. One of them's in a retro England World Cup shirt down there.
Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and that's flicked and caught at second slip by Jamie Overton, and the wicket goes down. De Grandhomme strikes for the first time in this innings. The 8th wicket is down. Taylor goes for 18, and Northamptonshire sliding ever closer to defeat, 142 for 8.
Yeah, and a good catch that from Jamie Overton. He made that look pretty straightforward, but it flew off the outside edge. And de Grandhomme again, that's why he's worth his weight in gold. 4 for in the first innings, and then straight away after tea gets Taylor having a flash outside his off stump, and good catch from Jamie Overton.
It did finally, actually went in front of Burns at first slip, didn't he? But it was a good catch.
He's got massive hands, as Jamie Overton. A bit like Colin de Grandhomme, really. But yeah, Taylor there, having a flash outside the off stump, thick edge, and this will bring, well, the man who started the day, Mr. Kerrigan, out to the middle with his retro bat, his Newbury. And shaped up pretty well this morning, until he was LBW to de Grandhomme this morning. So out comes Simon Kerrigan into the middle. It's quite interesting actually, because Kerrigan's up on the board as a left-hand bat, but obviously he's one of these that bowls left-arm spin, but bats right-handed.
That's right, yes, that's right. What's even more confusing is Saif Zaib, who bats left, bowls left, throws right.
We were talking about this the other day. How does that happen?
No, I don't know.
It's a funny one, isn't it?
I think my old chum Richard Montgomery, of course, did great service for Northamptonshire and for Sussex, who writes left-handed but does everything else in terms of batting and bowling right-handed.
Artistic, that. I always think people who write left-handed are fairly artistic for some reason. Always got nice handwriting, and I always like the way they hold their pen. I'm a bit weird, Bradders, like that.
Well, de Grandhomme, can he pick up another one? 142 for 8, and he's bowling to Simon Kerrigan, who's playing inside that one. It goes through outside the off stump. The composer Ray Vaughan Williams, whose 150th anniversary is being widely celebrated this year. One of my favourite composers, and apparently they were saying about how untidy his handwriting, how untidy his scores were. Supposedly it's because he was left-handed but was told to write right-handed, because it was then
interesting
in those days, as de Grandhomme comes in, bowls very full length, pushed back down the pitch by Kerrigan, and there's no run. Apparently in those days, in those sort of social circles, born in 1872, it was felt not to be the done thing to write left-handed.
Well,
so
there's that great thing that you know, doctors' prescriptions.
Yes.
You couldn't tell what you were getting due to their handwriting.
Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls to Kerrigan, seams away outside the off stump, left alone. Goes through to Ben Folkes. Success for the New Zealander, who's now picked up 1 for 18 from 6 overs, and Northamptonshire 142 for 8 with Kelly on 3. Kerrigan yet to get off the mark. Taylor going in that over, caught by Jamie Overton at second slip off de Grandhomme for 18, and Surrey just 2 wickets from victory.
Yes, you see, every season, Radders, I buy myself a new fountain pen.
Do you?
Because I still like to write with a fountain pen, you see.
I love writing with a fountain pen, but I struggle to write with them quickly.
Yes,
and the trouble is with this, when you're having to sort of scribble stuff down.
See, and there you are. I always think my notes look a bit neater with the old fountain pen.
Lovely.
You see. As Jamie Overton is into Kelly. Ow! That's climbed on Kelly, and that's hit his bottom hand. He walks off towards square leg, and that's got very big on a tall man. And he's done pretty well to keep that down, as Matt Kelly. But he wanders off towards square leg, but that did get big on him. And as I say, he did pretty well to keep that down. But again, the great thing about that short ball from Jamie Overton is you've got nowhere to go. As in over the wicket comes Overton to Kelly. That's down the leg side. He gets nothing on this as he looks to help it down towards fine leg, taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left.
It's one amazing stat here. We were talking earlier on about Harry Brook at Yorkshire. Yorkshire 315 for 5 against Essex Chelmsford. Brooks just reached 50 off 48 balls. It means he's now past 50 in every innings he's played this season, including 200s in pre-season friendlies.
As in over the wicket comes Jamie Overton, and opening the face and guiding this one down to third man is Kelly, and Atkinson does the fielding well.
Can't do a lot more, can he, really?
And pick him on form. That's the thing. The lad's in prime form at the moment. 143 for 8. I always think that. How often have you seen that over the years that someone's been talked about, then they get picked and they haven't scored a run for a while?
Well, it was the one that Northamptonshire supporters of a certain vintage will tell you about is Wayne Larkins.
Oh,
of course, he didn't play anything like as much Test cricket as most of us think he should have done. But I remember them picking him in 1986 when he was struggling to get a run.
Well, Scott Borthwick as well.
Yeah.
You know, they kept saying that Badger was going to be the next England number 3. He didn't pick him when he was scoring runs, and then he sort of fell away and he never got another look in. As Jamie Overton is in to Kerrigan. Wee, short one, and Kerrigan's ducking underneath this. This is good stuff from Jamie Overton. It really is. And this new shortened runs certainly doing the trick with Jamie Overton. Runs as well, of course, in this game.
Well, Northamptonshire will know they have been in a game of cricket here. And as you say, assuming they're heading back to Northampton this evening, unless these two can, and Ben Sanderson can dig very deep, they will have a lot to think about, I think, ahead of Edgbaston.
In over the wicket again comes Overton, another short one. Kerrigan, hands go towards it, but he sways inside. This is what you want from your big, quick bowler, isn't it? Just charging in and slipping in a couple of short ones, and then he'll probably try the Yorker. He's already knocked over Zabe with a fearsome Yorker today is Jamie Overton. I met the Northamptonshire coach driver this one. Lovely man.
Oh, right, yes.
Lovely fella. As waiting once again is Kerrigan. As in over the wicket goes Overton. Forward goes Kerrigan and plays this one down into the leg side. Rolls up there towards Hashim Amla. 143 for 8 Northamptonshire. Kelly has 4 and Kerrigan's yet to get off the mark.
I know the coach reasonably well, but not necessarily the coach driver. So you have the advantage of me. 143 for 8 it is. 64 more runs. I think if Northamptonshire do manage to, if these last 2 wickets manage to get it to the position where Surrey had to bat again, then it might be a lap of honour around the ground, I think, from Kelly, Kerrigan and Sanderson. 3 slips forming up as de Grandhomme runs in again for the Vauxhall Embos. Wide outside the off stump to Kelly, who leaves it alone. And again, there's not a lot of pace in that delivery, and it just rather lolloped into the gloves of Ben Folkes. He has to take it low down.
I'm not quite sure. Surrey's team coach now, I'm not quite sure, but for a while, of course, it was Stewart on the side. He hadn't found the right firm, obviously.
Here is de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and in behind it goes Matt Kelly, playing it back down the pitch for Grandhomme Fields, and there's no run.
A lot of the teams now are on coaches, aren't they?
Yeah, there was. I think the clubs used to have very different thoughts about it, didn't they? And players, obviously, the sponsored cars came in, and then.
Well, with petrol prices at the moment, it's probably cheaper to go on a coach.
Sure, it is. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and that beats Kelly outside the off stump. That's a corker from de Grandhomme, and even Matt Kelly there just slapping his thigh pad to applaud the delivery, because it was an absolute corker, and it pitched middle and off, beat the outside edge, and off stump. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls to Kelly. This time he's able to leave it alone. It goes through to Folkes, and there's no run. Helicopter flying over the city of London.
We were talking about pre-seasons yesterday. One of my favourite ones was Dubai, Surrey pre-season tour to Dubai, where Yorkshire were out there as well, and Lancashire, and they sort of had a tournament amongst themselves.
Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls outside the off stump. Once again, Kelly's able to leave it alone.
And of course, a lot of the games were in Abu Dhabi in the Sheikh Zayed Stadium. So the first game was Surrey-Yorkshire, I think, and there was a lot of interest in it because certain M. Vaughan and A. Flintoff were playing in it, but M. Vaughan was coming back from injury. So we got on the coach, and off we went.
De Grandhomme in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Matt Kelly. End of the over, 143 for 8. Kelly is 4, Kerrigan 0.
And as the way is with those things, the Yorkshire side were in the same hotel, so their coach followed the Surrey coach. And we headed into the desert and sort of kept going for a bit, and then we were about 2 hours into the journey when it became patently obvious that our coach driver, the Royal R coach driver, didn't actually know where he was going, and the Yorkshire coach was following the Surrey coach. So it's the only time I've ever known where a member of the coaching staff, Mr. Ian Salisbury, of course, he of Northamptonshire fame, had to jump out of the coach when we sort of hit a bit of civilization. As here comes Jamie Overton in over the wicket to Kerrigan. Short one again, and Kerrigan is getting an absolute peppering here from Jamie Overton. And he's played that pretty well, actually. Ducks underneath it. Had to hail somebody who sort of was from the local area and say, do you know where they did? So then followed them. But it's the only time I've ever known the toss of the coin be done via text, because Matthew Hoggard, was it Matthew? Anyway, whoever was the Yorkshire captain was in the coach behind with Usman Afzal as the Surrey captain for that game. As in over the wicket again goes Overton. Kerrigan's letting this one go across him. And the toss of the coin was done via text on the coaches, so that when they arrived at the ground, they could just get on with it.
That's a great story.
Yeah, so we went round and round in circles for ages in the desert.
That is a very good story.
Of course, there was also the Surrey game against Edinburgh, against Scotland in Edinburgh, where we got on the coach, and we arrived at the ground. As turning once more is Overton, comes in over the wicket to Kerrigan. Again, Kerrigan gets one that just bounces on him, gets that bottom hand off the bat, turns it into the leg side with Patel waiting in there at short leg. And when we arrived, I thought there's not many people here. And then I personally thought the sign that said kids soft play area in pavilion, I was thinking either they bung that in for the Surrey team to keep them entertained, or we might not be at the right ground here. But the Surrey players, all of them got off, got their kit out, obviously. And then it transpired that the coach driver only knew one cricket ground in Edinburgh. Now, it's not difficult, is it? There aren't that many. As in over the wicket once again is Overton. This will be 4. Nicely played by Kerrigan. Turn of the wrist, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. And Kerrigan off the mark with the boundary. 147 for 8. And after much persuasion and putting all the kit back on the coach driver was persuaded that he brought the team to the wrong ground. And Stuart Meeker had to direct him via Google Maps, which is always a bit of a concern at the best of times. And we finally arrived at the Grange. But what made me laugh quite a lot was a number of the Surrey players got off and got their kit off. I don't know which bit of that they didn't understand, that it wasn't the right ground, or they just wanted to go to the soft play. I don't know. As Jamie Overton is in over the wicket to Kerrigan. Kerrigan's forward and gets bat on this. That's going to roll away into the leg side. They'll come back for 2. As off goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding, but that was all in coaches. So it always adds to the excitement. 149 for 8.
Well, there's a wonderful story that John Arlott used to tell involving Surrey playing Essex. Was it at Leighton in the 20s? And Percy Fender, the Surrey captain, and Johnny Douglas had fallen out over something, and so they sort of said, right, we're going to play absolutely to the book, the rule book, you know, no allowances made. And all the amateurs had arrived on time, and the Essex team were there, and the Surrey pros hadn't.
cuts in over the wicket, comes Overton. Kerrigan lets this one go. Outside is off stump, end of the over, 149 for 8, Northamptonshire.
And normally they'd have said, well, yeah, okay, just wait for them to arrive. But because they'd had this fallout, they said, no, absolutely, we've got to do this. So the two Essex batsmen went out, and the only two players, I think there was Fender and Alf Geacock, I think, who was playing for Surrey, the two amateurs, went out, and one of them bowled, one of them got the wicket-keeping gloves, and the Essex batsman, a bit embarrassed by it, just played the ball back. And they bowled a few overs of this before eventually the Surrey players arrived, coming out of the bus. Here's de Grandhomme in again outside the off stump, left alone by Kelly. And the way Arlott, I mean, nobody told sort of cricket anecdotes like John Arlott, but he said that the best part of it was they were all the Surrey players piling off the coach when they finally got to the ground, and one or two of them had been trying to change on the bus. Grandhomme in again, driven by Matt Kelly, and it's not going to go all the way to the boundary. It's running out through the covers and fielded there by Ryan Patel, picks up, throws back, and they come through for a couple. So 150 up for Northamptonshire, 151 for 8, and Kelly to 6. Northamptonshire still 56 runs behind, and Bert Strudwick was the great wicket keeper, just ran onto the field and said, oh, Mr. Fender, were there any buys? That was the one thing he was worried about, the buys going down
on his record.
Great story. 151 for 8. Here's de Grandhomme in again, forced off the back foot. That's a pleasant shot by Matt Kelly. It's running out towards the boundary. I don't think it's quite going to get there. Again, it's a long chase for Ryan Patel. In fact, it is. Just gathered pace over those practice pitches down to our left on the gasometer side of the ground, and it ran away for 4. So 155 for 8, Northamptonshire. So still trailing by 52.
Another pre-season trip I remember is going over to Dubai for... They don't do it anymore, do they? If you won the championship, you've got to play the opening game of the season against an MCC side. It used to be at Lord's, but obviously it went to Dubai for a while.
De Grandhomme in again, bowls to Kelly, who's up on his toes, playing that just behind square on the onside, past umpire Nick Cook, and they come through for a single. It's fielded down there by Jordan Clark. One more onto the total, 156 for 8. Kelly to 11.
Dean Norcross and I were dispatched, which was fun. We left, well, I'm not sure which one of us left the antenna in Tooting, but it worked, all the equipment worked perfectly there until we got to Dubai and we'd left a bit of the antenna behind.
De Grandhomme in again, bowls and square drive by Kerrigan, up and over, and it's going to run away for 4 more through backward point. So a bit of defiance from this Northamptonshire 9th wicket pair. Takes Kerrigan into double figures, he goes to 10. And Northamptonshire to 160 for 8, 47 behind.
But 2 things I remember about that was a sandstorm where the players kept playing in a sandstorm and we almost lost Norcross. And obviously a drinky poos out in Dubai is quite expensive because it's in the hotel, obviously.
Colin de Grandhomme in from this Vauxhall end, bowls again to Kerrigan, who drives at that one, misses it, and it goes on the half volley, and it's another horrible one for Ben Folkes to take. He doesn't take it, he stops it, which is the most important thing. And that's the end of the over. 160 for 8. Kelly is 11, Kerrigan is 10, and Northamptonshire still 47 adrift.
And anyway, the first day's play ended, and I thought, Mark Church, ace reporter, obviously BBC, I'll get myself an interview. Went downstairs about 5 minutes after the close of play to find no players or officials anywhere. The ground was empty. It's like, well, that was quick. What's happened there? So got back to the worked it out. Happy hours between 6:30 and 7:30. So it's the only way anyone could afford a beer. As here is Jamie Overton, and he's beating the outside edge of Kelly's bat as he pushes forward, and that's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side. So yes, there's always a bit of an adventure on those trips abroad,
pre-season tours. I just wonder whether with Jamie Overton got the old steps monitor going, because his follow through now is so pronounced.
It's part of the Overton charm, isn't it?
He must put on a few more steps, running and walking.
As over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Kelly. Plays this one to backward point, and there's no run. Well, when he's really going through his follow through, he's doing 44 yards basically.
Yes, that's right.
Because he's ending up next to the batsman, then walking back again. But he's bowled well again in this game. He's bowled quick, and it's been pretty hostile stuff, hasn't it, from Jamie Overton in this game. Proper fast bowling this from Jamie Overton, and from Surrey really. As in comes Overton over the wicket to Kelly, and Kelly's flicking this one through the leg side. Off goes Hashim Amla, whose hat will blow off. There it goes, and they'll pick up 2. And my theory with Hashim Amla's hat is forever going to be true, Mr. Rad, that when it's cold, you see, Hashim wears his beanie hat underneath the hat, and it never blows off. But as soon as it heats up a bit, he takes the old beanie off.
When it comes off every time.
Every time
Yeah,
he runs after his hat blows off. Now, I have wondered whether they might be able to find him a slightly smaller hat, but he seems to like this one. So,
look in the Surrey shop.
Over the wicket once again comes Overton. Short, Kelly shot. Has pulled this off the front foot. Has that gone all the way? No, 1 bounce for 4, but that's a great shot from Kelly. And I think Kerrigan and Kelly are going about this the right way.
I don't think there's any point to. It's not as though the monsoon is expected tomorrow. I think they may as well, if the ball is there, have a bit of a swing at it. You never know. They keep connecting, then clear the arrears. Surrey set 100 to win. Sanderson 7 for 20.
Could happen.
Shock win for Northamptonshire at lunchtime tomorrow.
Could happen.
On the other hand,
yes, they might just think there's going to be one with my name on it in a minute. As in over the wicket comes Overton to Kelly. Oh, and he's flashing this off the back foot straight out towards Sam Curran at cover point. We've almost turned this into a 2020 game now with our group of choir singers down below us as well. So yes, I think this is give us a wave again.
I was going to say if they've just sort of a little bit quiet immediately after tea, they've rediscovered their voices, haven't they? And Dan Worrell's now the idol of the crowd.
Yes. Well, you say the crowd, it's a group of 10 slightly inebriated gentlemen down to our left-hand side, but they're having a great day, which is good. As in over the wicket comes Jamie Overton. Oh, and Kelly, shot boy. He's just opened the face to a short ball and guided this one up and over the top of the slips. 1 bounce and away for 4. I think Jamie Overton was saying to him, that's a good shot, as he wandered down. And Kelly moves on to 21, and it's 170 for 8.
Words to that effect, a clever bit of batting. But yeah, ran away down for 4. David Milan's now followed Harry Brook to 50, Yorkshire 336 for 5 at Chelmsford, and that is Milan's 5th half-century in a row.
He's in good nick as well, isn't he?
So he's also in good form. And Brook is on 60. So another little bit of food for thought for whoever's actually picking the England side.
That first squad's going to be fascinating.
It is, isn't it, Justin? Eagerly awaited. Seagull over to our right-hand side, flying over the outfield as Colin de Grandhomme runs in again to start a fresh over to Kerrigan. Beats him outside the off stump. A little bit of seam movement, little bit of bounce. Goes into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and the Seagulls giving us a sort of a demonstration of aerobatics at the moment.
Brothers, can I be honest? I can't remember ever seeing a seagull do this around the ground.
No, it's very unusual. He's enjoying himself. Is de Grandhomme again, and Kerrigan's gone big over the leg side. It's thumped into the streets on first bounce for 4. Just looking to see if it actually, as with the previous one, whether it had gone all the way. It didn't quite. But Kerrigan just set himself for that one and decided to give it the full welly, which he did. They're now dropping another man out. 174 for 8. Kerrigan is 14. Northamptonshire 33 runs behind. There's now another man gone back on the boundary, so 2 men out now. As de Grandhomme comes in, bowls to Kerrigan, turns it behind square, and they pick up a single.
Nothing wrong with this from Kerrigan and Kelly.
It's sensible stuff. Fielded down there by Clark. Kerrigan up to 15. 175 for 8. The deficit is 32.
That seagull's sort of using the jet stream, I think, just to hover. But I can't remember.
It's the hot air emanating from this box.
Yes, absolutely.
Giving a bit of a helping helping wing. Here's de Grandhomme again, and bowls outside the off stump to Matt Kelly, who doesn't offer a shot. Now the pigeons have started.
Used to them.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
a big old seagull sort of hovering in front of the commentary box window.
And I know one of our colleagues, who's probably not going to be listening, because I would imagine he's going to be commentating somewhere else, but will point out the fact correctly that it's not a seagull, it's a gull.
A heron gull.
Yes, well, we stand corrected. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and that's played off the back foot by Kelly, down to backward point, fielded by Patel. And there's no run, 175 for 8. It stays. Lights still on. Quite breezy. Noticed at tea time, just getting a bit of fresh air out the back of the commentary box here, and it's quite fresh breeze now blowing across the ground, left to right, as we look towards the pavilion from this Vauxhall end. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls to Kelly, who opens the face, runs it down towards third man, but through the slip cordon. It's running away down towards the Mickey Stewart members pavilion. It's just clawed back. Good bit of fielding there by Jamie O. No, it's not. It is Jamie Overton, yeah. And Ryan Patel helping out with the throw, but they come back for 3 runs. Takes Kelly up to 24, keeps the bowling as well. And Northamptonshire 178 for 8. The deficit's 29, and well-deserved applause for a super bit of fielding, committed fielding by Jamie Overton, who now certainly does have a very large grass stain on his knee.
I thought he'd lost that pair of trousers for a second.
Yes, that's right. And he's coming off, and I think Gus Atkinson's going to have another bowl.
Certainly is. Comes up on the big screen with his beard. Gus Atkinson, 2 for 17. He's had a good game, Gus Atkinson. 178 for 8. Northamptonshire, but no, Kelly and Kerrigan, they put on 36 here. And I think what they've decided is good ball, either block it or get out of the way of it. If it's where in my zone, I'm going to have a go at it, and I think it's definitely the way forward for Northamptonshire. Surrey won't mind too much seeing that, because you're probably expecting one of them to go up in the air at some point. As Gus Atkinson comes in over the wicket to Kelly, who's looked to punch off the back foot, nips back, beats the inside edge, and Folkes takes that one tumbling away to his left-hand side. It's always one of the great things about, and it's whenever you start doing commentary, they give you a list of things to always be aware of in a commentary box, and being with an ornithologist is always one of those. Amateur ornithology,
dangerous,
very dangerous. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson. This is left alone by Kelly outside his off stump.
As Pope said, as Alexander, not Ollie, was a little learning is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think young Oliver's said that a few times as well. Hope he's feeling a bit better.
Yes, he's been poorly,
very well, poor chap.
There's been strange goings on this afternoon in the football.
Well, now, yes, you were
earlier.
trying to explain to me what needed to happen.
Well, strange things have been happening this afternoon.
Gus Atkinson is into Kelly, and Kelly's forcing this one down towards the man. There's Sam Curran to do the fielding. Oh, that's pleased the crowd. Young Sam's picked the ball up, so obviously it's now the S. Curran fan club. Away to our right now, there's a corporate box where they've spilled out now.
Are they a sort of breakaway group?
They are a breakaway group of a breakaway choir away to our right-hand side on a corporate day, I think. As Gus Atkinson is going to come over the wicket to Simon Kerrigan on 15. And Kerrigan's just up on his toes and turns this one off his hip into the leg side. And Ryan Patel will come up to do the fielding. 180 for 8. So what's been happening?
Well, apparently Northampton Town won this afternoon. They won 3-1 at Barrow. But Bristol Rovers, meanwhile, were beating Scunthorpe 7-0. And that means that Bristol Rovers go up automatically, and Northampton Town are in the playoffs. Level on points, but
Gus Atkinson's in, and forward goes Kelly. Plays this one down to backward point, and there's no run.
But Rovers finish third. Northampton Town finished fourth, so the Cobblers will have to play Mansfield in the League 2 playoffs.
So that's all goal difference, I take it.
I assume so. Yes, I think so. Yeah. So.
What are the chances of that? You've got to say fair play to Bristol Rovers.
Well, they were level. They were actually level on goal difference, but Bristol Rovers have scored obviously a lot more goals.
Yeah. In over the wicket once again. comes Atkinson, and this is pushed off the back foot by Kelly. Kelly and Kerrigan are making this look fairly straightforward at the moment. 181 for 8.
When's the new ball due?
And we've still got another 26 overs till that, so we could get it in tonight if these two keep going. And they're just trading by the 26 now, Northamptonshire.
Well, as I say, if they could at least avoid the innings defeat, that would be something. That would be a little bit of an achievement. Make Surrey bat again. And well, still a little way to go before that becomes reality. 26, as you say, is the deficit, but the partnership worth 39 for the 9th wicket. We'll have to look up that Bill Barron and Ken Fidling partnership again that we were this morning. 2 slips in place. De Grandhomme in bowls outside the off stump to Matt Kelly, who comes onto the front foot, lets it go.
111.
Yes, Barron and Fidling here.
Yes, it's worth it just to say that. that can I be honest? That is not a firm of solicitors I'd be giving my trade to, Barron and Fidling.
1947, I think. And I believe Bill Barron got quite a lot of, he got most, obviously, the big score, and I think he got a basket of fruit from his captain for the as a reward. Here's De Grandhomme in, it's short, and Kelly goes to pull, doesn't make contact. It hits him, well, let's say high up on the thigh, and he just goes off for a little walk, grinning all over his face. Plays cricket, certainly plays cricket with a smile on his face. Matt Kelly, very popular player. What was it, Laurie Evans, I think, when he was in the box, described him.
Bloke. Fellow scorcher he went.
Yeah, that's right. One of the nicest men in cricket, I think, was Laurie's assessment, so I'll go along with that. Here's De Grandhomme in again, bowls to Kelly, outside the off stump. Kelly lets it go.
Yeah, Barron 144.
Well, it doesn't sound like a basket of fruit. Doesn't sound like a lot, but of course it was rationing, wasn't it? In those days, there was still post-war rationing in force. So I think it was quite a nice gesture. Yeah, Ken Fidling was from Hebden Bridge, I think, and came to Northamptonshire just after the war. Here's De Grandhomme in again, bowls, and that's tucked away for a single up towards mid-wicket. There's a man on the boundary, comes in and fields. So one more to Kelly. He goes up to 27. And Northamptonshire to 182 for 8.
Colin De Grandhomme's gone past 200 first-class wickets in this game.
I tell you what, there's been
a whole
plethora of career milestones. Here's De Grandhomme, who's in bowls, and Kerrigan sets himself again, and he smashed that into the crowd. Now, was that on the bounce or was it go on the full? It was on the bounce. Just landed in front of the boundary rope. Hashim Amla trots back, and I saw one of the spectators down there having to take evasive action because it was Kerrigan set himself for the shot, swung through it, and it bounced. It was a bit like the old Barnes-Wallis job. It bounced and zipped over the boundary boards, and the poor spectators down there had to duck for cover. 186 for 8. 21 runs behind. Here's De Grandhomme again, bowls, and this time Kerrigan steps away and flays it back past the bowler for 4. Well, this is quite fun unless you happen to be Colin De Grandhomme. 4 more onto the total. Kerrigan goes to 24. Northamptonshire to 190 for 8. Back-to-back boundaries. Extraordinary stroke by Simon Kerrigan, who gave himself a lot of room, backed away outside leg stump. De Grandhomme, I think, tried to nip in the slower ball. It was a bit like the last over of a T20. But Kerrigan was there, just swung through it, smashed it straight back past the bowler for 4. 190 for 8 at the end of the over. Kelly is 27, Kerrigan's 24. The partnership is worth 48. Northamptonshire are 17 runs behind, and I wonder, will Rory Burns say, right, enough is enough, and bring on Worrell or Clark?
Well, Worrell's sort of signalling away up to somebody.
Yeah.
But no, fair play to Kerrigan there. Sort of set himself up. And took a couple of paces off that ball from De Grandhomme. Saw him coming, slower ball, and still drilled it straight down the ground for 4 runs. So Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end is coming over the wicket to Matt Kelly, and Kelly's forward and opening the face and guiding this one down towards Sam Curran at third man, and they'll get a single. So 16 more to make Surrey bat again. 191 for 8. Last thing that Burns and Patel will want to do is have to go out there tonight and sort of have 20 to knock off. But no, this is good from Kelly and Kerrigan. Partnership's worth 49 now, as Rory Burns is signalling to Dan Worrell. If that's get yourself ready to go again, as in over the wicket comes Atkinson. He's backed away again here as Kerrigan, and toe end of the bat. That just loops over Gus Atkinson and rolls up towards Rory Burns. Rory Burns stood there. He'll be very happy, of course, with this performance from his team, but he'd like to sort of get this done and dusted.
Yes, this is frustrating, isn't it, for Surrey? They thought they were pretty much through, and then these two, I don't think it's going to affect the result, but it just they'd just like to make it neat and tidy and finish it off this evening.
Atkinson is in. Now he's packed away again here. Kerrigan, swing and a miss from Kerrigan. That's into the gloves of Bedfast. Although I have to say, Kerrigan keeps going like this, you do expect at least one of these to go straight up in the air or something.
You would think so. Talking about Ken Fidling, I was just looking at my notes about him, and the great Herbert Strudwick, we've already mentioned, was great Surrey and England keeper, who was then scoring for Surrey, described Fidling as he was the best wicket keeper in England at the time.
There you go.
About 1947.
In over the wicket goes Atkinson again, and this is just tucked away by Kerrigan off his hip, down towards Dan Worrell. Below us, and the Worrell fan club happy he's touched the ball, and the throw is excellent, hits the stumps, so they'll enjoy that down there. To our left hand side, our group of fielding coaches, 192 for 8,
50 partnership,
and well played Kelly and Kerrigan. It's been entertaining, this, hasn't it? And they've done a pretty good job, these two.
Just 55 balls to get 50 runs. They haven't hung around.
Nope. Kelly comes back on to strike. 15 more needed to make Surrey bat again. Gus Atkinson comes over the wicket to Kelly, and Kelly, it's down the leg side, and he's looked to just help it off his hip and gets nothing on it. I think Worrell's coming into the attack next over. I think so. Rory Burns has seen enough, and he's signalled to Dan Worrell, and he's doing his stretching exercises down below us.
I tell you what, I'd give a lot to see Kerrigan playing the sort of strokes he's been playing against Worrell and Clark. That would be that'd be quite entertaining.
Atkinson comes in over the wicket once more to Kelly, and Kelly solidly forward, plays this one back up the pitch. There is no run, end of the over. See, the thing is, we've still got 28 to go tonight.
Yes,
so we've still got plenty of time on this third day. And yep, Dan Worrell is coming into the attack down below us from this Vauxhall end.
The Division 2 match at Worcester, Durham have declared in their second innings after they decided not to enforce the follow-on against Worcestershire. Durham declaring on 170 for 1. That left Worcestershire needing 442 to win, and they're 36 for 2. So it's looking pretty good for Durham at New Road, at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are hosting Warwickshire. Lancashire just built up a little bit of a lead, 354 for 9. In reply to Warwickshire's 315 all out, so Lancashire 39 runs ahead with 1 wicket standing. Not missing any cricket because I think Dan Worrell's just changing his boots at the moment, so having a chat with Rory Burns. At Southampton, Gloucestershire set 368 to win by Hampshire are 66 for 2, so they need another 302 to win. And at Chelmsford, Essex 403 all out, Yorkshire 362 for 5, so they're still 41 runs behind, but Harry Brook is 73 not out, David Milan 63 not out, so one imagines Yorkshire just looking to get a quick lead and put Essex under a bit of pressure tomorrow. Here is Dan Worrell back in the attack, runs in, bowls to Kerrigan. Well, Kerrigan certainly, we're talking about, would give a lot to see him attempting that sort of stroke off Dan Worrell. He did attempt it, didn't make contact, and I think Dan Worrell may have appraised him of his views on that stroke in trenchant terms, probably. But I think if somebody did that to me, I'd probably say much the same. Anyway, 192 for 8, so 15 runs Northamptonshire need to make Surrey bat again, and they have now a fly slip, which you don't see too often, about halfway back to the boundary. Here's Worrell, and again bowls to Kerrigan, who's lolled that up in the air, and he's going to be caught at extra cover, and he is caught at extra cover. And, well, the easiest catch you'll ever see Colin de Grandhomme have to take. And he just spoons the ball up to extra cover. Kerrigan goes. That little partnership ends on exactly 15. Northamptonshire 1-9-2 for 9. And Surrey 1 wicket away from victory.
Yeah, it's a clever bit of bowling, really, isn't it, from Dan Worrell. The slower ball, and Kerrigan was through the shot before the ball had even come to him. And toe end of his bat looped up in the air. So entertaining, not that from Simon Kerrigan, but you always felt that at some point one was going to go straight up in the air, and that's exactly what happened. And 192 for 9 now, so one more wicket needed by Surrey. 15 runs required by Northamptonshire to make Surrey bat again, but again, even though that was the slower ball, that's what Worrell brings to the party. You said it, Radders. I think Rory Burns probably seen enough of this. Signals to Worrell, 2 balls, bang. Thank you very much indeed.
And that is an absolutely priceless capability for any bowler, but for a seam bowler in particular. And yeah, and if Rory Burns knows he's got that weapon in his armoury, then, well, as we've said really throughout the whole match, he's a very good captain, Rory Burns, as we know. He's inventive, he's positive, he's energetic, but it does help. But when you've got, and that's in no way disrespecting Rory Burns, the captain, the slightest. I don't think he's a super captain, but it does help if you've got the firepower at your disposal.
He had Walker in 2018. Yeah. Now the thing with Mornay was he never took a fiver in that season, but he'd always pick somebody up top for you, and then if nothing was happening in the middle, you could bring him back for a spell, and then at the end, if you needed it finished, he'd come back. And that's exactly what Worrell's done. If you look at his wickets in this game as well, Vasconcelos in that first innings got it started, and then that ball to Young in this second innings was an absolute perler.
9 downs. Talk him home.
Worrell is in to Sanderson, and Sanderson slaps this one down to third man, and there is Ryan Patel to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a single, and Sanderson's off the mark. But that is what Worrell will bring to this. It might not be, people might not look at it. I'm sure he'll pick up his fivers, but it might be that you look at it at the end of the season and he may only have 1, 2 fivers. But as I say, Mornay Morkel, that season that Surrey won the championship in 18, he didn't take a fiver, but there were a lot of fourfers in there, and top end of the innings as Worrell is in over the wicket to Kelly. Kelly swing and a miss, looking to go down the ground again. 4, as that's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side.
So you can talk it through until these two have put on about 80. And
all right, yes, okay, brothers. When we're still here at lunchtime tomorrow,
then I'll do an over.
Yeah, you can. Yes, absolutely. Wanders back towards us once again, does Dan Worrell. Off this arcing run, comes in over the wicket, and Kelly's forward and will take his single here. They may even think about 2. Nope, Sam Curran gets round quickly, and that will mean that Worrell will get 1 more ball here at Sanderson in this over. 194 for 9, and back on to strike comes Sanderson. He's had that 1 ball so far, got a single. In the first innings, Sanderson was the last to go off de Grandhomme for 4. De Grandhomme's being sent out to patrol the deep mid-wicket boundary rope. Away there in the distance as over the wicket comes Worrell, and Sanderson swings outside edge, flies over the top of the slip cord and whistles off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. It's down to single figures. 9 more needed to make Surrey bat again. 198 for 9. Kelly 29, Sanderson 5, and come on, Radders, you do the next over. We'll just do it like that.
All right.
Because the other thing with this is we could have 20 minutes of great fun here.
Yes, we could.
Because Sanders is going to keep swinging from the hip, I think.
Well, certainly if Northamptonshire do manage to get another 9 runs and make Surrey bat again, then obviously it's a slightly different dynamic. But I tell you what, I was just looking at some of the social media comments about the Northampton Town football this afternoon.
Oh dear.
So I think if the internet was red hot, crikey, there's a few people not very happy, I think it's fair to say.
Well, I suppose it's a bit like if you read the old Duckworth-Lewis sheet wrong. Yes, isn't it really? And you think you've got there, but you haven't.
Or Brian Rose declaring after one over in the 1979 Benton and Hedges Cup for Somerset. 198 for 9, so 9 runs behind Northamptonshire, and Matt Kelly on strike on 29 off 58 balls. Played well, played properly. He's played some good shots as well, and kept Northamptonshire afloat at least until now, as Atkinson comes in, bowls to him and plays that on the bounce back down the pitch for Atkinson to field, and there's no run. Northamptonshire have lost today. The wickets of, well, in the first innings, Kerrigan for 12, Sanderson for 4. That left Proctor 83 not out, all out for 194 in the first innings. And then following on, Gay made 51. Other than that, not a great deal to write home about until Kelly and Kerrigan down the order. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Kelly. Appeal for LBW. Is that out? No, it's not, says umpire Nick Cook, as Kelly came across his stumps, aiming to whip it away over the onside. I think it probably was missing leg stump, but a big appeal, as you would expect in the circumstances. But Nick's enjoying himself, so he's going to stay out there for a little bit longer. He's great. He's having a chat with.
Well, he put his hat in front of his face there to turn that appeal down.
He's having a great laugh with Ben Sanderson at the non-striker's end as Gus Atkinson turns again from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's cut away by Matt Kelly for 4. Beats the man at backward point, crosses the boundary rope. Sam Curran has to trot round to retrieve, and 200 up for Northamptonshire. So, well, if nothing else, they've got more than the second innings they did in the first. 202 for 9. And Northamptonshire 5 runs behind, so, well, one more meaty blow from Matt Kelly might be enough to mean that Surrey have to bat again. We still have 26 overs to bowl tonight. Of course, they may have to lose 2 if Northamptonshire do avoid the innings defeat, as Atkinson comes in and Kelly aims a big hoik over the leg side. It goes down off a bottom edge, just drops down in front of him, and there's no run. Surrey now have 3 on the boundary on the leg side. I think it's about to become 4. They have a deep long leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and now Hashim Amla is trudging out in the general direction of the Mickey Stewart members pavilion. So they now have 4 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, which is the long boundary, of course. As Atkinson comes in, bowls swung away by Kelly. It's in the air. Is it going to be caught? It is caught out at deep mid wicket, and Surrey have won this match by an innings and 5 runs. And Northamptonshire all out in their second innings for 202. Kelly is the last man out, perishing, well, in the way that he's pretty much played his innings all the way through, going for another big hit and picking out Colin de Grandhomme on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and handshakes all round. And well played, Surrey. They've thoroughly deserved this victory. They've outplayed Northamptonshire in all departments. Northamptonshire held their own pretty well until, say, half an hour into the second day's play. At 271 for 8, it could have gone either way. Then Surrey got away thanks to that superb partnership between Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton, and since then their seam bowlers have just basically been too good. So conclusive victory for Surrey. It's their 3rd win in 5 games, and they stay top of the table.
Yeah, it's been a very good performance this from Surrey, and I think what's been impressive is sort of go back to that first morning, stuck in, and then Rory Burns' 100, the 73 from Sam Curran. Key time was yesterday morning, that partnership of 124 between Jamie Overton and Gus Atkinson, and then utterly relentless that bowling attack. And you know, very impressive, very, very impressive from Surrey as a team, really. Real proper team performance that from Surrey. And well, that's 3 wins out of 3 at home now, yes, for Surrey as well this season. So 3 games here, 3 wins. But they'll be delighted with that. They'll take 22 points from the game. I think from a Northamptonshire point of view, I think probably, as I say, that partnership yesterday morning really did change it.
Knocked the stuffing out of them.
No,
completely.
Absolutely. And then you come up against a very good bowling attack in this Surrey attack. So yes, very, very good performance that from Surrey. I think you just have to sort of take your hat off to them as a blueprint of how to play Championship cricket. That's it there. and it's a victory by an innings and 5 runs. Thank you to everybody for their company. Radders, thank you to you, sir.
Thanks,
it's
Mark.
been an absolute joy as
Absolute
always.
pleasure.
Thank you so much. Really enjoyed myself over the last 3 days. Thank you to Eva as well, Eva Gray, who was with us yesterday, of course. And yes, it's been a very enjoyable 3 days of cricket. That safe journey back to Northampton for Northamptonshire, and off to Warwickshire next week. Edgbaston and Surrey, Beckenham against Kent starting on Thursday. But the news tonight, Surrey won by an innings and 5 runs from Andrew Radd and myself this evening from the Kia Oval. It's a very good night to one and all.